chapters 15 through 21 of the Book of Job from the Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapter 15. Then Eliphaz responded and said, "How can wisdom discuss with the wind, fill his breast with a blast from the east, contending with beggarly words and speeches that never avail? Shame on you! You break all respect and degrade meditation with God. Your mouth is familiar with sin, and false reasons you choose for your tongue. Your own mouth shall convict you, not I, and your own lips shall answer yourself. Were you the first man that was born? Were you made before the high hills? Have you heard the counsel of God? And is science reserved to yourself? What do you know that we do not know? Understand, and it is not with us. The gray-headed are ours, and the old, more revered than your father for days. Are God's warnings a trifle to you, or with you has he spoken alone? Now what have you taken to heart, and at what are you rolling your eyes? That your fury you turn against God, and you fling out the words from your mouth. How can a man hold himself pure, and the son of a woman be just? Why, he cannot confide in his saints, and the skies are not clean in his sight, much less the corrupt and defiled, the man who sucks folly like drink. I will teach you, so listen to me. For what I have seen I relate. What the wise have reported to us, and their fathers have never concealed, to whom only the land had been given, and no stranger had passed in their midst, that the days of the wicked are torments, all the years of oppressors are fears. In peace terrors shout in their ears, destruction is coming for you. He dare not turn out in the dark, for he fears an assault by the sword. He is startled at food at all times. He knows the dark day is at hand. Disturbance and trouble and anguish assail like a king armed for fight. For he stretches his hand against God and ventures against the Most High. He charges close up to his neck, to the hard bosses fixed in his shield. Though he covers his face with his helm, and strengthens his loins with flaps, yet in ruinous towns he shall dwell, in houses where none will reside, which are ready to fall into heaps. He never gains station or might, and his wealth does not last on the earth. He can never escape from his sin. His boughs shall be shriveled by flame, and he fades by the breath of its mouth. So let no one trust vain deceit, for deception will be his reward. Be paid him before it is due, and his branches will never be green. He will cast like the vine sour grapes, like the olive will scatter his bloom. For the house of the wicked is barren, fire burns up the tents of the vile, who breed evil and bring forth their sin, contriving deception from birth. Chapter 16. Job, however, answered and said,
"Have I not heard plenty like that? What wretched counselors are you? Will the wind of your words have no end, or does something incite to dispute? I also could speak like yourselves, if your souls were but now in my place. My speeches could tack upon you, and wag my head just as you do. But I would support by my words, and console by the play of my lips. If I speak, my grief is not the less, and if silent, it goes not from me. But now I am wasted away. All my family you have destroyed. My wrinkles are telling my tale. Liars rise and insult to my face. Against me they gnash with their teeth, and torturers flame with their eyes. And your mouths belch upon me reproach. Slap my cheek, and against me unite. For God has delivered to the bad, flung me to the hands of the vile. I was happy, but now I am crushed. He has seized on my neck, and has shook, and has set as a mark for his darts. My breast by his archers is pierced, my gall poured unjustly on earth, and he breaks me with breach upon breach, as when a fierce warrior assails. I have covered my skin with a sack, and my honor is rolled in the dust. My features are swollen with tears, my eyelids are shadows of death. Though no wrong has been found in my hand, and for purity always I prayed, put no covering, earth, on my blood, and let not my shrieks be concealed. My witness I see in the skies, and my evidence is in the heights. Friends jeer, but to God my eye weeps, that a mortal might plead before God as a son of mankind for his friend. When my number of years has arrived, I shall walk on the unturning path.
Chapter 17.
My spirit is writhing in pain, my days flying fast to the grave, although my deriders withstand as an obstacle fixed in my sight. Oh, fix now my bail for yourself, but who will give bond on my part? For you take common sense from their hearts, and so you rely not on them to decide on the fate of their friend, so the sight of their children shall fail. I am placed as a proverb to men, and become a contempt in their sight. So with sadness my eyes are oppressed, and my form is consumed to a shade. The upright may wonder at this, and the clean from pollution be roused, but the righteous will hold on his way, and the pure-handed add to his strength. But all you, turn round and be off, for wisdom I find not in you. My days fly, my purposes fail, the cherished ideas of my heart, can they change the night into day by light that proceeds from the dark? When I measure my home in the grave, and in darkness I spread out my bed? When I call to my father, corruption, you, my mother and sister, the worm? But if so, then where is my hope? And my hope who can ever behold, when gone down with my frame to the grave, if together we rest in the dust?
Chapter 18. However, Bildad the Shuhite answered and said, Pray, when will you stop in your talk? Be sensible, then we can speak. Why are we regarded as beasts, as something unclean in your sight? He tears up his soul in his rage. Should the earth be deserted for you, and the rocks be removed from their place? Yes, the light of the bad is put out, and the gleam from the flame of his fire. And the light in his tent shall be dark, and the lantern above it be quenched. His vigorous stridings will halt, and his tactics will lead to defeat. For his feet will be caught in his net, and himself bound about in his toils. His heel will be caught in a hole, a noose will be flung over him, a rope be concealed in the earth, and a trap for him laid on the road, be harassed by terrors all round, and his feet shall be broken to bits. A famine shall come on his strength, and destruction shall fix to his flank, devouring the skin of his limbs, and the firstborn of death gnaw his frame. His guard will be driven from his tent, and the king of the terrors march in. Who will dwell in his tent? No more his, and lightning be poured on his home. His root will be dried up below, and his branches be withered above. His memory will perish from earth, and his fame not remain in the streets. He be driven from dawn to the dark, and hunted away from the world, without son or grandson in his tribe, and none to survive in his home. The westerns will wonder at his day, and the easterns be seized with a fear. Yes, such are the homes of the bad, such the place not acknowledging God.
Chapter 19. Job, however, replied and said,
How long will you worry my life and make me feel crushed by your words? You have libeled me fully 10 times, and are yet not ashamed to revile? But grant it be true, I have sinned. My errors remain with myself. Why indeed should you swell up against and reproach me with my own disgrace? Admit that God has oppressed me, and his lasso has flung round my neck. That unanswered, I cry in distress and appeal, but I have not a judge. That he blocks up the path I would go, and spreads darkness over my roads, has stripped off my glory from me, and my turban has thrown from my head. That he breaks me wherever I go, and has pulled up my hopes like a tree. That he kindled his fury at me, that he treats me as one of his foes. For his troops come advancing in mass, their rampart against me they pile, and encamping encompass my hall. My kinsmen have flown far away, my companions are scattered abroad, they cease to approach and forget. My guests and my maids think me strange. They forget. I'm unknown in their sight. My lad replies not if I call. To him I must soften my voice. And my feelings are strange to my wife, and I plead to the sons of my breast. Even children regard me with scorn when I rise up. They ridicule me. I am loathed by my intimate friends, and those whom I loved turn away. My bones pierce my skin and my flesh. I possess but the skin of my teeth. Oh, pity me, friends, for God's hand is heavy on me. Like God would you persecute me, unsatisfied yet with my flesh? Who will help me to write out my tale? Who will help to record in a book? Or with pen made of iron on lead, or cut deep on a rock for all time? For I know my defender exists, and at last will stand over my dust. And after this skin is destroyed, I shall yet in my flesh gaze on God, whom I shall gaze on for myself. Mine eyes see himself, not another, fulfilling the hopes of my breast. While you cry, why did we pursue when the root of the fact he had found? And you tremble yourselves at the sword, for the sword is the fear of the bad, when at last you discover my judge.
Chapter 20. Zophar the Naamathite, however, answered and said,
Because I am driven by my mind, and I rush from the passion within.
Having heard an insulting reproof, I answer with spirited thought. Know you not this from of old, since Adam was placed upon earth, that the triumph of sinners is short, and the joys of the vile but an hour? If he goes up as high as the skies, and his head reaches up to the clouds, like his dung he will perish forever. Those who saw him will ask, Where is he? He will fly like a dream, nor be found, and vanish like visions at night. An eye-glance, for it is no more, and he never returns to his place. His children shall flatter the low, and their hands will repay for his sin. His vices will fill up his bones, and with him lie down in the dust. The vice has been sweet to his taste, concealing it under his tongue, though he fondled and never forsook, but retained in the roof of his mouth. Yet the food in his bowels will turn to the venom of asps in his breast. He will vomit the plunder he gorged. From his stomach his God will be cast. He will suck in the poison of asps. The sting of the adder will kill. He shall not see the pools or the streams of the rivers of honey and oil, nor consume the reward of his work. He carries the wealth, but owns not. For he crushed and abandoned the weak, stole a house that he never had built. For he never knew rest in his greed. He never let slip his desire, and nothing escaped from his knife. His wealth, therefore, will not endure. He has fear in amassing his hoard, that the hand of distress may approach. While he goes to accomplish his greed, fierce wrath is discharged upon him, and is rained as he sits at his food. If he flies from the weapon of iron, he is shot by a bow made of steel. A swift arrow comes up to his back, and it goes to his gall with its barb. All darkness is stored up for him. A fire unblown will consume. It is bad for those left in his tent. The skies will uncover his sins, and against him the earth will rise up, and the wealth of his house flow away like the floods in the day of a storm. Such from God is the fate of bad men, and their portion appointed from God.
Chapter 21. But Job answered and said,
Attentively list to my speech. That may perhaps alter your mind. Bear with me while I myself speak, and after I speak, you can jeer. Is my complaint made to a man? And why should not my spirit be sharp? Look at me, and be not surprised, and place your hand over your mouth. I'm amazed when I think of myself, and trembling takes hold of my flesh. Say, why are the wicked in life? Grow old and are mighty in wealth. Their offspring are sitting by them and playing about in their sight. There is peace in their houses, not fear. God brings no disturbance on them. Their bull genders, and that without fail. Their cow calves without ever a slip. Their children go out like a flock, and their infants are skipping about. They sing to the timbrel and harp, and delight in the sound of the flute. On pleasure they float all their days, and easily go to the grave. Though they say to God, Get far from us, we care not to learn of your ways. For why should we serve the Most High? What our wages for working for him? Do they not enjoy what is nice? Get from me, you villainous thoughts. How seldom the villain's lamp fails, or upon them arrives a distress, distributing griefs in its rage. When are they as straw before wind, or like chaff that the tempest sweeps off? But God stores up grief for her sons. Let him punish their sins on themselves. Let their own eyes perceive the results, and drink the wrath of the Most High. What care they for their house after them, when their number of months has rushed by? But who can teach knowledge to God when he is the judge of the highest? This one dies in perfection of strength, reclining at ease and in peace, with his buckets o'erflowing with milk, and with marrow to moisten his bones. That one dies with his soul full of grief, and never with pleasure could eat. Together they lie in the dust, and over them wallows the worm. Yes, I know of what are your thoughts, and the libels you frame against me. You ask, where the house of the prince, and the hall where he spread out his bed? Why not ask those who pass on the road, on whose evidence you would rely, that the bad escape times of distress, and are led from the dangerous day, who dare tell to his face of his ways, who repay to him what he has done? He is carried away to his tomb, and a guard watches over his mound. The clods of the valley are sweet, and after him all will proceed, as unnumbered before him have gone. Then why do you comfort in vain, since your reasonings result in a lie?
The end of chapters 15 through 21. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 22 through 28 of the Book of Job, from the Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapter 22. Eliphaz the Temanite, however, answered and said, Can a man be essential to God, as a man of skill may to his like? Does your righteousness profit the highest? Does he gain by your course being straight? For fear of you will he debate, or with you will he go to a judge? Now, is not your wickedness great, and your vices without any end? For your brother you robbed of his pledge, and have stripped from the naked his rags. You quenched not the weary with drink, from the famishing held back his bread. But the powerful, to him gave the land, and the haughty-faced dwelt upon it. You sent starving widows away, and the arms of the fatherless broke. So therefore around you are snares, and terrors unlooked for confound, and darkness that you cannot see, and torrents of water overwhelm. Is not God in the heavens on high, looking over the heads of the stars? But you may ask, what can God know, or distinguish behind the black gloom? Black clouds are around, he sees not, for he walks in the sphere of the skies. You keep to the very old path which the vilest of mortals have trod, who were snatched off before their full time, whose foundations were swept by a flood, who cried to God, Get far away, and what gain is the Almighty to us? He fills up their houses with wealth. Begone your vile statements from me. No, the righteous look on and are glad, and the virtuous laugh him to scorn. Our foeman, they cry, is now wrecked, and the fire will consume his remains. Now make him your friend and have peace. To you the results will be good. Accept now the law from his mouth, and fasten his words on your heart. To the mighty constructor return. Depravity drive from your tent, and throw your gold into the dust. Yes, your gold from the gravelly brooks. And let the Most High be your wealth, and the glitter of silver to you. For then the Almighty will love, and your face you can lift up to God. He will hear you whenever you pray, and he will accomplish your vows, and he will effect your intent, and the light will shine over your ways. Though he humbles, he can say, Arise! When the eyes are cast down, then he saves, protecting the virtuous home, protecting your unsoiled hands. Chapter 23.
Job, however, replied and said,
"Very bitter my thought is today, but his hand overpowers my groans. Who will help to discover and find? I would go to the place where he dwells, arranging before him my cause, and with reasonings filling my mouth. I would learn the replies he would give, and understand what he would say. Would he fight me with powerful speech? No, but he would be gentle with me, for the honest can reason with him, so my cause would triumphantly win. Look, I go to the east, he is not. To the west, but I cannot perceive. To the north, where he works, but find not. To the south, where he hides, but unseen. Yet he knows the course that I go. At the test, I stand pure as gold. I have fastened my feet in his steps. Unwavering I kept to his path, not shirking the law of his lips. In my breast I have stored his commands. But him, he is one. Who can turn? For what he desires, he does. He will work out his objects with me. But how many are there with him? So excluded his presence, I faint, I reflect, and I tremble at him. For God has deprived me of heart, the Almighty brought trouble to me. Why was I not cut off ere the dark, and before I was covered with gloom?
Chapter 24.
Since times are not hid from the Almighty, why know not his friends his fixed days? For there are removers of landmarks, there are robbers of flocks as they graze. They drive from the orphans their ass, the widow's ox take as a pledge. The wretched they turn from their path, till the poor of the land herd in troops. As wild asses go on the plains, their plunder begins at the dawn, to seize for their followers food. They reap in a field not their own, and with violence pluck off the grapes. The naked they leave without clothes, and without any cover from cold. So they soak in the rain from the hills, and shelterless stick to the rock. The infant they drag from the breast, and the clothes from the wretched as pledge, who without any covering go bare, and who hungering carry their sheaves, and who in their barns press the oil, and tread out their wine, but have thirst. In the city the murdered may groan, and the soul of the tortured may roar, but God pays no heed to their prayer. And others revolt from the light, hate his ways, nor will stay in his path. The murderer detesting the light, who slaughters the wretched and poor, and comes like a thief in the night. The adulterer waits for the dark, when he thinks that no eye can observe, and places a mask on his face. With darkness he enters the home he had marked for himself in the day, that he dare not approach in the light, fearing dawn as the shadow of death. For it seems to his terrors like doom. You say, swiftly he glides down a brook. His lot will be cursed on the earth. To his vineyard he never returns. As drought and heat steal the snow streams, so will the grave those who sin. Reft of love and devoured by worms, the villain is always forgot, and the wicked will break like a stick. For they injure the wretch without child, to the widows they never do good. Yet he strengthens the proud in his power, lifts him up when he thought not to live, and gives to him confident strength, though his eyes can discover his ways. They rise for their time, then depart, and they curl up when perfectly ripe, and are cut like the ears of the corn? And if not, let who will refute me and fling to oblivion my speech.
Chapter 25. So Bildad the Shuhite replied and said, Dominion and terror are his, enforcing his nobles to peace. And what man can number his troops? And on whom does he not raise his light? And what is man's goodness to God? And who, born of a woman, is clean? The moon to his eyes does not shine, and the stars are not bright in his sight. But man, the poor crawler, much less Adam's son, who is only a worm. Chapter 26. The Rephaim themselves were destroyed, and rest themselves under the seas. The graves people are naked to him, and destruction possesses no cloak. He spread out the northern expanse, and suspended the earth upon space. He binds up the streams in his clouds, but the clouds are not ruptured by them. He covers the view of his throne, and over it spreads a black cloud, puts a band on the face of the seas, on the circuits of darkness and light. He shakes the supports of the skies, they tremble before his rebuke. He raises the sea by his might, and by his skill crushes its pride. The skies are made sweet by his wind, and his hand whirls the serpent along. Look, those are a part of his ways, but of him what a whisper we hear, and his thundering voice who can stand? Job, however, answered and said, To the helpless, what help do you bring? Have you strengthened the arm without force? To the ignorant, what do you teach or help by the lot that you know? From whom have you stolen your speech, and whose thoughts are sent out through you? Chapter 27.
God lives, though he turned from my plea, and the Almighty who bitters my soul. So while ever breath lingers in me, and the Spirit of God in my face, no rubbish shall come from my lips, and my tongue shall not pour out deceit. Curse me if I justify you. Till I die, I'll not turn from my right. To my righteousness I will cling fast, nor the thought of my life be reproached. Let my enemy be like the bad, my opponent become like the vile. For what hope has the rogue, though enriched, when God is demanding his soul? Will God hold back if he shrieks, when upon him the anguish has come? In the Almighty he did not delight, or call upon God at all times. I could teach you the power of God, nor conceal what is with the Most High. But yourselves, all of you can see that. Then why do you babble such stuff?
Zophar the Naamathite, however, answered and said,
This is the lot of the wicked from God, and the scoundrel's fate from the Most High. His children increase for the sword, and his offspring are not filled with bread. His descendants are buried by death, and his widows will never lament. If he heaps up the silver like dust, and piles up his clothing like clay, he may pile, but the righteous will wear, and the virtuous inherit his wealth. He builds up his house like a moth, or a watchman erecting a hut. He lies down without loss and is rich. When he opens his eyes, all is gone. The terrors rush on him like streams. He is ruined by thieves in the night. The east wind will rise, and he flies, and the whirlwind will sweep him from home. It unsparingly sweeps upon him. From its powerful blast he must fly. After him it will clap with its hands, and whistle him out of his home.
Chapter 28.
But for silver there yet is a vein, and a place where they wash out the gold. And iron is obtained from the dust, and copper is smelted from stone. A mine is sunk down to the dark, and its secrets are fully explored. In the black rock and shadow of death, a shaft is sunk down to descend without any rests for the feet. The men hanging on to a swing who bring from earth's bowels their bread, whose basement they tear up with fire, whose rocks are the sapphire's home. In its dust is discovered the gold, in places unknown to the hawk, untraced by the vulture's keen eye. Wild beasts would not travel that road, nor the lion would venture to go. Yet man lays his hand to the flint, he breaks up the roots of the hill. He hews out his drives in the rocks, and his eye searches everything rare. He stops off the trickling streams, and he brings out the hidden to light. But wisdom's home, where can he find, or where is the dwelling of sense? Its origin man cannot know, nor find in the land where we live. Space answers, with me it is not, and the sea says, it rests not in me. Nor for it can bullion be paid, nor payment in silver can buy, nor the gravely nuggets be weighed, or the brightest of diamonds and gems, unequaled by jewels of gold, and unmatched by the glittering stone. Nor can onyx and crystal be named, or wisdom be purchased by pearls. The topaz of Cush equals not, and the chasings on gold cannot buy. From where then can wisdom be got, and where is the home of good sense, if she hides from the eyes of all life, and is hid from the birds of the skies? Destruction and death both declare, we have heard of her fame with our ears. But God only has looked on her ways, and he alone knows of her home. For he looks to the ends of the earth, observing all under the skies, when he fixes the weight of the wind and measures the seas with a rule, when he makes a decree for the rain and a way for the thunderous flash. He sees her and makes a decree, applies her and also approves, and proclaims to mankind, be assured, it is wisdom to fear the supreme, and sense to abandon the wrong.
The end of chapters 22 through 28. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 29 through 35 of the Book of Job, from the Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapter 29. But Job proceeded to take up his contention, and replied,
Who will make me as in former months, as the times when God watched over me, when his lamp brightly shone o'er my head, and his light when I walked in the dark, as I was in the days of my wealth, when God counseled me in my tent, and whilst the Almighty was mine, and servants attended around, when washing my footpath in cream, when the rock poured me ponds full of oil, when I went to the gate through the town, when I spread out my seat in the square, the children, on seeing me, hid, and the elder men rose up and stood. The princes broke off from their speech, and laid their hand over their mouth. The voice of the nobles was still, and their tongue was held close to its roof. And when the ear heard me, it blessed, and the eye that looked on me approved. For I rescued the wretch who appealed, and the destitute who had no help. The perishing brought me their thanks, and I gladdened the poor widow's heart. In goodness I dressed and was clothed. I made justice my robe and my crown. And I became eyes to the blind, and I also was feet to the lame, and a father I was to the poor, and the cause of the friendless I searched. I broke the jaw teeth of the vile, and tore the prey out of their mouth. So I thought I should die in my nest, and add to my days like the sand, that my roots would spread out to the streams, and the dewdrops would rest on my boughs, and my honors be freshened for me, and my bow keep its spring in my hand. Then they waited to listen to me, and were silent to hear my advice. When I had spoke, no one replied, and upon them my sentences dropped. And they waited for me as for rain, and opened their mouths as for showers. If I laughed at them, did they believe? They turned not from the smile on my face. I chose their course, sitting as chief, and I stood as commander of troops. I encouraged them when they despaired.
Chapter 30.
But they now are laughing at me, who are lower in rank than myself, whose fathers I would have disdained to put with the dogs of my flocks. What to me is the strength of their hands, whose whole vigor has wasted away? Gaunt with hunger and famine, they gnawed and raged yesterday in the wastes, and plucking up cress in the bush and the roots of the bracken for food, they were chased away out of our midst. They roared after them as after thieves. They dwelt in the rents of ravines, in holes in the dust, and in caves. In the shelter of brushes they brayed, and under the thorns they were wed. Sons of tramps, yes, men with no name. They were driven away from the land. But I am become now their song, and I am become their contempt. They insult, and they wave me away, and refrain not to spit in my face. Since he loosened my nerve and depressed, in my presence they throw off the rein. On the right a mob rise at my feet. They point and heap insults on me. They roughen my paths to annoy, and do mischief that profits them not. They come on as though through a breach. With roaring they roll themselves up. Their terrors are turned upon me. My nobility flies like the wind, and my power has passed like a cloud. My life now is poured out from me, and times of depression have seized. My bones shoot within me at night, and their gnawing will not let me rest. My clothes must be stripped off by force. I am galled by the band of my coat. I am flung out as though I were dirt, and become like to ashes and dust. I shout, but they answer me not. I stand up, but they look not on me. How fiercely upon me you turn to desolate by your strong hand. You lift me to ride on the wind, and melt me away in a mist. For I know you will bring me to death, to the home fixed for all who may live. Yet he lays not his hand on my wreck, though I should be glad of my end. I wept in their time of distress, and troubled my mind for the poor. Yet when I hoped good, evil came. When hoping for light came the gloom. My bowels boil up and rest not. I'm confronted by days of distress. I am blackened, but not by the heat. I rise in the public and roar. I am come to be brother to snakes and mate with the daughters of woe. My blackened skin peels off in strips, and my bones are burnt up by the heat. And my harp has become to me grief, and my flute as the sobbing of tears.
Chapter 31.
Yet a treaty I made with my eyes that I never would look on a maid, else what part could I have in high God, or share in th' Almighty above? Do not the depraved meet distress, and to practice such vices estrange? Would he not have looked on my ways and reckoned up every step? Yet if I have walked with the vile, and my footsteps have run to seduce, let him weigh me in scales that are just, then God will acknowledge my truth. If my eyes have turned towards that road, and my heart has gone after my eyes, and defilement has stuck to my hand, let me sow what another will eat, and my crops be pulled up by the roots. If my heart was seducing a wife, if I watched at the door of my friend for another, then let my wife grind, and strangers be lying with her. For that is a cowardly crime, and a wrong for the judges to brand, and a fire consuming to hell, which would root up the whole I produced. If I refused right to my slave, or my waitress disputing with me, then what could I do when God rose, and when he inquired, what say? He formed them in the breast like myself, and constructed alike in the womb. If I turned from the plea of the poor, or the eyes of the widow made fail, if I ate of my morsel alone, and the orphan shared naught of the same, like a father I nourished his youth, her I helped from my own mother's breast. If I looked on a tramp without clothes, or the wretched without any cloak, if his joints were not thankful to me when warmed by the fleece of my sheep, if I raised up my hand on the weak when I looked on my power in the court, let my shoulder fall off from its blade, and my arm at its socket be broke. For the reverence of God was on me, and I would not resist his decrees. If my trust I have placed in my gold, or said, I rely on my hoards, if glad that my wealth was so great, and that treasure was found by my hand, if I looked on the sun when it shone, or on the bright moon in her walk, and in secret my heart was seduced, and my hand I have kissed to her face, that also I knew to be wrong, a denial of God the Supreme. If I joyed at the death of my foe, if pleased when he met with distress, or gave up my palate to sin by asking a curse on his life, if the men of my tent ever said, who will give us his meat in our need? No stranger lodged outside my court, to the traveler my doors were unclosed. Had I hidden like Adam my fault, concealing my sin in my breast, as though I had fear of the crowd, dismayed by contempt of the mass, and dare not go out of my door, if my land has shrieked out against me, and its furrows together lament, if I ate of its fruits without pay, and sneered at its owner's demands, let thistles spring up, and not wheat, and instead of the barley, vile weeds. Who will grant me to listen to me? How I wished the Almighty would speak, or my enemy write in a book. I could carry it then on my back. I could place on my head as a wreath. I could tell him the tale of my steps. I would go up to him like a prince.
The end of the speeches of Job. Chapter 32. Those 3 men then ceased to reply to Job, because he was righteous in his own eyes. But the anger of Elihu ben Barachel the Buzite of the family of Ram was inflamed by Job. His anger was inflamed because he justified himself instead of God. His anger was inflamed also against his 3 friends because they had not found any explanation, but had declared Job wrong. Elihu, however, had waited for their replies to Job because they were older than himself. But when Elihu perceived that there was no explanation in the mouths of those 3 men, his indignation was fired. Consequently, Elihu ben Barachel the Buzite replied and said, "In days I am young, you are old. I therefore was trembling in fear to declare my discoveries to you. I said to myself, days should speak, and numerous years should be wise. Yet there is a spirit in a man, and the Almighty inspires with sense. The greatest are not always wise, nor the aged perceive what is right. I now therefore say, listen to me. I also my thoughts will declare. Yet I waited to hear your discourse, the thoughts of your minds and research, and considered your reasons to Job. But none of you proved his words wrong. So say not, though wisdom we found, only God can disprove him, not man. Had he laid his discourse before me, I would not have replied with your words. They are baffled and have no reply. Their speeches have vanished from them. I am waiting, but yet they speak not. Though they stand up, they do not reply. So I answer, yes, I on my part, I will my discoveries declare. For I am filled full with my words. My spirit distresses my breast. My breast is like wine without vent. Like skins newly filled it will burst. I must speak to be able to breathe. I must open my mouth and reply. I fear not the face of a man, and never will flatter mankind. For flattery I never have learnt, or my Maker would soon take me off. Chapter 33. And perhaps Job will hear my address and attend to the whole of my speech. For now I have opened my mouth. From my palate my tongue will speak out. My true heart will reason and speak. My utterance will gush from my lips. I was made by the Spirit of God. The Almighty's breath gave to me life. Answer me now if you can, and before me now marshal your proofs. See, I am before you for God. Yet I am but formed out of clay, and my terrors can never affright, nor my might be a load upon you. In my hearing you certainly spoke, and the sound of your boasting I heard. I am pure, I am without sin, I am clean, and no vices are mine. Look, he hunts me to find out a fault. He thinks about me as his foe. He fastens my feet in the stocks. He watches about all my paths. I reply, you are not right in this. For as God is superior to man, why should you contend against him when he gives no account of his acts? However, to some God does speak, and to others does he not reveal by dreams and by visions at night, when stupor has fallen on men, in slumbers when laid on their bed? It is then he uncovers men's ears and instructs them about the unseen, to turn men away from their acts and take away pride from the great, to keep back his life from decay and his soul from the ford of the pit. Or he lays him with pain on his bed, and anguish contends with his bones, and his life, it refuses its food, and his body, the choicest of meat. His flesh is consumed out of sight, and his bones that were hidden stick out, while his body is nearly dissolved, and his soul is approaching the dead. If an angel is present with him, interceding as one of the friends, to show to the man what is right, then he pities and says, "Set him free, I relieve from descent to decay." And his flesh is revived as in youth, it returns as in childhood's estate. Then he prays to his God who was kind, and looks on his face with delight, and returns to his duties to man. Then he sings to men, saying, "I sinned and did wrong, but he punished me not, but brought back from the ford of the pit, and revived me to look on the light." Be sure that God acts like this, more often than once with a man, to turn back his life from the pit, to rejoice in existence in light. Job, attentively listen to me. Be silent. For more I would speak, but if you can answer me, say, for my wish is to justify you. If not, why then listen to me. Be still while I wisely will teach. Chapter 34. Then Elihu continued to speak, and said, "Attend, you wise men, to my speech. You philosophers, listen to me. About reasons the ear can decide, as the palate the flavors of food. We can choose out the right for ourselves, and distinguish within what is best. Now Job has said, 'I have been right, but God took the verdict from me. Although I am right, should I lie? Without fault, I am tortured to death.' Whoever of men is like Job, like water he swallows down sin, joins the path of pursuers of vice, and associates with profligate men. For he says, that it profits not man to make himself pleasing to God. But listen, you wise men, to me. God could not be forced to do sin, or the Almighty to execute wrong. But man's actions return on himself, and the tracks of a man find him out. Most certainly God never wrongs. The Almighty does not pervert right. And who for him organized earth, or who for him fixed all the spheres? If he called back the heart and the breath and the life to himself, all would cease, all flesh would expire at once, and man would return to the dust. If you have understanding, hear this, and attend to the sense of my words. Could one who hates law ever rule? And if right, would you charge him with wrong? Would you say to a king, "You're a rogue," or to princes, "What villains you are"? Much less to who favors not kings, nor repulses the face of the poor, for his hand has created them all. On a sudden they die at midnight. Men tremble and then pass away, and the mighty fall down without strength. For his eyes are on every man's paths, and he looks upon all of their steps. Nor darkness, nor shadow of death can hide those who wallow in sin. So he need not lay much on a man to bring him to God to be judged. He can suddenly ruin the great, and others set up in their stead. For he is aware of their acts, and o'erthrows in a night, and they fall. He strikes them because they are bad in the place where their splendor appeared, because they turned off from his paths, and paid no respect to his ways. So the weak sent their cry up to him, and the shriek of the wretched he heard. When he pacifies, who can disturb? When he covers a face, who can reign? Alike to a nation or man, preventing a vile man to rule, preventing a nation's distress. This should make them exclaim to their God, "I have sinned, but I will not persist. I see nothing, so teach me yourself. If wrong, I will cease from my acts." Should he reward you as you choose with what you dislike or would wish? I think not. But say what you think. Men of sense will declare as I do, and the wise men will listen to me. Job has spoken beyond what he knows, and his speeches have not had good sense. I wish to see Job fairly tried, not turned out among wicked men. Though rebellious, he joined to his sins, clapped at us, and heaped words up to God. Chapter 35. Elihu spoke again and said,
Think you this to be just that you said, I myself am more righteous than God? For you asked, would it profit to you? What gain I by freedom from sin? I myself will reply to your speech, and to your friends as well as yourself. Look up to the heavens and see, watch the clouds that are far above you. If sinful, what matter to him? How affect him your many revolts? If righteous, what give you to him, and what in your hand do you bring? A man like yourself you may hurt, and your justice may benefit man. Under wrongs the oppressed may shriek, and may groan from the might of the great. But ask not, where is God who made me, allowing these tortures at night? We know more than the beasts of the earth, and are wiser than birds of the sky. We shriek, but he never replies to the face of the tyrants themselves. It is false to say God does not hear, and that the Most High replies not, and more false that he does not see you. He does justice if you will but wait. Does he, when his anger refrains, not recognize manifest crime? Job opens his mouth like a fool. Yes, with folly has loaded his speech. The end of chapters 29 through 35. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 36 through 42 of the Book of Job from the Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapter 36. Elihu consequently continued and said, Wait for me, and I will reveal the reasons I still have for God. I will gather my teachings from far and prove that my Maker is right, for I certainly utter no lies. Pure truth is presented to you. God is mighty and does not neglect. He is mighty in power of mind. He does not encourage the bad, but gives the afflicted their right. From judges he takes not his eyes, or from monarchs who sit on the throne. Whom he sanctions are mighty for aye, but if they are fettered in chains and bound in the cords of distress, he is showing their conduct to them, and the faults that their pride has produced, and uncovers their hearing to learn, and tells them to turn from their sins. If they listen to him and obey, they complete with enjoyment their days, and end up their years in delight. If they hear not, they pass like a dart, and expire in their want of good sense. But the wicked in heart heap up wrath. When he binds them, it is not to save. Their life goes to death in their youth, for their life is among the depraved. But he rescues the wronged from their woes, and opens their ears by distress, and from these present griefs he will lead to a plain, unobstructed advance, and rich food will be spread on your board. But your thoughts are filled up with your wrongs. Though reflection and thought should support, your rage should not lead to contempt, when a great ransom could not redeem, nor your wealth would be able to save, nor all the exertions of strength. Ah, do not desire that night, and the path to the nations laid low. To your folly you should not return, for that you preferred to distress. See how lofty God is in his might, for who can enlighten like him? And who for him drew out his plans? Who can say, what you do is absurd? Think, you should exult in his works, for all mankind see him in them, and mortals regard from afar. We know not how noble God is, how unmeasured his number of years, who accumulates mist from the seas and distributes the vapor in rain, which the storm clouds all scatter around, distilling abundance on man. Ah, who understands the massed clouds that carry his thunders within? Look, he scatters about them his flash, but their roots are concealed in the sea. Yet he governs the nations by them. He gives by them plenty of food.
He places the flash on their bows, and directs it go to the mark, and instructs it to show forth for him the wealth of his wrath on the vile. Chapter 37. My heart even trembles at this, and is leaping about in its home. Hark! I hear the deep sound of his rage, and the roll that precedes his advance. It advances beneath all the skies, and its flash to the wings of the earth, and thunder's rough voice follows after with a fierce, irresistible roar. To all who are hearing its sound, God thunders with wonderful voice, effecting great things and unknown. For he says to the snow, "See the earth," and to rain showers, "Pour out your strength." It is marked by the hand of all men, that each one may know of his work. The beasts then retire to their lairs, and roll themselves up in their dens. The hot blast comes up from the south, and the cold wind proceeds from the north. The breath of God gives us the cold, and the wide-spreading waters congeal. Then his splendor dispels the thick cloud, and the mists are dispersed by his light. He revolves all the seasons by rule, to accomplish the work he commands on the face of the earth in its course. In kindness he leads them along to arrange for the tribes of his earth. Stand up, Job, to listen to this, and examine the wonders of God. Know you all God's process with them when reflecting his light on the mists? Do you know how he balances clouds with wondrous perfection of skill? Or what makes your clothing be warm when the earth is depressed by south winds? Did you, for him, spread out the skies that are formed like a glass to reflect? Then teach us how him to address. We know not, because we are dull. And must he be told when I speak? Is he ignorant when a man talks? Why, we cannot now look on the light when it glitters about in the clouds, though the passing wind sweeps them away. From the north a gold splendor proceeds. There is terrible glory round God. We cannot discuss the Most High, supreme in his justice and might, whose goodness will never do wrong. Men therefore should reverence him. He regards not the learned. Chapter 38. Then Jehovah answered to Job out of the whirlwind, and said, Who is this that obscures reflection by speeches on what he knows not? Like a hero, now gird up your loins. I will ask you, and you answer me. Where were you when I founded the earth? Inform if you knew of my plan. Who fixed its extent, since you know? Or who on it stretched out the line? On what were its timberlings laid? Or who fixed its keystone on high? When the stars of the morn sang together, and the sons of God shouted for joy, when the sea was shut up within doors, when it came with a rush from the womb, when I gave it the fogs for a cloak, and in darkness enwrapped it around, and over it laid my decree, and fixed it with bars and with doors, and said, So far you can come, nor advance, but there stay your proud waves. All your days have you governed the dawn, taught the morning to know her own place, with her vesture of roseate bloom, and draped in it as with a robe, to seize on the wings of the earth, and to drive off the bad from her face, and to take from the wicked their light, and the arm they are lifting to wound? Have you gone to the springs of the sea? Have you traversed the limits of space? Have death's portals been opened to you? Have you looked on the gates of despair? Know you all that is done upon earth? Explain if you know of the whole. Where is the road to the dwelling of light, and where is of darkness the home? Can you guide us as far as their bounds? Do you know the paths to their house? You know, for then you were born, and the number of your days is extreme. Have you been to the countries of snow, and examined the treasure of hail that I hoard for the time of distress, for the day of encounter and war? What path tread the rays of the light, and how spread the winds over earth? Who cut for the typhoon its course, and a road for the lightnings to shine? Who pours rain on the land without men, on the desert where no man resides, to satiate the desert and waste, and to cause a green meadow to grow? And who is the father of the rain, and the drops of the dew who begot? From whose belly comes out the ice, and the frost of the skies who has made, when the waters congeal like a stone, and it captures the face of the deep? Did you fasten the Pleiades' chain, or scatter the wandering fool? Do you guide the signs of the seasons, or console the North Star and his sons? Have you revealed laws for the skies, or settled the laws of the earth? Can you lift up your voice to the clouds, and with water floods cover yourself? If you send lightnings out, will they go and reply, "We are ready for you"? Who leads out the meteors with skill, or gives to the comets their sight? Who skillfully numbers the clouds? Who pours out the skins of the skies, when the dust is converted to mud, and together the clods of earth stick? Do you hunt for the lion his prey, or fill the young whelps of wild beasts when they lie cowering down in their dens, and hide by themselves in their lairs? Who prepares for the raven its food, when its young ones are shrieking aloud, and are worn out for want of their meat? Chapter 39. Mark the birth time of goats of the rock, and watch the birth throes of gazelles, and count the full period they breed, and observe at the time they bring forth. They contract, and their children leap out. They cast all their sorrows away. Their children are hardy and strong, and run off to reside by themselves. Who sent out the wild asses free? From the zebra who loosened the chain? Whose house I have fixed in the waste, and in the salt marshes its home. It laughs at the crowd of the town, regards not the call of the groom. It feeds on the chance of the hills, and hunts after anything green. Do you wish for the reem as your slave? Would he lodge at the side of your crib? If you harness the reem to your plow, will he harrow the plain after you? Will you trust him because he is strong, and abandon your earnings to him? Or trust him that he will come back and pile up your grain in your barn? Would you trust the loud wing of the ostrich, on her pinions desiring to fly, who abandons her eggs on the earth, and hatches them out on the dust, and forgets that the footstep may crush, or the beast of the pasture may break? Who is hard to her young as not hers, and cares not if she labor in vain? For God has withheld from her sense, and gave her no mind to reflect. Yet, when she has risen to run, she laughs at the rider and horse. Did you give his strength to the horse, clothe his neck with the quivering mane, and make him like a grasshopper leap, and snort in his terrible pride? He paws on the plain, and is glad. With his vigor he charges in fight, eats the ground in his fierceness and rage, unrestrained at the sound of the horn. At the blast of the trumpet he neighs, and snorts for the battle from far, for the thundering captains and cheers. He laughs undismayed at its woes, nor shrinks from the face of the sword, though on him the arrows may pour, and the flash of the spear and the dart. By your intellect do swallows fly, and spread out their wings for the south? Does the eagle mount up at your word, and build up his nest on the peak, and settle his home on the crag, and his foot on the ledge of a cliff, from where he can spy out his prey, whence his eyes can perceive it from far? His fledglings there suck up the blood, and he is where the slain bodies lie. Chapter 40. The Lord also continued and said, Is the Almighty's appellant content? Has the critic of God a reply? Then Job answered and said, I was foolish. What can I reply? So my hand I lay over my mouth. I spoke once, but will not speak again. Nay, twice, but I will not repeat. Again Jehovah answered Job out of the whirlwind, and said,
Then gird up your waist like a man. I will ask you, and you instruct me. How can you my judgments reverse? Convict me and set yourself free. Or is your arm equal to God's, and can your voice thunder like his? Deck yourself now with glory and might, and clothe you in splendor and power. Fling round you your anger and wrath, and examine the proud and o'erthrow. Examine and humble the fierce, depressing the bad by their acts, and hide them together in dust, and blindfold their faces from light. And I then will congratulate you that your right hand can rescue yourself. See Behemoth, my work like yourself. He feeds upon grass like an ox. His power is placed in his loins, and force in his obstinate breast. Like a cedar he flashes his tail. His thighs are a muscular plate. His bones are as pieces of steel. Like forgings of iron his frame. He is chief of the products of God. He who made can destroy with his sword. Then the mountains produce him his food, where all beasts of the field sport about. Under willows he lies down to sleep, in the shade of the reeds and the fens. The willow tree's shade is his tent, and the bush of the valley surrounds. He fears not the furious flood. He is calm, though streams rush in his face. Who can catch him when laid on the watch, or who run a rope through his nose? Is Leviathan caught with a hook? Can they tie down his tongue with a cord, or put a straw rope through his nose, or pierce through his jaws with a thorn? Will he multiply pleadings to you, or address you in flattering words? Will he write out a treaty with you to be your perpetual slave? Can you play with him as with a bird, or put in a cage for your girls? Can your friends make a feast off of him, or can he to merchants be sold? Can you pierce with your prickling his skin, or his head with the spear used for fish? Once touch him, you will not forget. You never again will assail.
Chapter 41.
Why, to try for him would be in vain. One drops, if but looking at him. I will not relate of his limbs, his courage and power and form. Who dare open his mouth for a bit, or bring double bridle to him? Who dare open the doors of his mouth, surrounded with terrible teeth? His back is the bosses of shields, pressed close with the print of a seal, where everyone sticks to his mate, and the wind cannot go in between. For everyone holds in its place. They grasp, and they cannot be split. And when he is sneezing, light shines, and his eyes are the eyelids of dawn. And flashes come out of his mouth, and sparkles of fire escape. From his nostrils a vapor proceeds, like flame from a furnace or straw. His breath is the burning of coals, and flames proceed out of his mouth. His vigor sits down on his neck, and terror precedes his advance. The flakes of his flesh stick as one, so close that they cannot be moved. His heart is as hard as a stone, yes, as hard as the stone of a mill. When he rises, the brave are dismayed. They stagger as though in the waves. If the sword reach, it will not pierce him, nor the spear, or the stone, or the dart. He fancies that iron is straw, and the steel to be mere rotten wood. No arrows can turn him to flight. Sling stones he converts into chaff. He thinks that the club is a rush, and laughs at the shake of a spear. And his sharp-pointed claws are beneath, supporting his course on the mud. He makes the deep boil like a pot, and embroiders the water with foam. And after his passage it shines. It seems that the depths have turned gray. On the dust there is nowhere his match, who was made so as not to feel fear. He gazes on all that is great. He is king over all the wild beasts. Who are you who dare not arouse him, yet who dare resist me to my face? Who has worked for me? I will repay. All under the heavens is mine.
Chapter 42. Then Job answered and said,
I know that your power is supreme, and your purpose cannot be withstood. Who am I, who hid fact without thought, and spoke what I never could know, of acts that I understood not, when I said, Listen, and I will speak. I will question, and you must reply. I had heard of you once by my ear, but now I have seen with my eyes. So I am convinced, and repent, on the dust and in ashes reclined.
Now it occurred that after Jehovah had addressed these discourses to Job, that Jehovah said to Eliphaz the Temanite, My anger burns against you and your two friends, for you have not reasoned correctly about me like my servant Job. So now choose for yourselves 7 bullocks and 7 rams, and go to my servant Job, and offer a sacrifice for yourselves, when my servant Job will pray for you. For I will accept his presence, so that I may not do any injury to you, because you have not reasoned correctly about me, like my servant Job. Consequently, Eliphaz the Temanite, and Bildad the Shuhite, and Zophar the Naamathite went and did as the Ever-Living commanded them, and the Ever-Living accepted the presence of Job. Then the Ever-Living removed the miseries of Job when he prayed for his friends, and the Ever-Living gave Job twice as much as he had formerly. And his brothers and sisters came to him, with all his acquaintance, to congratulate him, and ate bread with him in his home, and condoled with him, and comforted him over all the suffering that the Lord had laid upon him. And each of them gave him a lamb, and every one a ring of gold. The Ever-Living thus blessed Job more than formerly, and he possessed 14,000 sheep, 6,000 camels, 1,000 yoke of oxen, and 1,000 she-asses. He also had 7 sons and 3 daughters, and called the first of them Jemimah, and the second Keziah, and the name of the third was Keren-happuch. And in all the country none were found so beautiful as the daughters of Job. Their father gave them fortunes as well as to their brothers. Job lived after this 140 years, and saw his sons and grandsons and great-grandsons of the 4th generation. Then Job died, an old man and satiated with years. The end of the Book of Job. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Song of Songs by Solomon, from the Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapter 1. Let him kiss me with his kissing mouth, for your love is sweeter than wine. Your breath is a charming perfume. Your fame is abroad, that all the girls love you. Entice me, I'll run after you. The king has brought to his home. We are pleased and delighted with you. Your charms are more pleasant than wine. The princes will love. I am dusky but comely, Jerusalem's girls, like pavilions of Kedar, like Solomon's tents. Oh, look not on me. I am black. The sun has embrowned me. The sons of my mother were cruel to me. They set me to watch in the vineyard, so my own vineyard I never could guard. Oh, tell me, you love of my soul, where you pasture, where your flocks lie at noon. Why should I go wandering alone, with my flock not alongside of yours? If you do not know, O most charming of maids, follow on by the track of the sheep, and pasture your lambs by the tents in the mead. To the steeds in the chariot of Pharaoh I would compare you, my girl. Your cheeks are made charming with ringlets, with corals your neck.
I will make for you girdles of gold with silver for clasps. The king now returns from his stroll. I must run to attend him. My dear, you're a sachet of myrrh to be laid in my breast. My dove, you're a cluster of roses in En-Gedi's gardens. You are charming, my love. You are charming. You have eyes like a dove. You are charming, my love. You are charming. Let our roof be green leaves, and the beams of our house fir-tree boughs, and the cypress our screen.
Chapter 2. Am I your rose of Sharon, your lily of the valley? Like a lily in thorns is my dear amongst maidens. Like an apple to trees of the forest amongst lads is my lover. I delight in his shade and sit down, and his fruit, it is sweet to my taste. He has brought to his bower, and his banner above me is love. Refresh me with flagons, with apples support me, because I am fainting with love. Let his left hand be under my head, and his right hand be clasped within mine. I entreat you, Jerusalem's daughters, by the deer and gazelles of the field, arouse not, disturb not my love, until it may please him to wake. Ah, that is the voice of my love, who comes tripping over the hills. My lover is like a gazelle or a fawn of the groves. Look, he is hiding behind our wall. To the window he peeps. Through the flowers spread over the lattice. My darling addresses and calls. Arise, my love, my fair, and come to me. Let me wander sweet with you. For see, the winter is past, the rain is over and gone, the flowers appear on the earth, and the time of the singing of birds is come, and the voice of the turtle is heard in our land. The fig leaves are tanned by the sun, and the bloom on the vines gives perfume. Arise and come to me, my love, my fair one, let me come to you. My doves in a cleft of the rock, in a precipice hid, allow me to list to your coos, for your voice is a pleasure, and to see you delights. Let us hunt little foxes together, the bad foxes who spoil our grapes and our blossoming vines. My lover is mine, and I am his. Let us graze amongst lilies till the evening breeze comes, till the shadows depart. Come rest yourself, darling, like gazelles and the fawns of the groves on the mountains of Bethar. Chapter 3. On my bed I dreamt of him tonight, he who is beloved of my soul. I sought him, but I could not find. So I rose and am going about, in the town, in the streets and the squares. I sought the beloved of my life. I sought him, but I could not find. I met with the watch on their rounds. I asked, "Have you seen my soul's love?" Soon after I parted from them, I found the beloved of my life. I seized him, would not let him go, till I brought to my own mother's home, to her chamber from whom I was born. I charge you, Jerusalem's daughters, by the hinds and gazelles of the field, not to waken or rouse up my love till it pleases himself. Who is that coming up from the meadows, like columns of smoke from the burning of myrrh, with incense and sweets from afar? Why, that is Solomon's chariot, with 60 brave warriors around. Each one grasps his sword, every one knows to fight. Each has sword on his thigh against dangers at night. King Solomon made his chariot of Lebanon wood. Its pillars of silver are made, and its panels of gold. And its cushions are purple, its carpet is broidered with lace made by Jerusalem's girls. Come out, you daughters of Zion, to look at King Solomon wearing the wreath that his mother had woven for him, for the day he was wed,
for the day of the joy of his heart.
Chapter 4. My love, you are charming. Yes, charming. Your eyes neath your veil are like doves, your locks like a flock of the goats that wander on hills of Gilead, your teeth like a flock of shorn sheep, all perfect without a defect. Your ruby lips are like a cord, and your talk a delight. Your cheeks are love apples concealed by your veil. Your neck like the Tower of David, built up as a place of defense. 1,000 of bucklers defend it, all shields of the bravest of men. Your breasts like 2 fawns, the twins of gazelles that pasture among the fair lilies. At the cool of the day when the shadows extend, come out, walk with me on the mountains of myrrh and the highlands of spice, for, my darling, you everywhere charm, in you there is not a defect. Go with me from Lebanon, darling, go with me from Lebanon. Go with me to look from the top of Amana, from the summit of Shenir and Hermon, from the homes of the lions and hills of the leopards. You embolden my heart, my darling, my perfect. From a glance of your eyes I am bold, from a bend of your neck. How delightful to love you, my darling, my perfect. To love you is more pleasant than wine, and your sweetness is more than perfumes. Your lips distill odors, my perfect. Honey and butter are under your tongue, and the scent of your robes is like Lebanon's breath. But a garden enclosed is my darling, my perfect, a fountain barred up from the sight by a wall. Your glance is a peach grove with excellent fruit, like the fruit of the nard. Nard, saffron, and cinnamon sticks, with all Lebanon's woods, myrrh and sandal with all the best sweets. A spring in a garden, a fount of the water of life, and like Lebanon's brooks. Arise, north wind, or come from the south. Oh, blow on my garden, pour out its perfumes. Chapter 5. Come in, my love, to my garden. I will gather my myrrh and my balm. I will feed you with honey, of my milk and my wine you shall drink. Come, dearest, eat of my butter. Come, drink and be drunken with love. Do I sleep? Yet my heart is awake. At the voice of my darling it beats. Open, my darling, my love, my dove, my most perfect. My head is all sopping with dew, my locks with the drops of the night. I have put off my clothing. Why dress me again? My feet have been washed. Can I soil them again? My love puts his hand to the latch, and my breast sighs for him. I rose up to let in my love, and my hands were all dripping with myrrh, and my fingers gave off their perfume on the key of the lock. I opened the door to my love, but my darling had gone. My soul ran to find, it sought to speak to him, but it found him not. I called, but he did not reply. They found me, the watchmen patrolling the town. They struck me, they bruised me, they tore off my veil. The guards of the wall. I entreat you, Jerusalem's daughters, if you meet with my lover, you tell him that I am afflicted for love. What is your lover more than other lovers? O fairest of women, what is your lover more than other lovers, that you put us on oath? My lover is handsome and ruddy, more distinguished than many. His head is fine gold, his bushy curls black as a raven. His eyes are like doves on the banks of the brook, washed milk-white as they sit on the brim. His cheeks are like beds of sweet flowers that grow up in rows. His lips are like lilies diffusing perfume. His hands ringed with gold set with topaz. His breast made of ivory with sapphires adorned. His legs marble columns on bases of gold.
His appearance like Lebanon, as grand as its cedars. His speech is most lovely, and all one could wish. That is my lover, and that is my darling, Jerusalem's daughters. Chapter 6. Where has your lover gone, O fairest of women? Where wanders your lover? We will seek him with you. My love has gone down to his field, to the sweet-smelling hedgerows, to the pastures enclosed and his gathering lilies. I am my lover's. My lover is mine. He strolls amongst lilies. My darling charms me like delight, like Jerusalem's prospect. I tremble like flags. Turn from me your eyes, they o'erwhelm me. Your locks are like goat flocks that wander in Gilad. Your teeth are like ewes that come up from the washing, each with its twin and none wanting. Your cheeks under your veil are love apples. There may be 60 queens with their 70 attendants and maids without number. But my dove is the one that is perfect. She is the one of her mother, the best of her daughters. Girls see her and bless her. The queens and attendants all praise her. Who is this that bursts out like the dawn, and fair as the silvery moon, like the sun on a fluttering flag? I came down to the garden of nuts, to look at the plants in the vale, to see if the vines were in bloom, or the love apples flowered. I knew not by my life I should meet in my walk with my prince. Chapter 7. Why offended? Return to me! Return! Return to me! Return! Let me see you! Why should you look at that sulker more than at a Mahanami dancer? How fine your steps are in your slippers, smart girl! The edge of your skirts is like lace and made by the hand of the skillful. Your belt is a bowl not deficient in drink. Is your waist a field of ripe corn and encircled with lilies? Are your two breasts like two fawns, twin gazelles? Is your neck like an ivory tower? Your eyes like the lakelets of Bethlehem by the gate of Bathrabim? Is your nose like to Lebanon's tower that looks on the north to Damascus? Is your head fixed on you like Carmel, with the plaits from your hair hanging down and a monarch involved in their twists? Why are you so charming and pleasant? I love her, involved in delights. Your stature is like to a palm, and your breasts like to clusters of grapes. I declare I could climb up that palm, I would hang by its thorns, for there are your grape cluster breasts, and your breath like perfume, and your mind like the beautiful wine that comes to the truly in love and moistens their lips in their sleep. I am for my lover, and he longs for me. Come, darling, come to the meads. We can sit in the bowers and lodge with the farmers, can watch the vines blossom, the flowers unfolding, or the bright peaches flourish. And there I will give you my love. The love apples give out their scent, and over our doors are new flowers, and the old ones, my love, that I treasured for you. Chapter 8. Who will make you my brother that sucked at my own mother's breasts? When I met in the street, I could kiss you, and they could cry shame if I did. I would lead you to my mother's home. She would tell me to serve you with grapes and to mingle the pomegranate spice. His left should be clasped round my head, and his right hand be folded in mine. I ask you, Jerusalem's girls, not to wake or arouse up my love till it pleases himself. Who is she coming up from the pasture with her guardian companion? I have brought you to the orchard, to the place of your mother who bore, the place where she nursed you a child. Place me like a seal on your heart, like a brace on your arm. For love is as strong as is death, and jealousy hard as the grave. Its flashes are flashes of fire, it fiercely inflames. Many waters can never quench love, nor can the torrents sweep off. If man gave the whole wealth of his house to buy love, it would all be despised. We have a nice little sister, but she has no breasts. What shall we do with our sister at the time when her growth is complete? If she is hard as a wall, we will build on her turrets of silver, but if a swing door, we'll deck her with panels of cedar. I am a wall and have breasts. Like 2 strong towers I shall be in his eyes, who secures my place. Solomon's farm is Balhamon. Give that farm to its tenants. Each brings 1,000 in silver as rent. My farm is myself, to be plain. For you, Solomon, there is the 1,000, to the tenants 200 for rents. You are married, fair dweller in gardens. Your companions can hear. I myself have proclaimed it. Go away with your love and be like a gazelle, or the fawn of the deer on the sweet-scented hills. The end of the Song of Songs. Recording by Mark Penfold.
The Book of Ruth, from the Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapter 1. It was in the time when the judges ruled that there came a famine in the land, and a man of Bethlehem, Judah, went to stay in the plains of Moab with his wife and 2 sons. The man's name was Elimelech, and his wife's name Naomi, and the names of his 2 sons were Mahlon and Chilion, Ephrathites of Bethlehem, Judah. These went to the plain of Moab and remained there. Elimelech, the husband of Naomi, died, however, and left her with her 2 sons, who took Moabitesses as wives for themselves. The name of one was Orpah, and of the other Ruth, and they resided there 10 years. Both of them then died, Mahlon and Chilion, so the woman was deprived of her 2 sons and her husband. She consequently arose with her daughters-in-law and left the plain of Moab, for she had heard in the plain of Moab that the ever-living had visited his people and given them bread. So she went out of the village where she had stayed, and her 2 daughters-in-law with her, and proceeded on her journey to return to the land of Judah. Naomi, however, said to her 2 daughters-in-law, "Go, return each of you to her mother's home. May the ever-living show you the kindness that you showed to the dead and to me. May the ever-living grant you to find happiness each in the home of her husband." Then she kissed them, and lifted up her voice and wept. But they replied to her, "Why should we not go back with you to your own people?" Naomi, however, answered, "Turn back, my girls. Why should you go with me? Are there any sons in my breast who could become husbands to you? Go back, my girls, therefore, for I am too old to have a husband. Even if I should say I hope for one, if I should have a husband tonight, and sons should be born to me, would you separate yourselves until they were grown up? Would you remain without a man? No, my girls, although it is more bitter for me than for you, for the hand of the Lord has come upon me." Then they lifted up their voices and wept again, and Orpah kissed her mother-in-law, but Ruth clung to her. But she said, "Look, return with your sister-in-law to her people and her God. Turn back after your sister-in-law." Ruth, however, answered, "Do not entreat me to leave you or to turn back from you, for wherever you go, I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. Wherever you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. The ever-living do this to me, and more than this, if anything but death shall part between me and you." When she saw that she was decided to go with her, she ceased to persuade her, and both of them went to travel to Bethlehem. And when they arrived at Bethlehem, the village was excited about them, and they asked, "Is not this Naomi?" But she replied, "Call me not Naomi, pleasantness, for the Almighty has dealt very bitterly with me. I went away full, and the ever-living has returned me empty. Why should you call me pleasantness, when the Lord has spoken against me, and the Almighty wronged me?" So Naomi returned, and her daughter-in-law Ruth, the Moabitess, with her, when she came back from the plain of Moab, and came to Bethlehem at the beginning of the barley harvest. Chapter 2. But Naomi had a relative of her husband, a very rich man, of the family of Elimelech, whose name was Boaz. And Ruth the Moabitess once said to Naomi, "I will go out into the field and glean amongst the sheaves after whoever I may, in whose eyes I find kindness." And she replied, "Go, my girl." So she went, and came, and gleaned in the field after the reapers, and she happened to alight on that part of the plain belonging to Boaz of the family of Elimelech. And Boaz also came out from Bethlehem, and said to the reapers, "The ever-living be with you." And they replied to him, "The ever-living bless you." Then Boaz asked his steward, whom he had appointed over the reapers, "Whose girl is this?" And the foreman of the reapers replied and said, "She is a Moabitess, who resided with Naomi in the plain of Moab, and she asked, 'May I glean, please, and gather after the reapers among the sheaves?' So she came, and has gleaned since this morning till now, except that she returned a while to her home." Then Boaz said to Ruth, "Do you not hear, my child? Go not to another part of the plain, nor retire from here, but keep along with my own girls. Watch for the field where they reap, and go after them. Have I not commanded the young men not to touch you? And when you are thirsty, go to the buckets and drink what the young men have drawn." Then she inclined her face and bowed earthward, and asked him, "Why have I found favor in your eyes, for you to attend to me when I am a foreigner?" But Boaz replied and asked her, "Tell me all that you have done for your mother-in-law after the death of your husband, when you abandoned your father and mother and country to go and travel to a people whom you did not know formerly. May the ever-living reward your act, and may the ever-living God of Israel pay you well, since you came to shelter under his canopy." And she answered, "I have found favor in your sight, sir, for you have comforted me, and you have spoken to the heart of your servant, although I am not one of your servants." Then Boaz said to her, "At dinner time go along with them and eat of the food, and dip your morsel in the wine." So she sat beside the reapers, and he handed her oat cake, and she ate, and was satisfied, and left some of it. Then she arose to glean, and Boaz ordered his men, saying, "Let her even glean amongst the stalks, and do not insult her. And also pull some out from the sheaves and drop, that she may glean it, and find no fault with her." She consequently gleaned in the field till dusk, and beat out what she had gleaned, and it was an ephah of barley. Then she took it up and went to the village, and showed her mother-in-law what she had gleaned. Then she brought out and gave to her what she had left after herself had dined. Her mother-in-law consequently asked her, "Where have you gleaned today, and what have you done? May whoever noticed you be blessed." So she informed her mother-in-law who had done it for her, and she said, "The name of the man who was kind to me today is Boaz." Then Naomi exclaimed, "May he be completely blessed by the ever-living, for he has not ceased his kindness to the living or to the dead." Naomi also said to her, "That man is related to us. He can restore us." Then Ruth the Moabitess added, "Yes, for he also said to me, 'You must keep with my servants to the end of the whole harvest that I have.'" Naomi then replied to Ruth, "That is right, my girl. So go along with his girls, and let no one find you in another field." So she kept with the girls of Boaz to glean until the end of the barley harvest and wheat harvest, and resided with her mother-in-law. Chapter 3. Then her mother-in-law Naomi said to her, My girl, ought I not to seek a resting place for you that may benefit you? So now, is there not Boaz, our relative, with whose girls you have been? Look, he is winnowing the barley at his barn tonight. Therefore bathe yourself, and tidy, and put your cloak on you, and go down to the barn. But do not let the man know of you until he is full of victuals and drink. But when he lies down, then ascertain the apartment where he reclines, and go and uncover his feet and lie down, when he will tell you what to do. And she answered, All that you have said, I will do. So she went down to the barn, and did all that her mother-in-law ordered. And Boaz ate and drank and rejoiced his heart, then went to lie down in the lodge of the granary, when she came quietly and uncovered his feet and lay down. And it happened at midnight that the man was startled, and turned over and found a woman lying beside him, and asked, Who are you? When she replied, I am Ruth, your servant. Therefore spread your cloak over your servant, for you are the restorer. And he replied, The ever-living bless you, my girl. You have given more kindness at the last than at the first. For you have not gone after young fellows, whether poor or rich. But now, my girl, do not be afraid. All that you have asked me I will do for you, for all the circle of my people know you are a virtuous woman. But now for the fact. I am a near relative myself, yet there is a nearer redemptor than I. Stay here tonight, and when the morning comes, if he will redeem for you, good. But if he is not pleased to redeem your property, then I myself will redeem it for you. Lie with me till morning. She consequently lay along with him until morning, but got up before one could distinguish his companion. And he said to her, Do not let it be known that a woman came to the barn. He also said, Bring the wrapper that was on you, and hold it. So she held it, and he measured 6 measures, and lifted it on to her. And she went to the village, and came to her mother-in-law, who asked her, What do you bring, my girl? When she reported all that the man did to her, and said, He gave me these 6 measures of barley, for, he said, You shall not go empty to your mother-in-law. And she replied, Be quiet, my girl. Wait until you know what will happen, for the man will not rest today till he has finished the affair. Chapter 4. Boaz, however, went up to the gate and sat there, and saw the nearer relative of whom Boaz had spoken pass, and exclaimed, Come here! Sit down here! You, sir! So he turned and sat down. Then he summoned 10 of the elders of the village, and said, Sit here! And they sat down. When he said to the redemptor, There is that part of our estate, what belonged to Elimelech, that Naomi, who has resided in the plain of Moab, wishes to sell. So I have spoken openly to your ears to advise you to buy it in the presence of these men, and before the elders of my people. If you wish to redeem it, redeem it. But if you will not redeem it, inform me, for there is no one to redeem it except yourself, and I am after you. And he replied, I will redeem it. But Boaz answered, On the day that you purchase the estate from the hand of Naomi, you must buy it also from Ruth the Moabitess, the wife of the dead man, to raise up a name for the dead on the property. Then the next of kin said, I am not able to purchase it by myself, lest I should injure my own property. You can purchase my right for yourself, for I am unable to claim it. Now this was the custom in Israel about purchases and about transfers, to confirm any event. A man took off his shoe and gave it to his friend, and that was an attestation in Israel. So when the next of kin said to Boaz, Buy it for yourself, he slipped off his shoe, and Boaz said to the elders and to all the people, You are witnesses today that I have bought all that belonged to Elimelech, and the whole that belonged to Chilion and Mahlon from the hand of Naomi. And also Ruth the Moabitess, the wife of Mahlon, I have bought for myself as a wife, to raise up a name for the dead upon his estate, so that the name of the dead may not be cut off from the gate of his home, as you witness today." When all the people at the gate and the elders replied, "We are witnesses. The ever-living grant that the wife who comes to your house may be like Rachel and Leah, which two built up the house of Israel, and make wealth in Ephrathah, and a celebrated name in Bethlehem. And may your house be like the house of Pharez, whom Tamar bore to Judah. So may the heir be whom the Lord may give you from this young woman." Then Boaz took Ruth the Moabitess, and she became his wife, and he went to her, and the ever-living gave her conception, and she bore a son. Then the women said to Naomi, "Thank the ever-living who has not left you today without a relative. So let his name be celebrated in Israel. For he has been to you a restorer of life and a supporter of your old age, on account of your daughter-in-law who loves you, who is better to you than 7 sons. Naomi also took the lad and laid him on her lap, and was a nurse to him. And her woman friends collected to her and said, "There is a son born for Naomi," and chose Obed for his name. He was the ancestor of Jessai, the father of David. And this was the pedigree from Pharez. Pharez begat Hezron, and Hezron begat Ram, and Ram begat Amminadab, and Amminadab begat Nahshon, and Nahshon begat Salmon, and Salmon begat Boaz, and Boaz begat Obed, and Obed begat Jessai, and Jessai begat David. The end of the Book of Ruth. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Book of the Lamentations of Jeremiah, from the Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapter 1. Why sits the populous city in solitude? The great among nations become like a widow. The princess of countries, reduced to pay tribute, and weeps in the night with the tears on her cheeks. There is none to give comfort of all that have loved her. Her friends all deceived her. They were to her traitors. Judah is captive to grief and hard slavery. She dwells with the heathen and cannot find rest. All her lovers look at her enclosed by besiegers. Zion's streets mourn, for none come up to worship. All her gateways are empty. Her priesthood is sobbing. Her maids are afflicted, herself in distress. Her foes are supreme, and her enemies prosper. For the Lord has distressed her for manifold sins. Her children march captives before their tormentors. All beauty has gone from the daughter of Zion. Her princes are wild deer who cannot find pasture. They run without strength from the face of the hunter. Jerusalem thinks in her misery and wandering of all pleasures that were in the preceding times, ere her weak people fell to the hand of a rival, and tormentors look on her and laugh at her capture. Jerusalem sinned, so goes into exile. All who honored despise her from seeing her stripped. Therefore she is sobbing and turns herself lingering. She defiled all her garments, nor thought not of results, and falls in her sorrows with no one to cheer her. Look, Lord, on my griefs, for my enemy prospers. How her tyrant has laid hands on all her delights. She sees that the heathen have entered her temple, though you ordered them never to enter your court. All her people are moaning and begging their bread. Give their treasures for food to sustain them in life. Look, O Lord, and assist, for I have become faint. Is it nothing to you who pass by on the road? Look and see.
Is there sorrow that equals my anguish, whose wound the Lord galled in the day of his wrath? From above he sent fire on my bones and reduced them, spread a net for my feet and threw down on my back. I was given to wasting and sickness all day. His hand has wreathed and locked my sin's yoke on my neck. My strength fails. The Lord gives to unbearable hands. All my heroes the Lord has destroyed in my breast. He summoned a meeting to break all my warriors. The Lord treads in a press the young daughters of Judah. For these I am weeping. My eyes flow with water. For the comfort is gone that refreshened my life. For my children were lost when the enemy won. Zion spreads out her hands, but yet none give her comfort, and the Lord has arranged Jacob's tyrants around. Amongst them Jerusalem comes to be flouted. Yet Jehovah is right. I rejected his orders. Hear now all the nations, and look on my woes, for my girls and my boys are all taken as slaves. I called to my lovers, but they have deceived me. My priests and my rulers expired in the city, while looking for food to sustain them in life. Look, Lord, for I grieve, and my bowels are tortured. My heart turns in my breast, for it mourns my rebellion. In the street the sword slaughters. At home it is death. They hear that I sob, and I am without comfort. All my foes hear my wrong. They are glad you have done it. Bring the day you proclaimed, and let them be like me. Bring all their wrongdoing before you and wound them in the way that you wounded myself for my sins. For my sobbings are great, and my heart is depressed. Chapter 2. Why wraps the Lord Zion's daughter in cloud in his anger? Why throws Israel's beauty from heaven to earth, nor his footstool regards in the day of his wrath? The Lord swallowed all Jacob's fields without pity, broke down in his fury the forts of Bath Judah, and flung to earth wounded her kingdom and princes, cut off in fierce anger the strong horn of Israel. His hand has withdrawn from the face of the foe, burnt Jacob like flame that devours around, bent his bow like a foe, fixed his hand as opponent, and slew all the loved in the halls of Beth Zion, and poured out his fury like fire. The Lord came like a foeman. He swallowed up Israel. He swallowed her mansions, destroyed all her strongholds, and loaded Bath Judah with mourning on mourning, shakes his tent like a garden, his chosen home ruins. The Lord banished from Zion the feast and the Sabbath, and degraded in anger the king and the priest. The Lord loathes his altar, retires from his temple, and his palace walls gives to the power of her foes, who roar in the house of the Lord like a feast day. The Lord planned to destruction the walls of Bath Zion, stretched the line, nor will turn back his hand from the wreck. The rampart and wall weep together and languish. With smashed bars, her ruined gates fall to the earth, and her princes and king are amongst lawless heathens, and her preachers no more from the Lord find a vision. And Bath Zion's rulers are on the earth speechless. They throw dust on their heads, and their garments are sacks, and Jerusalem's maidens to earth bow their heads. Mine eyes fail with tears, and my feelings are troubled, and my pride falls to earth with the wound of my people. While child and babe faint in streets of the city, and entreat of their mothers for corn and for wine, when they faint like the slain on the city's wide streets, or their life is poured out on their sad mother's lap. How portray or depict you Jerusalem's daughter? How liken to comfort you, maiden of Zion? For deep as the sea is your wound. Who can cure you? Your preachers present you with fable and falsehood, and display not your vice, nor can keep you from chains, but show to you visions of lying seductions. At you they will clap hands, all who pass on the road, hiss, shaking their heads at Jerusalem's daughter. Was this she they called the perfection of beauty, the delight for all earth? Against you all your enemies open their mouth, grind their teeth, hiss, and say, We have swallowed her down. We have seen and have found the day that we had hoped. The Lord has effected his purpose completely, the intent that he threatened in days long ago. Thrown down and not pitied, your foes gloat above you, and your tyrants can lift up their horn over you. Walls of Zion, cry heartily to the Almighty, pour your tears like a river by day and by night. Give no rest to yourself and no sleep to your eyeballs. Arise, shout by night to the chief of the watchers, pour your heart like a stream, let it flow to the Master. Lift to him your hands for the life of your children, who are fainting for want at the head of the streets. Look, Lord, and reflect upon whom you have done this. Shall wives eat their offspring, the infants they dandled, or the priest and the preacher be slain in God's temple? On the earth of the streets lie the young and the old. You have slain the young girls and young men by the sword. In the day of your anger you slaughtered unsparing. You called like a meeting my terrors around me, and there was in that day from the Lord's wrath no flight. But my foe shamed my girls, and the darlings I dandled. Chapter 3. I am the man who felt pain from the rod of his anger. He drove me and led into darkness, not light. Yes, he turned me and struck with his hand all the day, wore my flesh and my skin, and has broken my bones, built above, and has struck on my head and exhausted. I have dwelt in forgottenness like the long dead. I am bound, and I cannot escape from my chain. When I cry and I shout, he is deaf to my prayer, as with stones blocks my road, and has puzzled my path. Is a night bare to me, and a lion in hiding. He has damaged my road, and has broke and left lonely. Bent his bow, and set me as a mark for his dart. Has sent to my loins the sons of his quiver. Made a scorn to my people, their song all the day. He filled me with bitters, he sated with wormwood. My teeth broke with gravel and covered with ashes. He removed me from peace, so my life forgot ease, and I said, My strength fails, and my trust in the Lord. I feel my affliction, and wormwood, and gall. Think, and reflect upon me and my life. But I place this to heart, and I therefore have hope, that the Lord's mercies end not, nor finish his pities. They are new every morning, your manifold gifts. The Lord is my portion, my soul says. I trust him. The Lord blesses the hopeful, the soul that will seek him. It is well to wait still for Jehovah's salvation. It is well that a man bear the yoke in his youth, sit alone and is silent, for he put it on him. Place his mouth to the dust, for perhaps there is hope. Give his cheek to the smiter, be filled with reproaches, for the master will not cast forever away. Though correcting, he still has great pity and mercy. Does not his heart grieve when correcting the children of men? To crush under one's feet all those chained to the earth, to distort a man's right in the face of the highest, To pervert a man's cause the Lord never approves. Who speaks and it comes when the Lord has not ordered? Both bad and good came from the mouth of the Highest. Why complain men of pain, men who live in their sins? Search your ways and repent and turn back to the Lord. Lift your hearts, not your hands, to the God in the heavens. We have sinned and have sorrowed, but you have not pardoned. Clothed in fury, you followed and slew without pity. You go clothed in a cloud that our prayer cannot cross. You make us the rubbish and refuse of nations. All our enemies open upon us their mouths, ours fear and the pit and betrayal and breaking. My eyes flow like brooks at the wreck of my people. Mine eyes flow without resting and will not leave off, until the Lord looks down and sees it from heaven. Mine eye wounds my soul for the girls of my city. Without cause I was chased like a bird by my foes, my life shut in a dungeon with stone laid above. Waters flowed on my head, and I cried, I am doomed. Lord, I then called your name from the nethermost dungeon, and your ear heard my voice, and with pleasure my shriek. You approached when I called, and said to me, Fear not. Lord, you pleaded my cause and gave my body life. You said I was wronged, Lord, and granted acquittal. You saw all their malice and plottings against me. You heard their abuse, Lord, against me conspiring, my foes' lips and contrivance against me all day. Saw that sitting and rising, I still was their song. What their own hands have made, Lord, return as their pay. Give them blindfolded minds as your curse in themselves. Lord, chase them in anger and sweep them from under the sky.
Chapter 4.
How the bright gold is tarnished, the beautiful sculptures flung down, the fair stones at the top of the streets. Sons of Zion, the precious, the equal to gold, are esteemed but as pitchers, the work of a potter. Wild beasts draw the breast, they give suck to their young. But our mothers are hard like the birds of the desert, so their infant's tongue sticks to its palate for thirst. The children ask bread, but they cannot obtain it. Those who fed upon dainties are starved in the streets. Those who were wrapped in purple now lie upon dunghills. For the woe of my people is greater than Sodom's, that perished at once, with no torture upon her. Bright as snow were her Nazarites, whiter than milk, red as coral their faces, as polished as sapphires. Now their form is black darkness, not known in the streets. Their skin cleaves to their bones, it is dry as a stick. The slain by the sword excel those slain by hunger, who waste, stabbed by want of the fruits of the field. The hands of kind mothers are boiling their children. They are their only food in the wreck of my race. The Lord works his fury, pours out his fierce anger, lights a fire in Zion that burns her foundations. The kings of earth thought not, nor all the world's people, that her fierce foes could enter Jerusalem's gates. For the sins of her preachers, the crimes of her priesthood, who shed in her center the blood of the righteous, who with their eyes torn out, real blood splashed in her streets, that no one is able to touch to their clothing. All exclaim, Go, unclean! Go, go! Do not touch us! When flying they wander, they say in the heathen, They shall not stay here. The Lord turns from their part, he will no more regard them, accepts not their priests and respects not their elders. Our eyes failed with watching for those who could help us, and we trusted a nation who never could save.
They step on our footmarks when walking our pathways. Our end comes. The time fills. Our harvest is with us. Our hunters are swifter than sky-flying eagles. On the mountains they pounce. In the desert they wait. Took from the Lord's chosen the breath and the life, in whose shade we had said, we can rest from the heathen. I am glad, O Bath Edom, you traitor of Outsland. Next to you the cup goes. You will drink and will stagger. Your woe ends, Bath Zion, no more to be captured. Your grief comes, Edom's daughter. Your sins are exposed. Chapter 5. Think, Lord, about what has come on us. Attend and regard our reproach. Our lands are transferred to the stranger, to the foreign our houses belong. We are become fatherless orphans, and widows our mothers are now. We drink our own water for money. Our own fuel comes to us for price. Upon our necks are our hunters. We are wearied and may not have rest. We gave our hand to the Mitzrayim. We satisfied Ashur with bread. Our fathers have sinned and are not, yet we ourselves carry their sins. They were slaves who now over us rule. There is none to release from their hands. We bring in our bread by our lives. In the face of the sword, from the plain, our skin is as hot as a kiln, for the fever of famine consumes. They have ravished the women in Zion, and in Judah's cities the maids. The princes are hung by their hands. To the elders they pay no respect. The young men do work at the mill, and the children are loaded with wood. The elders have ceased from the gate, and the youthful abandon their songs. Our heart has left off from its glee. Into mourning our dance has been turned. The wreath has fallen off from our head. Alas for us, because we had sinned. Through that our heart has turned fain, for that has our sight become blind. Desolation now sits on Zion's hill, and jackals are prowling around. O Lord, you endure forever. Your throne is for age after age. Then will you forget us forever? Or abandon for long lapse of time? Oh, turn us back, Lord, and we shall be turned, and renew our days as of old. For if you should wholly reject, your anger would rise to excess. The End of the Book of Lamentations. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Book of Ecclesiastes, from the Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapter 1. The Sermons of the Preacher, the son of David, the king in Jerusalem. Vanity of vanities, says the preacher, vanity of vanities, all is vanity. What remains to a man from all the work that he does under the sun? A generation comes and a generation goes, but the earth endures forever. And the sun rises and the sun sets, and when the breeze of morn arises, there he is. The wind travels to the south and revolves towards the north, traveling in circles, and in its revolutions returns to its place of origin. All rivers run to the sea, but the sea is not full. To that place from which the rivers came, there they return in due course. All language is feeble. A man cannot utter himself. The sight is not satiated by seeing, and the ear is not filled by hearing. What has been That will be, and what has been done will be done, for there is nothing new under the sun. If it is ever said, "See, this is new," it has often been in former times that were before us, for there is no record of past events, and there will be none of future ones, for them to be remembered by those who are still more future. I, the preacher, was king over Israel in Jerusalem, and I devoted my mind to investigation and to scientific research over everything that occurs under the skies. It is a difficult exercise which God has imposed upon the sons of Adam to develop themselves by it. I examined all the things which they produced under the skies, and saw that all was vanity and vexation of spirit. The crooked could not be straightened, and the wrong could not be righted. So I said to my heart, and said to myself, I have enlarged and extended science beyond all who were before me in Jerusalem, and my mind has examined the result of science and knowledge. I also gave my mind to the investigation of science and the investigation of madness and folly. I learnt that their pursuit was feeding on wind. Science is a great grief, and whoever increases knowledge increases sorrow. Chapter 2. I consequently said to my heart, Come now, I will try you with pleasure and seek happiness. But I discovered that also was vanity. I said of laughter, It is mad, and of mirth, what does it accomplish? I intentionally tried to embolden my body by wine, with my intellect scientifically guiding me, and to seize upon folly until I could discover what was best for the children of Adam to do under the sun for the number of the days they lived. I extended my operations. I built myself houses. I planted myself vineyards. I made gardens and parks, and planted in them all kinds of fruit trees. I made myself pools and brooks, to water from them a forest of shadowy trees. I purchased men and women servants, and they had children in my house. I also had herds of cattle and great flocks, more than all who were before me in Jerusalem. I accumulated for myself silver and gold and royal treasures from my provinces. I had men and women singers trained for myself, with men and women waiters, the luxuries of the sons of Adam. Thus I enlarged and increased myself more than all that were before me in Jerusalem. My scientific idea, however, remained with me. But anything that my eyes demanded I withheld not from them, nor did I restrain my heart from any pleasure, for my heart rejoiced in all my endeavors, and that was my reward for all my efforts. But when I reflected on all the work that my hands had done, and all the things I had striven to accomplish, then I saw they were vanity of vanity and vexations of spirit, and they had no result under the sun. Then I reflected and examined my science and madness and folly, and what kind of man would succeed the king with what he might be able to do. Then I saw that there is a result to science more than to ignorance, as there is a result to light more than to darkness. For the eyes of the instructed are in his head, the ignorant goes in darkness. But yet I perceived myself also that one event happens to all of them. So I said to my heart, As it happens to the ignorant, so it will also happen to me. Then why am I more instructed than the rest? So I said in my mind, That also is useless, for there is no more remembrance of the instructed than of the ignorant in the grave forever. In the times to come, all will be forgotten. For does not the instructed die like the ignorant? Therefore I hated life, since all the work I had done under the sun was a grief to me, for it was utterly useless and a vexation of spirit. I also hated all my works that I had striven for under the sun, for I must leave them to the man after me, and who knows whether he will be wise or a fool? Yet he will rule over all the things for which I have labored, and the result of my science under the sun. That also is vanity. So I abandoned my mind to despair over all the objects I had attempted under the sun. For a man may work with science and knowledge and skill, but must leave the result to a man who has not earned it. That also is vanity and a great grief. For what continues to a man from all his endeavors and from all the efforts of his mind that he has striven for under the sun, where all his days are griefs and his efforts sorrows, and his mind does not rest at night? This also is vanity. There is no benefit to a man to eat and drink and let his mind expect pleasure from his labor. Yet I myself saw that this comes from the hand of God himself. For who could eat and who excite himself more than I? For to the man who pleases him, he gives science and knowledge and pleasure. But to the offender he gives the trouble to gather and accumulate, to give the product to the pleasing before God. This, however, is vanity and vexation of spirit. Chapter 3. There is a period for every purpose and for every desire under the sun, a time for birth and a time for death, a time to plant and a time to uproot, a time to wound and a time to cure, a time to pull down and a time to build, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance, a time to pick stones and a time to cast out, a time to fold hands and a time to unfold, a time to seek and a time to lose, a time to hoard and a time to spend, a time to tear and a time to mend, a time to be dumb and a time to speak, a time to love and a time to hate, a time for war and a time for peace. Yet what remains as the product for which they are done? I have examined the endeavors that God has appointed for the children of Adam by which to develop themselves. He has made everything beautiful in its season. He has also placed eternity in their minds, with the intention that man should never discover from beginning to end the complete creation which God has made. I consequently learned that there is nothing better for them than to be glad and do good in their lives, and also for all men to eat and drink and experience pleasure in all the labors God has given to them. I have learnt that whatever God has made, that will endure forever. There is no adding to it, and there is no taking from it, and that God's creation is wonderful next to himself. What was produced formerly exists, and what was formerly will come again, for God attends to its course. And further I observed under the sun that on the seat of justice there was villainy, and on the seat of righteousness wickedness. But I said to my heart, God will judge both righteousness and wickedness, for there is a time for every purpose under the sun, and for all that is created there. I reflected in my mind about the affairs of the sons of Adam, which are that God intends to try them, to show they are by themselves mere animals. For one event is for the sons of Adam, and one event for the animals, and the one event that is to them is, as these die, so those die, and the same breath is to all, and man dies the same as the cattle. Is not the whole vanity? The whole go to one place, the whole come from dust, and the whole return to the dust. Who knows that the breath of the sons of Adam, when it goes, ascends, and that the breath of the cattle, when it goes down, departs to the earth? Then I perceived there is nothing better than that a man should rejoice in his works, for that is his reward. For who can bring him to examine as to what may be after him? Chapter 4. I have applied myself and examined into all the wrongs that are done under the sun, and I have seen the tears of the oppressed, and they had no consolation, for power was in the hands of their oppressors, so they had no consolation. Therefore I congratulated the dead who died in the past more than the living who are still alive. But better than either is he who has not come to sensation, who has not seen in creation the suffering that is produced under the sun. I also turned and examined all toil, and all the success produced by it, that a man is envied for it by his neighbor. So it is also vanity and vexation of spirit. Yet the idler folds his hands and eats his own flesh. Yet a handful with quietness is better than both hands full with anxiety and vexation of spirit. Then I turned to examine this vanity under the sun. There may be a solitary without a companion, who possesses neither a son nor brother. Yet there is no end to all his anxiety, nor are his eyes satiated with wealth. Nor does he ask, "For whom do I toil and deprive my life of enjoyment?" This also is vanity and a grievous trouble. Two are better than one, for there is a better reward to them for work. And if the one falls, his companion can lift him up. But alas, for one who falls when there is not another to help him to rise. Then, if two lie together, they will be warm. But if there is only one, where is the warmth? And one may be defeated where two associated could stand, and a threefold cord is not quickly broken. A poor and instructed youth is preferable to an ignorant and old king who will never learn intelligence, who brings men from the house of a slave dealer to govern, whilst those born in his kingdom he brings to poverty. I compared the whole of the living that walk under the sun with the next generation coming after them. There is no end to all the people, to all who have been formerly. Yet their successors will not be cheered by it. So this is vanity and vexation of spirit. Guard your foot when you go to the house of God, and approach to listen rather than to offer the sacrifice of fools, for they do not understand that they do wrong. Chapter 5. Be not in a hurry with your mouth and your heart. Hasten not to pour out speech before God, for God is in heaven, and you upon the earth. Therefore let your words be few, for the dream comes from many anxieties, and a fool's voice with many words. When you vow a gift to God, delay not to pay it, for he is not pleased with evasions. Do what you have promised. It is better not to promise than to be promising and not performing. Do not allow your mouth to cause yourself to offend, and do not say to the messenger that it was a mistake. Why should God be angered by your voice and injure the work of your hands? For in many dreams there are delusions and many readings. Therefore, reverence God. If you see oppression of the poor and distortion of justice and right in a province, do not be surprised at the perversion. For a higher than the highest watches, and a higher than them. Yet the most excellent thing of all for a land is a king who is the servant of his country. The love of money will never be satisfied with money, nor he who loves wealth by its increase. That also is vanity. When wealth increases, the consumers increase. Then what benefit to its possessor except to look on it with his eyes? The laborer's sleep is sweet, whether he eats little or much, but the excess of the rich does not allow him to sleep. There is a distressing misery I have seen under the sun, wealth kept to the injury of its possessor, and that wealth perishing by an unfortunate accident, when he has begot a son, and he possesses nothing. As he comes naked from his mother's womb, he will turn to depart as he came, and he takes away nothing for all his labor to carry in his hand. Yes, this also is a grievous misery all bear, that as they came, so they go, and what continues is vexation of spirit. He also eats all his days in darkness, and much anxiety, sickness, and vexation. Therefore, what I myself have concluded to be good and pleasant is, to eat and drink, and to see pleasure in all one's efforts that one attempts under the sun, for the number of the days that God gives to us, for that is one's lot. Also that every man to whom God has given wealth and treasures and power should taste of them and enjoy his lot, and take pleasure in whatever work God appoints for him, so that he may not too much think upon the day of his life, when God removes him from the joys of his heart. Chapter 6. There is a misery that I have observed under the sun, and it is great upon mankind. A man to whom God has given wealth and treasures and honor, so that he wants nothing to wish for of all that he may look on. But God has not enabled him to partake of them, but others consume. This is a terrible misery. If a man beget 100, and possesses many years, and the days of his years become many, but his life is not filled with pleasantness, when he also comes not to have a tomb, I say an abortion is preferable to him. For he comes to vanity and goes to darkness, and his name is wrapped in darkness. He who has not seen the sun nor known it rests better than him, even though he should have lived 1,000 years twice over and has not experienced pleasure. Do not the whole go to one place? All the labor of a man is for his mouth, and yet the mouth is not filled. Then what remains with the educated more than with the ignorant and the poor, who knows he walks with the living, enjoying the sight of his eyes and the course of his life? This also is vanity and vexation of spirit. Who existed formerly? A name was given to him, and it is known that name was Adam, but he could not contend with a mightier than himself. Where there are many words, there is much uselessness. What does man gain? For who knows what is best for man in his life, for the number of the days of his worthless life which he passes as a shadow? For who can inform man what will be after him under the sun? Chapter 7. A good name is better than sweet perfume, and the day of death than the day of birth. Better go to the house of sorrow than go to the house of feasting. For that is the end of all men, and the living will lay it to heart. Sorrow is better than laughter, for by a sad face the heart is improved. The heart of the wise seeks the house of grief, but the heart of the fools the house of joy. Better hear the reproof of the wise than attend to the singing of fools. As crackling thorns sound under a pot, so the laughter of fools is vain. Oppression can madden the wise, and a bribe perverts the mind. The end of a thing excels the beginning, and a gentle spirit excels a proud. Excite not your spirit to anger, for anger resides in the bosom of fools. Do not ask why the former times were better than these, for it is not wise to inquire why. Science is good with an estate, and it is useful to those who see the sun, for science is a defense, as money is a defense, and abundant knowledge of science may preserve the life of its possessor. Consider the creation of God. Who is able to straighten what he has bent? In the day of prosperity, be happy, and in the day of adversity, reflect. For God made both this and that. To spare words, no man can discover anything about events after himself. I have observed all this in my unhappy days, that sometimes a good man perished by his goodness, and sometimes a bad man is preserved by his crimes. Do not be over good or make yourself over learned. Why should you overwhelm yourself? Do not be very bad, and do not be foolish. Why should you kill yourself before your time? It is well that you should lay hold of this, and also not withdraw your hand from that. But whoever reverences God will escape from all. Science helps the educated more than 10 strong men who may be in a fortress. For there is not a clever man on earth who always does well and never mistakes. So do not give your attention to all the things that are spoken, or perhaps you may hear your servant curse you, for your heart knows how often you yourself have cursed others. I have ascertained all this scientifically. I declared I would become scientific, but it was far from me. Where does extent go, and who can explore space? I turned back and decided to learn and investigate and seek knowledge and skill, and to learn the wickedness of folly and perversity and recklessness. And I discovered that a woman who has craft and vices in her heart and snares in her hands is worse than death. May the good before God escape from her, but the offensive be captured by her. I have discovered these, says the preacher, by comparing one with another to discover motives, with my mind continually thinking. I have discovered one man's motive in 1,000, but in all these I have not discovered a woman's. I have only discovered this, that God made mankind right, but they have sought out many villainies. Chapter 8. Who is philosophic, and who knows how to explain a thing? The education of a man brightens his face and greatly changes his expression. I commend a king to take care because of the promises he swore to God. Be not in haste to go from before him, nor persist in a wrong thing, for he does all he pleases. Although a king's word is powerful, and who dare say to him, "What are you doing?" Regard the law, and learn not bad practices, but with an intelligent heart learn opportunity and justice. For there is an opportunity for every purpose and decision, since many miseries are upon mankind. For none of us know what will be, and as to what may happen, who can inform us? No man has power over the breath, to retain the breath, and none are powerful in the day of death. And there is no discharge from that war, and villainy cannot deliver its possessor. I observed all this when I applied my mind to all the things that are done under the sun, during the period that man has power over man to injure him. And I examined the tombs of the wicked carefully, who had come to and departed from the holy place, and were forgotten in the city where they had done so. They also were vanity. And I concluded that when quick punishment is not inflicted upon crime, then the heart of the sons of Adam is set in them to do wrong. Yet although a sinner does wrong 100 times, and evades from it, yet I myself know that it will be well for those who reverence God, who fear before him, but it will not be well with the wicked, nor can they prolong their days like a shadow, although they do not fear the presence of God. This is a puzzle that occurs upon earth. There are good men who are treated as if they had done like the wicked, and there are wicked who are treated as though they had done like the good. I said to myself, this is a puzzle. So I myself commend cheerfulness, as there is nothing better for a man under the sun than to eat and drink and be glad and be at rest from his toil in the days of life which are given him under the sun. When I applied my mind to learn science and to the investigation of the phenomena that are produced upon earth, I perceived that day and night there must be no sleep for one's eyes. And having examined all the works of God, I perceived that it is not possible for a man to discover the whole of the result that is produced under the sun, since however a man endeavors to investigate, he cannot discover all, and even if a philosopher should assert, "I know," he has not been able to discover it. Chapter 9. For I had applied my mind to all that, and could only discover this, that the righteous and philosophic in their labors are in the hand of God. Whether he likes it or dislikes it, man cannot know all that is before him. To the wicked, to the good, and to the pure, and to the depraved, and to the worshipper, and to the one who neglects worship, to the good and to the bad alike, to the perjurer, and to him who respects his oath, comes the same result. This is the grief in all that is done under the sun, that one event happens to all. Therefore the mind of the sons of Adam is full of grief, and agitation is in their hearts during their lives, and after that, the dead. For who of the living has his choice? Who is hopeful? Yet a living dog is better than a dead lion. The living, however, know they will die, but the dead know nothing whatever, and they have no more fame, for the remembrance of them is forgotten. And their former loves and hatreds and ambitions perish, and they have no more possession forever in all that they accomplished under the sun. Go, eat your food with pleasure and drink your wine with a merry heart, for God is well pleased by your doing so. Let your clothing always be handsome, and let not your head need oil. Enjoy life with the wife you love, all the days of the worthless life given you under the sun, all your worthless days, for that is your lot in life, and your endeavor in all your efforts under the sun. Whatever your hand finds to do, do it with all your might, for there is neither work, or skill, or knowledge, or science in the grave to which you are going. I have explored and have seen under the sun that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, nor bread to the wise, nor wealth to the skillful, nor success to the prudent. But time and chance happen to them all. Man also knows not his opportunity. Like fishes caught in a cruel net, and like birds caught in a trap, the sons of Adam are caught, like them, at a cruel time that suddenly falls upon them. Once I observed this result of intelligence under the sun, and it was astonishing to me. There was a little town with few men in it, and a great general came against and surrounded it and built entrenchments against it. But a poor person possessing intelligence was found there, who rescued the town by his intelligence. But the men did not remember that poor person. I, however, said, "Intelligence is better than strength. Nevertheless, the intelligence of the poor is despised, and no one will listen to his words. The words of the wise are heard in quiet, while shouting rules among fools. Wisdom is better than weapons of war, but one blunder destroys much success." Chapter 10. As dead flies make sweet oil stink, so small follies those held to be wise. The wise man's heart is fixed at his right, the fool's heart is at his left hand, and the fool goes on his senseless way and tells all men that he is but a fool. If the temper of the ruler rises up against you, do not persist in your position, for great offenses are remedied by submission. There is a wrong I have seen under the sun, as an error proceeding from the government. Promotion is often given to the low, while the high are depressed. I have observed slaves on horses, and princes walking like slaves on the ground. Who digs a pit may fall into it. Who breaks a fence, a snake may sting him. Who removes stones may be hurt by them. Who fells trees is by them endangered. If the iron is blunt and edge not sharp, exert your strength and use good skill. The serpent stings without a charmer, and an unbridled tongue the same. The words of a wise mouth profit, but a fool's lips will swallow himself. The opening words of his mouth are folly, and the last from his mouth wild madness. But why foolishly multiply words? Man knows not what came before him, and what will succeed. Who can tell? The endeavors of fools exhaust them, when they know not the road to the town. Woe to you, land, when your king is a slave, and your nobles are drunk in the morning. Happy land, when your king is from princes, and your nobles seek health from food, not excess. By neglecting, the rafters will rot, and the house falls from idling hands. A feast is made for enjoyment, and wine cheers the living, and money is useful for all things. Curse not the king in your thoughts, and curse not the rich in your chamber, for a bird of the sky bears the sound, and the owner of wings tells the speech. Chapter 11. Cast your bread on the face of the waters, for you will find it again after many days. Give a portion to 7, and even to 8, for you know not what distress may come over the country. But if the clouds are full, they pour rain on the earth, and if a tree falls towards the south or towards the north, the tree will lie on the place where it falls. The watcher of the wind will not sow, and the examiner of the clouds will not reap. As, however, you have no more knowledge of the course of the wind than of the bones of the embryo in the belly of the pregnant, in like manner you know not the action of God, who produces everything. Therefore at morning sow your seed, and at evening withhold not your hand, for you know not which will prosper, this or that, or whether both alike will do well. Life is sweet and good to the eyes to see the sun. If many years are man's, in all of them rejoice. But think that the days of darkness are many. All is advancing vanity. Young man, enjoy your youth, and delight your heart while young, and walk in the way of your heart and in the desire of your eyes. But know about all these things that God will come to judge. So cast care from your heart and from your body suffering, for youth and age are vanity. Chapter 12. Your Creator remember in time of your youth, ere sorrow's days come, and the years full of grief, when you cry out, "In them is no pleasure for me," ere the sun and the light become dim, and the morn and the stars and the clouds go away after rain, when the guards of the house will be trembling, and the strongest of men will bow down, and the grinders will cease as but few, and the light of the windows be dim, and doors closed to the feet and the shuffling step, when the bird's voice alarms and the singers depress, when fears come from the above and the roadway below, and sleep flies away, and the grasshopper loads, and desire will fail, and man seeks his long home, and the mourners will walk round the streets, ere the silver cord's loosed, or the golden bowl broke, or the cup is found smashed at the spring, or the wheel is found lost at the well, and man goes to the earth that he was, and his soul will return to the God who gave it. "Vanity of vanity," said the preacher. "Vanity of vanity." But for the rest, the preacher was skillful so far as teaching science to the people, and he was listened to, and selected many proverbs. The preacher sought to discover pleasing words, and wrote accurately truthful conclusions. The discourses of philosophers are like pegs and stakes fixed by masterly shepherds. They keep the flock together. But nevertheless, my son, be warned by this, that there is no end to the making of many books, and much learning is a weariness of the flesh. When all is heard, this is the conclusion of the whole matter. Reverence God and keep his commands. They are for all mankind. For God will bring every act into judgment, along with every secret, whether good or bad. The end of the Book of Ecclesiastes. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Book of Esther, from the Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapter 1. It was in the period of Kushrush, the Kushrush who was emperor from Haud to Kush, 127 provinces. In those days, whilst this king reigned, Kushrush fixed the throne of his empire in the palace of Shushan. In the 3rd year of his reign he made a feast for all his princes and ministers, and the powerful officers of the Medes and Persians, and the governors of the provinces who were present with him, when he displayed the splendid wealth of his empire, and the most beautiful treasures of his dominions for a number of days, 180 days. And when that period was run out, the king made one to all the people who were found at the palace of Shushan, a feast for 7 days to the small and great in the garden court of the king's residence. Curtains of muslin and purple hung on white cords, with fringes on rings of silver from columns of marble. The sofas were of gold and silver on a pavement of porphyry and marble and alabaster and greenstone. And they drank out of golden cups of various patterns, plentifully of the royal wine at the cost of the king. And this was the rule of the feast. There was no control, for so the king had ordered to the steward of his palace that everyone should do as he wished. Vashti the queen also made a feast for women in the royal palace of King Kushrush. On its 7th day, when the king was elated by wine, he ordered Mehuman, Biztha, Harbona, Bigtha, and Abagtha, Zethar and Carcas, the 7 chief eunuchs who attended King Kushrush, to bring the queen Vashti to the royal presence with her queenly crown, to show the people and nobles her beauty, for she was charming to look at. But the queen Vashti refused to come at the order of the king by the hand of the eunuchs. The king was consequently very furious, and his rage fired him. The king therefore asked for the judges who understood the customs, as the king was accustomed to do towards all who understood affairs and law. And Karshena, Shethar, Admatha, Tarshish, Meres, Marsena, Memucan, 7 princes of Persia and Media approached him. They were the privy councillors of the king and presidents of the empire.
"What should be done to Queen Vashti according to law, because she has not obeyed the order of the king Kushrush, given through the chamberlains?" he asked.
And Memucan replied before King Kushrush and the princes, "Vashti the queen has not only insulted the king, but all the princes and all the people who are in all the dominions of King Kushrush. For the action of the queen will excite all the women to despise their masters in their sight, when they are told that King Kushrush commanded Vashti the queen to be brought to him, and she would not come. And today it will be told to the ladies of Persia and Media. And when all the king's nobles hear of the action of Queen Vashti, there will be contempt and anger. Therefore, if it is pleasing to the king, let this be recorded in the laws of the Persians and Medes, so that it may not be passed by, that Vashti shall no more come into the presence of Kushrush, and that her queendom be given by the king to the least amongst her companions. Thus, when the decree that the king has made is published in all his kingdoms, for they are many, then all the wives will respect their husbands from the greatest to the least." This advice was satisfactory in the opinion of the king and the nobles. So the king acted on the advice of Memucan, and sent out letters to all the royal provinces, to province and province according to its writing, and to people and people according to its language, that every man should be master in his own house. He also published it in the language of his own people. Chapter 2. After these events, the fury of King Kushrush having subsided, he remembered Vashti and what she had done, and what had been decreed against her. So the personal attendants of the king advised the king to seek young girls of charming beauty for the king. The king consequently appointed officers in all the provinces of his empire, who collected all the charmingly beautiful maiden girls to the palace of Shushan, to the women's apartments, under the control of Haggai, the eunuch of the king, the guardian of the wives, to give them baths. And the girl who might be pleasing to the eyes of the king was to reign instead of Vashti. This suggestion was good in the opinion of the king, and it was adopted. There was a man, a Jew, an attendant in the palace of Shushan, whose name was Mordecai ben Jair ben Shammai ben Kish, a man of Benjamin, who had been carried from Jerusalem with the transports, when Jeconiah, the king of Judah, was transported by King Nebuchadnezzar to Babel, and he had brought up Hadassah, who is Esther, his niece, for she had neither father nor mother, and the girl was exceedingly beautiful and attractive to look at. And on the death of her father and mother, Mordecai took her to his own home. And when the command and decree of the king was published, and many girls were collected at the palace of Shushan under the care of Haggai, Esther was also taken to the palace of the king, to the care of Haggai, the guardian of the wives. And the girl was attractive in his opinion, and she acquired kindness from him, and he hastened her preparations and the appointments to be given to her, and selected 7 girls to be given to her from the royal household. He also removed her and her maids to the house of the handsome women. Esther, however, did not inform her people or her relatives, for Mordecai had ordered her not to inform them. But every day Mordecai walked before the court of the women's house, to inquire about the health of Esther and what was done with her. When a girl's turn came, and that girl went to King Kushrush at the end of her preparations, according to the usage of the women, during 12 months, for then the period of the baths were accomplished, 6 months with oil of myrrh, and 6 months with perfumes and female baths. The girl went to the king in this way. All that she asked for was given to her to accompany her from the women's apartments to the apartment of the king. She went in the evening, and returned in the morning to the apartment of the secondary wives, to the care of Shashgaz, the royal eunuch, guardian of the favorites. She never again went to the king, except the king was pleased with her and might invite her by name. But when the turn of Esther, the daughter of Abihail, the uncle of Mordecai, who had adopted her as a daughter, arrived to go to the king, she did not request anything except what Haggai, the royal eunuch, the guardian of women, suggested. Yet Esther found admiration from the eyes of all who saw her. Thus Esther was taken to the apartment of King Kushrush in the 10th month, which is the month Tebeth, in the 7th year of his reign. And the king loved Esther more than all the women, and she acquired favor and consideration with the king more than all the girls, so he placed the queenly crown on her head, and she queened instead of Vashti. The king also made a great feast on the occasion to all his nobles and ministers, the feast of Esther, and made a remission to his provinces, and distributed presents from the king's hand. And when the girls were assembled again, then Mordecai was promoted to the royal court. Esther, however, had not disclosed this to her relatives or her people as Mordecai had instructed her, for Esther did as Mordecai commanded her, the same as when she was brought up by him. During the period when Mordecai sat in the royal court, 2 of the royal chamberlains, Bigthan and Teresh, of the guardians of the gate, were insulted, so they conspired to assail King Kushrush. But Mordecai was informed of the affair, and reported it to the Queen Esther, and Esther told it to the king in the name of Mordecai. So he inquired into the matter and discovered it, and hung both of them on a tree, and had it recorded in the record of the daily events before the king. Chapter 3. After these events, King Kushrush promoted Haman ben Hammedatha the Agagite, and ennobled him, and set his chair above all the princes he had. So all the ministers of the king who were in the royal gate knelt and bowed to Haman, for the king commanded it. But Mordecai would not kneel or bow. Consequently the ministers of the king who were at the royal gate said to Mordecai,
"Why do you disobey the king's order?"
And they repeated this to him day by day, but he would not listen to them. So they informed Haman to ascertain if Mordecai could retain his position, for he had informed them he was a Jew. When Haman learned that Mordecai did not kneel or bow to him, Haman was filled with fury. But it was despicable in his eyes to lay hand on Mordecai alone, for they had informed him of the race of Mordecai. So Haman plotted to destroy the whole race of the Jews who were in the whole empire of Kushrush, along with Mordecai. In the 1st month, which is the month of Nisan, in the 12th year of King Kushrush, they threw the arrows, which are their lots, before Haman from day to day and from month to month, until the 12th, which is the month of Adar. Then Haman said to King Kushrush, "There exists a single people dispersed and scattered amongst all the provinces of your empire, with different customs from all the people, and they do not obey the edicts of the king. Consequently, it is no advantage to the king to protect them. If, therefore, the king approves of an edict to destroy them, I will pay 10,000 talents of silver for the hands of those who execute the business, and bring it to the king's treasury." So the king took his seal from off his finger, and gave it to Haman ben Hammedatha the Agagite, the enemy of the Jews. The king also said to Haman,
"I will give the money to you, but as for that people, do what you like with them."
Then the royal trumpet was blown on the 13th day of the 1st month, and it was written, exactly as Haman ordered, to the viceroys and the governors who were over province, and to the generals of the forces and the peoples in their own languages. It was written in the name of King Kushrush, and sealed with the royal seal. Letters were also sent by means of the post to all the provinces of the king,
"To destroy, to kill, and exterminate the whole of the Jews, from youths to old men, with the infants and women, in a single day, in the 13th day of the 12th month,"
which is the month of Adar,
"and to plunder their property. A copy of this letter to be published as a decree in every province, and the provincial authorities to distribute it to all the peoples, for them to be prepared for that day."
The mails were sent out urgently, as if by command of the king, and the decree was published at the palace of Shushan, while the king and Haman sat drinking. But the city of Shushan was thrown into confusion. Chapter 4. Mordecai, however, knew of all that was done. Mordecai therefore tore off his robes and clothed in a sack, and went to the center of the city, and shrieked with a great and bitter shriek. Then he went opposite the royal gate, for he might not enter the gate of the king clothed in a sack. And in every province and provincial village where the order of the king and the decree arrived, there was great depression among the Jews, who fasted and wept and mourned in sacking, and ashes were spread under many. But Esther's maids and her eunuch came and informed her, and the queen was in great anguish, and sent clothing to Mordecai to clothe himself, and to ask him to strip the sacking off him. But he would not accept it. Esther consequently called to Hatach, one of the royal chamberlains who waited on her, and ordered him to go to Mordecai to learn what this meant, and what it was. Hatach accordingly went to Mordecai into the marketplace of the town, which is opposite the king's gate, and Mordecai informed him of all that had happened, and the sum of money that Haman had promised to pay into the king's treasury for the extermination of the Jews. He also gave him a copy of the enrolled decree, which was deposited at Shushan for their destruction, to show to Esther, and he commanded her to go to the king to arouse him and to intercede with him for her people. Hatach then returned and reported the words of Mordecai to Esther. But Esther replied to Hatach and dispatched him to Mordecai. All the servants of the king and the people of the royal provinces know that any man or woman who goes to the king into the inner court, who has not been invited, has one fate, to die, except the king extends to them his golden scepter. So it will be with myself. I have not been invited to go to the king this 3 days. So he reported the words of Esther to Mordecai. But Mordecai replied in return to Esther,
Do not imagine in your mind that the household of the king will escape more than all the Jews. For if you keep silent at this period, yet life and deliverance will arise to the Jews from some other quarter, but you and your father's house will be destroyed. But who knows if it was not for this occasion you were raised to the queendom?
Then Esther commanded to reply to Mordecai, Go, collect the whole of the Jews who are found in Shushan, and let them fast for me, and neither eat nor drink for 3 days, night and day, and I also and my maids will fast. I will then go to the king, although contrary to the law, and if I perish, I shall perish. Mordecai accordingly went and did all that Esther commanded. Chapter 5. And when the 3rd day arrived, Esther the queen dressed herself and appeared in the inner court of the royal palace opposite the king's apartments. And the king sat on the royal throne in the palace under the veranda of the palace. And when the king saw Queen Esther, she raised admiration in his eyes, and the king extended the golden scepter to Esther. So Esther approached to the end of the scepter when the king asked,
What is it, Queen Esther? And what do you ask? It shall be given to you, even if half of my empire.
When Esther answered, If it pleases the king that the king and Haman would come to a dinner which I have made for them. Then the king said,
Order Haman to be quick, and accomplish the request of Esther.
The king and Haman consequently went to the dinner that Esther had prepared, and the king asked Esther while drinking his wine,
Whatever you ask shall be given to you, even if you ask half of my empire, it shall be done.
And Esther replied and said, If I have found favor in the sight of the king, and if it pleases the king to grant my request and to do what I ask, let the king and Haman come to a dinner that I will make for them, and tomorrow I will make a request to the king. Haman consequently went out that day glad and delighted at heart. But when Haman saw Mordecai at the gate of the king, and that he did not rise or tremble before him, Haman was filled with fury against Mordecai. However, Haman restrained himself and went to his home, where he sent and collected his friends and his wife Zeresh. And Haman related to them his great wealth and his numerous children, and how the king had advanced him, and how he had raised him above all the princes and ministers of the king. And, Haman continued,
Esther the queen also did not admit with the king anyone to the dinner that she made except myself. And also tomorrow I am invited by her together with the king. But all this is nothing to me so long as I see Mordecai the Jew sit in the court of the king. So Zeresh and all his friends said to him, Let them make a gallows 50 cubits high, and in the morning speak to the king, and he will hang Mordecai upon it.
Then go to the dinner with the king, happy and glad-hearted.
Ha ha ha! This advice was good in the opinion of Haman. Chapter 6. On that night sleep wandered from the king, so he ordered the records of the current events of his days to be brought, and they were read before the king. And the record of the information given by Mordecai about Bigthan and Tarash, the royal chamberlains who guarded the threshold, who conspired to lay hands on King Kushrish, was lit upon. When the king asked,
What has been done in value and advancement to Mordecai for that?
And the young men who attended on the king replied, Nothing has been done for him. So the king asked,
Who is in the court?
Just then Haman had come to the outer court of the royal palace to ask the king to hang Mordecai on the gallows he had prepared for him. So the pages of the king said to him, We see Haman standing in the court. And the king replied,
Let him enter.
Haman consequently entered, and the king asked him,
What should be done to the man whom the king delights to honor?
But Haman said to his heart, Whom would the king delight to honor except myself? Therefore Haman replied to the king, For the man whom the king may delight to honor, let them bring royal robes such as the king himself has worn, and a horse that the king has ridden upon, and which has the royal plume on its head. And let them give the robes and the horse into the hand of a man among the most distinguished of the king's nobles, and let them be put upon the man whom the king delights to honor with distinction, and let him ride on the horse through the streets of the city, and proclaim before him, It is done thus to the man whom the king delights to honor. The king then said to Haman,
Make haste, take the robes and the horse, as you have said, and do so to Mordecai the Jew, who sits in the royal gate. Do not omit anything from all that you have suggested.
Haman therefore took the robes and the horse, and clothed Mordecai, and he rode through the squares of the city, and it was proclaimed before him, It is done thus to the man whom the king delights to honor. Then Mordecai returned to the royal court, but Haman went to his home depressed and with an aching head. And Haman related to Zeresh his wife and to all his friends all that had happened, when his advisers and his wife said to him,
If this Mordecai is of the Jewish race, before whom you have begun to fall, you cannot resist him, but will fall before him.
While they were talking with him, the king's chamberlains approached and commanded Haman to come to the dinner that Esther had prepared. Chapter 7. So the king and Haman went to dine with Queen Esther. Then the king said to Esther on the second day while drinking his wine,
What do you ask, Queen Esther? And it shall be given to you. Even if you ask for half of my empire, it shall be done.
And Queen Esther answered and said, If I have found favor in your eyes, king, and if it is the pleasure of the king, give me my life at my request, and my people's on my petition, for we are sold, I and my people, to destruction, to murder, and to extermination. And if we had only been sold for bondmen and women, I would have been silent, but there is no affliction comparable to the king's loss. But King Kushrush answered and asked of Queen Esther,
Who is he, and what is he who has planned in his heart to do this?
And Esther replied, A cruel and hateful man, that wicked Haman. Then Haman was terrified at the faces of the king and queen, and the king rushed in his fury from the wine table to the palace garden.
But Haman stayed to beg for his life from Esther the queen, for he saw that complete ruin from the king was before him. When the king returned from the palace garden to the wine room, Haman was fallen on the sofa that Esther was upon, so the king exclaimed,
"Will he also ravish the queen before me in the palace?"
So the word went out of the king's mouth, and they covered Haman's face. And Harbona, one of the royal chamberlains, said, "There is ready the gallows of 50 cubits high that Haman made for Mordecai, who spoke good news to the king. It stands near the palace of Haman. If the king commands, he can be hung upon it." So they hung Haman on the gallows which he had prepared for Mordecai. Then the fury of the king was appeased. Chapter 8. On the same day King Kushrush gave to Queen Esther the house of Haman the Jew-hater, and Mordecai was brought before the king, for Esther had informed him what he was to her, and the king took off his ring, that which he had recovered from Haman, and gave it to Mordecai. And Esther set Mordecai over the house of Haman. Then Esther again spoke to the king, and fell at his feet and wept, and besought him to redress the wickedness of Haman the Agagite, and the conspiracy he had contrived against the Jews. And the king extended the golden scepter. So Esther arose and stood before the king, and said, "If it is good to the king, and if I have found favor before him, and it is acceptable before the king, and I am pleasing in his eyes, let it be written to reverse the letters that Haman ben Hammedatha the Agagite contrived when he wrote to exterminate the Jews who are in all the provinces of the king. For how can I bear to see the misery that will find my people? And how can I endure to look on the destruction of my relatives?" King Kushrush, however, replied to Esther the queen and to Mordecai the Jew,
"You see, I have given the palace of Haman to Esther, and they have hung him upon the gallows because he stretched out his hand against the Jews. But you must write to the Jews, as seems best in your opinion, in the name of the king, and you can seal with the royal seal, for a letter that has been written in the royal name and sealed with the royal seal is not able to be reversed."
They consequently summoned the royal secretaries for the purpose in haste, on the 23rd day of the month Sivan, the 3rd month, who wrote as they were instructed by Mordecai the Jew, to the viceroys and governors and generals of the provinces, which were from Haud to Cush, 127 provinces, province by province, according to the writing of the people, and according to the language of the people, and to the Jews in their alphabet and language. They wrote in the name of the king Kushrush, and sealed it with the royal seal, and sent the letters by the posts on horseback, on racehorses bred in the royal stud, by which the king granted to the Jews who were in every town to collect and stand for their lives, and to destroy, to kill, and exterminate all forces of the people or province who assailed them, to infant and wife, and to plunder their property, on the same day in all the provinces of King Kushrush, on the 13th of the 12th month, which is the month of Adar. A copy of this letter was also published as a decree in every province and government, openly to all the peoples, that the Jews might be ready against that day to defend themselves from their enemies. Then Mordecai left the presence of the king completely clothed in royal robes of blue and white, and a great wreath of gold, and a shawl of muslin and purple. And the city of Shushan shouted and rejoiced, and the Jews had light and delight, and joy and honor. And all over, province by province, and in every city and village where the royal message and decree arrived, the Jews were glad and rejoiced with festivity and a good day. And many from among the population of the country became Jews, for a terror of the Jews fell upon them. Chapter 9. So in the 12th month, that is, the month of Adar, on the 12th day of it, when it approached to put the royal command and decree into practice, on the day that the enemies of the Jews hoped to dominate them, it then turned about that the Jews dominated those who hated them, and the Jews collected in the towns and in all the provinces of King Kushrush, and assailed all who sought to injure them, and no man could resist them, for a terror had fallen on all the peoples. And all the generals of the provinces, and the viceroys, and governors, and executive officers of the royal affairs, assisted the Jews, for the terror of Mordecai had fallen upon them. For Mordecai was great in the palace of the king, and his fame traveled to all the provinces, for the man Mordecai advanced and was great. The Jews therefore struck with the edge of the sword all their enemies, and slew and destroyed, and did to their enemies as they pleased. And in the palace of Shushan the Jews killed 500 persons, and Parshamdatha, and Dalphon, and Aspatha, and Paratha, and Adaliah, Arisal, and Aridal, and Vaizatha, the 10 sons of Haman ben Hammedatha, the Jews' enemy, they killed, but did not lay hands on their property. On the same day the number of the slain at the palace of Shushan was brought before the king, when the king said to Esther the queen, "In the palace of Shushan the Jews have slain and destroyed 500 persons and the 10 sons of Haman. What have they done in the rest of the royal provinces? Now what is your request, and it shall be given to you? And what is your petition further, and it shall be done?" And Esther replied, "If it is the king's pleasure, grant that the Jews may do tomorrow what they have done today in Shushan, and let them hang the 10 sons of Haman on the gallows." And the king replied, "It shall be done." So a decree was issued in Shushan, and the 10 sons of Haman were hung up. The Jews also who were at Shushan collected on that day, and slew in Shushan 300 persons, but laid not their hands upon their property. And the rest of the Jews who were in the royal provinces collected and stood for their lives, and for peace from their enemies, and killed 75,000 of their haters, but did not seize their property, on the 13th day of the month of Adar, but rested on the 14th, and made it a day of festivity and rejoicing. The Jews in Shushan, however, collected on the 13th and 14th of it, but rested on the 15th, and made that a day of festivity and pleasure. Consequently, he scattered Jews who resided in the scattered villages, make the 14th day of the month Adar a delight and festivity, and a good day, and send presents to their neighbors. Mordecai afterwards recorded these events, and sent letters to all the Jews who were in the whole of the dominions of King Kushrush, near or far, to ordain to them to celebrate the 14th day of the month of Adar, and the 15th day of it, from year to year, as days upon which safety came to the Jews from their enemies, and as the month which was turned from agony to delight for them, and from despair to be a pleasant day, and to make them days of festivity and delight, and for sending presents every one to his neighbor, and gifts to the poor. The Jews consequently undertook to continue it as they had begun to do, and as Mordecai had written to them, for Haman ben Hammedatha the Agagite, the oppressor of all the Jews, had plotted against the Jews to exterminate them, and he had thrown the arrow, that was his lot, to defeat and exterminate them. However, when it came to be discovered, the king commanded by letters to turn the wicked plot that he had contrived against the Jews upon his own head, and they hung him and his sons on a gallows. They consequently named those days Purim, from the word for an arrow. Therefore, on the receipt of these letters, and an account of what they had experienced and what had occurred to them, the Jews decreed and imposed upon themselves and on their descendants and all who joined them, that they would not omit to do year by year on these 2 days as the letters directed, and that those days should be remembered and practiced from generation to generation in every family, province, and town, and that these days of Purim should not be omitted against the Jews, nor the memory of them cease from their race. Esther the queen also wrote with full authority to confirm the 2nd decree of Purim, and sent letters to all the Jews of the 127 provinces of the empire of Kushrush as messages of peace and security, and confirmed the fixed days of Purim as Mordecai and Queen Esther had appointed to them, and which they had taken upon the souls of themselves and their race with acts of fasting and crying. So the command of Esther confirmed the affairs of the Purim, and it was recorded in this book. Chapter 10. King Kushrush afterwards laid a tax on the land and the isles of the sea. And as to all the result of his authority and power, and the wide greatness of Mordecai, how great he was with the king, they are recorded in the history of the events of the days of the kings of Media and Persia. For Mordecai the Jew was second to King Kushrush, and great among the Jews, and delightful to the man of his countrymen. He sought to benefit his people, and made safety for all his race. The end of the Book of Esther. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 1 through 6 of the Book of Daniel, from the Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapter 1. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, came in the 3rd year of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, to Jerusalem and besieged it. And the Almighty gave Jehoiakim, king of Judah, into his power, with part of the furniture of the house of God. And he carried them to the land of Shinar, to the house of his God, and he put the furniture into the treasury of his God. Then the king commanded Ashpenaz, his high chamberlain, to select some of the children of Israel, and some of the royal family, and some of the nobles, boys in whom there was no defect, and pleasing in appearance, and to educate in every science, and have them taught in knowledge and trained in affairs, who might have ability in them to attend in the royal palace, and to teach them the alphabet and language of the Kasdim. The king also assigned them daily a portion of the royal food, and wine from his own altar, and to educate them for 3 years, and at the end for them to attend before the king. And there were amongst them from the children of Judah Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. But the high chamberlain changed their names, and gave to Daniel Belteshazzar, and to Hananiah Shadrach, and to Mishael Meshach, and to Azariah Abednego. Daniel, however, decided in his heart not to pollute himself with the king's food or wine from his cellar. So he requested of the high chamberlain that he might not be defiled. And God gave Daniel favor and acceptability with the high chamberlain. The high chamberlain, however, said to Daniel, "I am afraid of my master the king, who has appointed what your food and drink shall be, and he will observe your faces more gloomy than the lads who are around you, and I shall forfeit my head to the king." But Daniel replied to Meltzar, who had been appointed high chamberlain over Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, "Pass by your servants, I pray, for 10 days, and give us grain to eat and water to drink, and compare our appearance for yourself with the appearance of the lads who eat the king's food, and do with your servants according to the result." So he listened to this request of his, and passed them for 10 days. And at the end of the 10 days he made an examination of the result, which was they were better and fairer in body than all the lads who ate the royal provisions. So he gave them grain. And God gave to these fair lads intelligence and skill in all books and science, and to Daniel understanding about all visions and dreams. And at the end of the period the king had commanded for their production, the high chamberlain brought them to the presence of Nebuchadnezzar. Then the king conversed with them, and found none amongst them all equal to Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So they attended in the royal presence, and in every matter of scientific knowledge that the king inquired of them about, he found them 10 times better informed than all the engineers and mathematicians who were in his whole empire. And Daniel lived until the 1st year of King Koresh. Chapter 2. It occurred in the 12th of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar that Nebuchadnezzar dreamed dreams, and his mind was disturbed, and his sleep left him. The king consequently ordered to call the engineers and mathematicians and enchanters and kasdim to explain the king's dream to him. So they came and stood before the king.
When the king said to them, "I have dreamed a dream, and my mind is disturbed to understand the dream." But the astronomers replied to the king in Aramaic, "King, may you live forever. Tell the dream to your slaves, and we will explain it clearly." He responded to the astronomers and said, "The purport has gone from me. But look, if you do not inform me what the dream was and explain it, you shall be cut in pieces, you slaves, and your houses be made a dunghill. But if you show the dream and explain it, you shall be given gifts and great honors. Relate therefore what I saw first, and show me the dream and explain it." They again answered and said, "Let the king tell to his slaves the dream, and we will explain its meaning." The king retorted and said, "I know assuredly that you are putting off, because you discover that the matter has gone from me. Therefore, if you do not inform me what the dream was, you have one fate, for you utter lies and rotten contrivances to talk before me till my mood changes. Look sharp, tell me the dream, when I shall know that you can explain its meaning." The astronomers replied to the king and said, "There is never a man on earth who is able to accomplish the king's demand, and because no great king or ruler ever asks such a thing of any engineer, enchanter, or astronomer, and the statement the king demands is tremendous, and besides there is no one who could accomplish it to the king except the gods, whose dwelling is not in flesh." Because of this, the king was angry and excessively furious, and ordered the destruction of all the scientists in Babel. And a decree was published to kill all the scientists, and they searched after Daniel and his associates to kill them. Daniel, however, met Arioch, the captain of the guards, who had been sent by the king to kill the scientists of Babel. He addressed and asked Arioch, the superintendent of the king, "On what account is the decree of the king so sudden?" And Arioch informed Daniel of the affair. Then Daniel rose and went to the king and begged to be given a fixed time when he would explain it to the king. Daniel then returned to his house and communicated with Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah his companions about the matter, and entreated them to request the God of heaven not to hide this thing, so that Daniel and his friends might not be destroyed with the rest of the scientists of Babel. After that, the secret was revealed to Daniel in a vision at night, and Daniel thanked the God of heaven. Daniel addressed him and said, "Should not the name of God be blessed forever and ever? For wisdom and power are his, and he changes the times and appoints opportunities. He raises kings and depresses kings. He to the wise gives wisdom, and he gives knowledge and skill. He reveals the deep and the hidden. He knows what is obscure, and light resides with him. I thank you, God of my fathers, and praise for giving me science and power, and revealing what we sought from you, revealing the thing of the kings." In consequence of this, Daniel went to Arioch, whom the king had appointed to destroy the scientists of Babel, and said to him, "Do not destroy the scientists of Babel. Bring me before the king, and I will myself explain it to him." Arioch consequently went in haste with Daniel to the king, and said to him, "I have found a man from among the captive Jews who can tell the king the meaning." The king then addressed and asked Daniel, who was named Belteshazzar, "Are you able to tell me the dream that I saw and explain it?" Daniel replied to the king and said, "The secret that the king demands, no scientist, enchanter, or engineer is able to decide and show to the king. However, there is a God in heaven who reveals the hidden, and he has made known to King Nebuchadnezzar what will be in future times. Your dreams and the visions of your head upon your bed were these. From you, king, your thoughts ascended on your bed as to what would be after now, and the revealer of the hidden made known to you what will be. But not for any science that I possess more than any living has this secret been revealed to me, but with the object for me to make it known to the king, and that you might know the thoughts of your mind. You, king, were looking, and saw a great image. This image which was great, and its splendor dazzling, stood before you, and its aspect was terrible. The head of the image was of fine gold, its breast and arms of silver, its belly and thighs of brass, its legs of iron, its feet part of iron and part of clay. You looked at it until a stone was cut without hands and thrown against the iron and clay feet of the image and broke them to pieces. Then at once the iron, clay, brass, and gold were broken and became like chaff from thrashing wheat, and the whole were carried away by the wind, and no rest was found for them. But the stone that struck the image became a great mountain and filled the earth. That was the dream. Now the meaning shall be told to the king. You, king, are a king of kings, to whom the God of heaven has given this empire, its power, its might, and splendor. And wherever the sons of men reside, the beasts of the field and the birds of the skies he has given into your hand, and you rule all of them. You are the head of gold. But after you another kingdom will arise, inferior to yours, and another third kingdom of brass, which will rule over all the country. Then a fourth kingdom that will be as strong as iron, because as iron breaks and crushes all, so like iron it will break all in pieces and crush. And as you saw its feet and toes were formed part of clay and part of iron, that kingdom will be a divided one. Yet the firmness of iron will be in it, because you saw the iron mixed with tempered clay. So as the toes were part of iron and part of clay, part of that empire will be strong and part brittle. And as you observed the iron was mixed with the tempered clay, they will mix themselves with the races of mankind, but will not stick together with each other, as iron does not unite with clay. But in the days of those kings, the God of heaven will establish an everlasting empire and indestructible, whose sovereignty will not be transferred to another people. It will subdue and break all the kingdoms and will stand forever. And as you saw a stone cut from a rock, but not by hands, which broke the iron, the brass, the clay, the silver, and the gold, the great God has revealed to the king what will come after now, and the dream is certain, and my interpretation true. Then King Nebuchadnezzar fell on his face and did reverence to Daniel, and commanded to present a gift and perfumes to him. Then the king addressed Daniel and said, I know by a proof that your God is a God of gods, who makes kings and reveals the hidden, since you have been able to disclose this hidden thing. The king afterwards promoted Daniel and presented him with great gifts, and made him governor over all the province of Babel and president of all the scientists of Babel. Daniel, however, asked it from the king, and he appointed as administrators of the province of Babel Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, but Daniel continued at the king's court. Chapter 3. Nebuchadnezzar the king made a golden column, whose height was 60 cubits, and its breadth 6. He erected it on the plain of Dura in the province of Babel. Then Nebuchadnezzar sent to collect the viceroys, presidents, and lawyers, the judges, the treasurers, the counselors, the justices, and all the governors of provinces, to assemble for the dedication of the column that King Nebuchadnezzar had erected. Consequently, all the viceroys, the presidents, and lawyers, with judges, treasurers, the counselors, the justices, and all governors of provinces, assembled to the dedication of the column that King Nebuchadnezzar had set up. Then the herald proclaimed, It is commanded to you, peoples, nations, and languages, that at the time you hear the sound of the horn, pipe, harp, sackbut, psaltery, bagpipe, and all kinds of music, you shall fall down and worship the column of gold that Nebuchadnezzar the king has erected, and whoever does not fall down and worship it shall immediately be flung into the middle of the burning fiery furnace. Consequently, at the time appointed, when all the peoples heard the sound of the horn, the pipe, the harp, the sackbut, the psaltery,
the bagpipe, and all kinds of music, all the peoples, nations, and languages fell and worshipped the golden column that King Nebuchadnezzar had set up. However, at that time some men of the Chaldee approached and accused the Jews. They addressed King Nebuchadnezzar. "May you live forever, king. Did not you yourself, king, appoint a decree for all men when they heard the sound of the horn, the pipe, the harp, the sackbut, the psaltery, the bagpipe, and all kinds of music, to fall down and worship the golden column? And that whoever did not fall down and worship should immediately be flung into the middle of the burning fiery furnace? But there are men of the Jews whom you have appointed over the administration of the province of Babel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. These men have not obeyed you, king. They have not fallen down to your God, and have not worshipped the golden column that you have set up." Then Nebuchadnezzar, in rage and fury, commanded Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego to be brought. And the men were brought before the king, when Nebuchadnezzar addressed and said to them, "Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, why do you not honor and fall down to my God, nor worship the golden column I have erected? However, are you prepared at the time you hear the sound of the horn, the pipe, the harp, the sackbut, the psaltery, the bagpipe, and all kinds of music, to fall down and worship the column that I have made? If you will not worship, you shall be immediately flung into the middle of the burning fiery furnace. And who is the God that can deliver you from my hand?" Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego replied and said to King Nebuchadnezzar, "We do not care enough about this decree to answer you. Be sure there is a God whom we worship, who is able to deliver us from the burning fiery furnace, and he will deliver us from your hand, king. But if not, let it be known to yourself, king, that we will not reverence your God, nor worship the golden column you have set up." Then Nebuchadnezzar was filled with fury, and the shape of his face was changed at Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. So in reply he ordered them to heat the furnace 7 times more than usual, and commanded the strongest men in his army to bind Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and to fling them into the fiery furnace. Consequently, these men were bound in their trousers, waistcoats, mantles, and turbans, and flung into the middle of the burning fiery furnace. However, because the furnace was made excessively hot, owing to the urgent command of the king, the men who took up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were killed by the flame of the fire. But those 3 men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell bound into the center of the burning fiery furnace. Then Nebuchadnezzar was terrified and rose up hastily and addressed his counselors and asked, "Did we not throw 3 men bound into the middle of the burning fiery furnace?" They answered and said, "Certainly, king." He replied and said, "How then do I see 4 men loose, walking in the midst of the fire, and unimpaired? And the appearance of the 4th is like a son of a god." Then Nebuchadnezzar approached the entrance of the burning fiery furnace, and called, and said, "Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, servants of the highest God, come out and come here." Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came out of the midst of the fire, and the viceroys, the presidents, and the counselors of the king saw the men, and that the fire had not had power over their bodies, and that the hair of their heads was not singed, and their clothing not injured, and the smell of fire was not upon them. Nebuchadnezzar consequently exclaimed, "Thank the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who sent his messenger to deliver his servants who trusted upon him, who disregarded the royal decree and gave up their bodies and would not serve and would not worship any god but their own God.
Therefore, I now ordain a decree to every people, nation, and language, that whoever shall speak insultingly of the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego shall be cut to pieces and their houses made a dunghill, because there is not another God who is able to deliver like him. The king afterwards promoted Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the province of Babel. Nebuchadnezzar the king, to all peoples, nations, and languages who reside on all the earth, perfect peace. It is a pleasure to me to declare the signs and wonders which the highest God has shown towards me. How great are his signs, and how mighty his wonders! He reigns king forever, and his government is for ages of ages. Chapter 4. Nebuchadnezzar the king, to all peoples, nations, and languages who reside on all the earth, perfect peace. It is a pleasure to me to declare the signs and wonders which the highest God has shown towards me. How great are his signs, and how mighty his wonders! He reigns king forever, and his government is for ages of ages. I, Nebuchadnezzar, was at peace in my home and flourishing in my palace. I dreamed a vision and was depressed, and the thoughts upon my bed and the visions terrified my head. Therefore I issued an order to bring before me all the scientists of Babel to explain the purport of my dream. Consequently, the engineers, the enchanters, the astronomers, and mathematicians came, and I related my dream to them, but they could not explain its meaning. At last, however, Daniel came before me, whom I have appointed Prince of Bel, after the name of my God, and in whom there is the spirit of the holy gods, to whom I related my dream. Belteshazzar, chief of the engineers, because I know that the spirit of the holy gods is with you, and no secret is hidden from you, look at the vision I dreamed, and tell me its explanation, for the visions of my head on my bed were these. I looked, and saw a tree in the middle of the land, and it was very high. The tree grew and strengthened, and its top touched the skies, and it could be seen to the extent of the country. Its foliage was pleasant, with plenty of fruit, and food for all upon it. The beasts of the field sheltered under it, and the birds of the skies dwelt on its branches, and all animals were fed by it. I watched, looking at the vision of my head on my bed, and saw a holy watchman descend from the heavens. He spoke with authority and said, "Cut this tree down, cut off its branches, shake off its leaves, and scatter its fruit. Drive the beasts from under it, and the birds from its boughs. However, leave its roots in the earth, with a fence of iron and brass, in the grass of the field, and moisten it with the dew of the skies, and let its lot be with the beasts of the earth. Change his heart from a human, and let the heart of a beast be given to him, and let 7 seasons pass over him. By decree of the watchers it is decreed, and by the command of the holy ones is the order about the affair, so that the living may learn that the highest rules in the kingdom of men, and gives it to whoever he decides, and raises the vilest of men over it. That was the vision I dreamed, I, Nebuchadnezzar. But you, Belteshazzar, tell the explanation, for all the scientists of my empire are not able to explain or to interpret it, so I called you to myself, because the spirit of the holy God is in you." Then Daniel, whom I had appointed Prince of Bel, was at first amazed on hearing it, and his thoughts troubled him. Therefore I, the king, addressed Belteshazzar, and said, "Do not let the dream or its explanation trouble you." But Belteshazzar replied and said, "May the portent of the dream be to those who hate, and its explanation of those who oppose you." The tree that you saw that was great and strong, and whose top touched the skies, and that was seen all over the land, whose foliage was beautiful, and with plenty of fruit, with food for everyone upon it, under which the beasts of the field dwelt, and the birds of the skies nestled on its boughs, it was yourself, king, who have grown and strengthened and increased in power, and touched the skies and govern the bounds of the land. And as you saw a holy watcher descend from the skies and command to fell the tree and destroy it, yet to leave its roots in the ground, and surrounded with iron and brass in the grass of the field, and to be moistened with dew from the skies, and its lot to be with the beasts of the field, until 7 seasons had passed over it, this is its explanation, and king, it is a decree of the highest proclaimed against my lord the king, and to drive you from among men. And you will be driven to be with the beasts of the field, and you shall eat the grass like oxen, and be wet with the dew of the skies. And 7 seasons shall pass over you, until you learn that the Most High rules over the empire of man, and gives it to whoever he decides. But since they were ordered to leave the stump of the roots of the tree, your kingdom will be reserved for you until you understand that the heavens rule. Consequently, king, let my advice be pleasing to you, and redeem your sins by righteousness, and your faults by mercy to the wretched. Then there may be a continuance of your prosperity. All this happened to King Nebuchadnezzar. At the end of 12 months he was walking upon the royal palace of Babel, when the king exclaimed and said, Is not this great Babel itself what I have built for the residence of my majesty by my might, and for the splendor of my magnificence? Immediately after the king had spoken, a voice fell from the heavens, King Nebuchadnezzar, it is proclaimed against you, the empire has gone from you, and you shall be driven out from mankind, and you shall stay with the beasts of the field. You shall eat grass like oxen, and 7 seasons shall pass over you, until you learn that the highest rules in the kingdoms of men, and gives them to whoever he decides. In that hour, at that moment, it was accomplished on Nebuchadnezzar, and he was driven out from mankind, and ate grass like oxen, and he was wet with the drops of the skies rained upon him, until his hair grew like eagles, and his claws like birds. But at the end of the period, I, Nebuchadnezzar, raised my eyes towards the heavens, and my understanding returned to me, and I blessed the highest, and praised and honored him, living forever. For his government rules forever, and his dominion for ages of ages. For all the dwellers on earth may be considered as nothing, but he rules as with his army in the host of the heavens, and over the inhabitants of the earth, and there is none who can restrain his hand and say to him, What are you doing? At the same time my intellect returned to me, and the splendor of my empire, my honor, and glory came back to me, and my advisers and nobles came and fixed me in the empire, and they granted power to me. Consequently, I, Nebuchadnezzar, praise and exalt and honor the King of heaven, for all his acts are right and ways just, and he is able to depress those who walk in pride. Chapter 5. The king Belshazzar made a great supper for 1,000 of his nobles, and drank wine with the 1,000 lords. Belshazzar, while excited by wine, commanded to bring the cups of gold and silver which Nebuchadnezzar his ancestor had brought from the temple at Jerusalem, that the king, his nobles, his wives, and concubines might drink from them. So they brought the cups of gold which had been carried from the temple of the house of God at Jerusalem, and the king and his nobles, with his wives and concubines, drank from them. They drank wine and praised the gods of gold and silver, brass, iron, wood, and stone. In the same hour, the fingers of a man's hand appeared and wrote opposite the lamp on the wall of the palace of the king, and the king watched the portion of a hand as it wrote.
Then the brightness of the king changed, and his thoughts troubled him, and the joints of his loins were relaxed, and his knees struck one against the other. The king therefore cried loudly to bring the mathematicians, astronomers, and lawyers, who the king addressed, and said to the scientists of Babel,
"Whatever man can read that writing and explain its meaning shall be clothed in purple, and have a chain of gold put on his neck, and shall be one of the 3 governors of the empire."
Then all the king's scientists entered, but they were not able to read the writing or to explain the meaning of it to the king. King Belshazzar was consequently greatly troubled, and the brightness of his expression was changed, and his advisers were perplexed. Because of the consternation of the king and his counselors, the queen dowager came into the banqueting house and addressed the king and said, "May you live forever, king. Let not your thoughts trouble you or your expression change. There is a man in your empire in whom is the spirit of the holy gods. And in the times of your ancestors, light and intelligence and science, like the science of the gods, was found in him. And King Nebuchadnezzar, your ancestor, appointed him chief of the engineers, enchanters, astronomers, and mathematicians, because a spirit of light and knowledge and understanding in the explanation of dreams, the solution of problems, and loosening of difficulties was found in him, in Daniel, by the king, who appointed him as prince of Bel. So let Daniel be called, and he will explain the problem." Daniel was therefore brought before the king, when the king addressed him and said to Daniel,
"Are you the Daniel of the sons of the captives who were brought by my ancestor from Judea? For I have heard that the spirit of the gods is in you, and light and intelligence, and that supreme science is found in you. Now the scientists and enchanters have been brought to me to read that inscription and explain its meaning, but they are not able to explain the meaning of the phenomenon. But I have heard about you, that you could explain it clearly and solve its difficulties. Therefore, if you are able to read the writing and explain its meaning, you shall be clothed in purple, and a chain of gold be put on your neck, and be of the 3 who govern the empire."
Daniel, however, answered and said to the king,
"Keep your gifts to yourself, and your plunder for others. However, I will read the inscription for the king and explain its meaning. As regards yourself, king, the highest God gave your ancestor Nebuchadnezzar this empire, and greatness, and power, and majesty. And at the grandeur given to him, all the peoples, nations, and languages were trembling and fearing before him. Whoever he decided was murdered, and whoever he decided should live, they did live. And he promoted whoever he chose, and threw down whoever he determined. But when his heart became exalted, and his mind overbearingly insolent, he was driven from the throne of his empire, and they took his glory from him. And he was driven from mankind, and lived with the beasts, and dwelt among the wild asses, eating grass like oxen, and was wet with the dripping rain of the skies, until that he learnt that the highest God rules over the kingdoms of men, and places whoever he decides over them. Yet you, Belshazzar, his descendant, although you knew all this, have not humbled your heart, but have exalted yourself against the Lord of the heavens, and have brought the cups of his house out to yourself. And you, your nobles, your wives and concubines, have drank wine from them, and honored the gods of silver and gold, brass, iron, wood, and stone, who neither see, nor hear, nor know. But you have not thanked the God in whose hand your breath is, and who knows all your ways, from whom also was sent the part of a hand that affixed this inscription. And this is the inscription that is affixed: Mina, Mina, Tekel, O Farsin. This is the explanation of the mandate. Mina, decided. God has decided about your kingdom and destroyed it. Tekel, weighed. You have been weighed in the scales and found insufficient. O Fars, your empire is Persianized and given to the Medes and Persians.
Belshazzar commanded, and they clothed Daniel in scarlet, and put a chain of gold upon his neck, and proclaimed him as one of the 3 rulers of the empire. Belshazzar, king of the Kasdim, was slain on that night, and Darius the Mede seized the empire, being then 62 years of age. Chapter 6. It was decided for Darius to be president, but there were appointed 127 viceroys over the empire who were to join in all the government. But over them were 3 premiers, of whom Daniel was the chief, to whom the viceroys were to give accounts, so that the king might not suffer loss. Daniel, however, himself was appointed the premier over the senators, because he had an enlightened mind, and the king set him over the whole empire. The superintendents and viceroys consequently looked out to find something against Daniel in reference to his administration, but they were unable to find an error or fault, because he was faithful, and no error or fault could be found about him. These men consequently said, "We shall not find anything wrong against Daniel unless it is found in regard to the law of his God." These superintendents and viceroys therefore approached the king and said thus to him, "King Darius, may you live forever. All the superintendents, governors, and viceroys, counselors, and deputies of the empire have consulted together to pass a royal decree, and to proclaim an edict, that anyone who may seek a request from any god or man for 30 days, except from yourself, king, shall be flung into the den of lions. Therefore, king, confirmed the interdict and signed the record, so that it cannot be altered according to the law of the Medes and Persians, which cannot be abolished." The king Darius accordingly confirmed the interdict. But although Daniel knew the record was signed, he went to his house, and opened the window of his chamber towards Jerusalem. And kneeling thrice a day on his knees, he prayed and gave thanks, as he had done formerly to God. These men then visited him, and found Daniel asking and entreating of God as formerly. They consequently approached and asked the king about the interdict. "Did you not sign an interdict against any person who should ask anything from any god or man for 30 days, except, king, from you, that they should be thrown into the den of lions?" The king replied and said, "I did establish that, according to the law of the Medes and Persians that alters not." Then they responded and said to the king, "That Daniel, who is one of the sons of the captives, does not regard you, king, or the interdict that you signed, but prays 3 times a day, making his requests." When, however, the king heard this statement, he was exceedingly disturbed over it, and set his heart to deliver Daniel, and exerted himself till the departure of the sun to rescue him. Those men, however, pressed on to the king, and said to the king, "You know, king, the law of the Medes and Persians, that any interdict or decree confirmed by the king cannot be altered." The king consequently said, "Let it be done to Daniel." So they flung him into the den of lions. The king, however, addressed Daniel and said, "Your God, whom you constantly serve, will deliver you." They then placed a large stone at the mouth of the den, and the king sealed it with his seal, and his nobles also sealed it, so that the trap might not be opened for Daniel. Then the king returned to his palace, and sat down fasting, and did not permit food to be brought before him, and sleep fled from him. The king consequently rose at early dawn, and went in anxiety to the lion's den. And when he approached to the den, he called in an agonized voice to Daniel. The king addressed him and said, "Daniel, Daniel, servant of the living God, has the God whom you serve continually been able to deliver you from the lions?" When Daniel replied and said, "Yes, king, yes. May you live forever, king. God sent his messenger and closed the mouths of the lions who could not devour me, because I was innocent before him,
And also against you, king, I have done no wrong." The king consequently was exceedingly glad about it, and commanded to release Daniel from the den. So they released Daniel from the den, and no injury was found upon him, for he had trusted in God. Then the king commanded, and they brought those men who had accused Daniel, and flung them into the den of lions, they, their children, and wives. And they had not arrived at the floor of the den before the lions seized them and broke all their bones. Darius the king afterwards wrote, "To all nations, peoples, and languages who dwell on all the earth, much peace to you. From myself, I issue a decree that in all the governments of my empire they must tremble and do reverence before the God of Daniel, for he is a living God, and exists, and his dominion cannot be destroyed, and his government is to eternity. He delivers and rescues, and produces signs and wonders in the heavens and on the earth, for he delivered Daniel from the power of the lions." Thus Daniel prospered in the empire of Darius and the empire of Koresh the Persian. The end of chapters 1 through 6. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 7 through 12 of the Book of Daniel, from the Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapter 7. In the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babel, Daniel dreamed a dream and a vision of his head upon his bed. He therefore wrote the dream of his head and related the matter. Daniel spoke and said, "I saw a vision in the visions of the night, and noted the 4 winds of the sky rush out upon the great sea. And 4 great beasts arose from the sea, different from one another. The first like a lion, with wings like an eagle. I continued watching until it folded its wings and alighted upon the land and stood on its feet like a man, and a human heart was given to it. Then I saw another beast, the second, like a bear, and it established a dominion. It had 3 tusks in its mouth amongst its teeth, and it was commanded to arise and devour much flesh. After that, as I was looking, I saw another like a leopard, and it had 4 wings like a bird on its back, and 4 heads, and life and a dominion were given to it. After that I looked and saw beings in the visions of the night. Then I noted a 4th beast, terrible, dreadful, and very strong, and it had iron teeth. It devoured much, and stamped and broke with its feet the rest. It was, however, different from all the previous beasts, and had 10 horns. While I was reflecting about the horns, I observed another little horn rise amongst them, but 3 of the former horns were pulled up before it. I also observed eyes, like human eyes, in this horn, and a mouth speaking magniloquently. I continued watching until the thrones were flung down, and the splendor of time sat. His robes glittered like snow, and the hair of his head was like clean wool. His throne was flames of fire, its wheels flashing fire. A river of fire proceeded and flamed before him. Thousands of thousands served him, and crowds on crowds stood before him. He sat to judge, and the records were opened. I was looking for that time because of the magniloquent words that the horn spoke. I continued looking until the beast was slain, and its body destroyed and given to the burning fire. But the rest of the beasts had a period of dominion, and a continuance of life was given to them for a period and a time. I continued watching in the vision of the night, and saw in the clouds of the heavens one who was like a son of man, who advanced to the splendor of time, and was introduced to him, and he gave him a dominion and glory and kingship, and all nations and peoples and languages bowed to him. His dominion will dominate forever and not pass away, and his empire will not be destroyed. The spirit of myself, Daniel, was pained in its sheath, and the thoughts of my head disturbed me. So I advanced to one of the bystanders, and determined to inquire of him what all this meant, and he replied to me and explained its purport. Those 4 great beasts that you have seen are 4 empires which will be established on the earth. The saints of the Most High will afterwards take the empire and possess it forever and ever. Then I determined to ascertain about the 4th beast, why it was different from them. Terrible, dreadful, with teeth of iron and its claws of brass, devouring, trampling, and smashing the rest with its feet, and about the 10 horns on its head, and the one that sprung up when 3 fell before it, that horn that had eyes and a mouth and spoke magniloquently, and whose expression was more haughty than its companions. So I continued watching, and that horn made war with the saints, and defeated them, until the splendor of time arrived, and gave judgment for the saints of the Most High, and the time came for the saints to possess the empire. Then he said, The 4th beast is a 4th empire on earth. It will be different from all the empires, and devour all the earth, and thrash it, and break it. And the 10 horns of the empire are 10 kingdoms that will arise, but another will arise after them, and it will differ from these kingdoms, and will depose 3 kings. It will also speak in opposition to the highest, and persecute the saints of the Most High, and determine to change the times and the laws, and they will be given into his hand for a period, and periods, and half a period. Then the tribunal will sit, and its dominion will be terminated and destroyed and abolished completely, when the empire and dominion and grandeur of the empire under the whole heavens will be given to the holy people of the Most High. His empire is an eternal empire, and all dominions shall be subject to and serve him. There is the end of these affairs. I myself, Daniel, reflected greatly, was troubled, and my thoughts disturbed me, but I kept the matter in mind. Chapter 8. In the 3rd year of the reign of King Belshazzar, a vision appeared to me, Daniel, after the former one that appeared to me. And I looked at the vision. The vision came to me when I was at the palace of Shushan, which is in the province of Elam, and it seemed in the vision that I went to the river Aulai, and lifting my eyes in the vision, I looked and saw a ram stand by the river with 2 horns, and the horns were upright, and one higher than the other, but the higher grew up last. I watched the ram pushing west and north and southward. No animal could stand before him, and none could escape out of his power, but he did as he pleased and became great. And I continued to look out, and saw a he-goat come from the west above the surface of the earth, and not touching the ground. And the goat had a strong horn between the eyes, and he went at the ram with the 2 horns that I saw standing by the river, and rushed at him with furious force. Thus I saw him approach close to the ram, and he struck the ram and broke his 2 horns, for the ram had no power to stand before him. So he flung him to the ground and stamped on him, and the ram had no escape from his power. Then the he-goat became very great, but when at his full strength his great horn was broken, and instead of it 4 powers arose from the 4 winds of the heavens, and from one of them came out a little single horn, which became splendidly great against the south, and against the east, and against the splendor. Then it exalted itself to fight with the heavens, and threw down some of its army and some of the stars, and trod on them. It even stood up against the commander of that army, and took from him the perpetual offering, and threw down his holy dwelling. And an army was given to it against the perpetual for wrongdoing, and it threw down truth to the ground, yet it was active and prospered. Then I heard a saint speak, and ask another saint, "Can you say for how long the vision is, and the desolation of the wicked is granted, during which the holy army will be trodden down?" And he replied to him,
For 2,300 evening mornings, after which the sanctuary will be sanctified.
And while I, Daniel, looked at the vision and tried to understand it, I saw something like the appearance of a man stand before me, and I heard a human voice near the auli, and it called and said, Gabriel, make this man understand the appearance. So he came to my side, but I was terrified at his approach, and fell on my face when he said to me,
Understand, son of Adam, that the vision is for a terminable period.
While he was speaking with me, I fell into a stupor with my face to the earth, but he approached and raised me when I stood up, and he said to me,
I will inform you what will come in the future, what will come at the appointed time. The ram that you saw possessing 2 horns are the kingdoms of Media and Persia, and the he-goat is the kingdom of Ionia, and the great horn that was between his eyes is the first king. But he will be broken, and 4 kingdoms will arise instead of him from the nation, but not with his vigor. And at the end of those kingdoms, when the offenses are expiated, a king of fierce expression and who understands policy will arise with mighty power, but not his own power, and be wonderfully corrupt, but prosper, and be energetic and destroy the mighty and holy people. And his policy and diplomacy will increase with his power, so that he will enlarge himself to his own mind, and destroy many by treachery. Then he will stand up against the Prince of Princes, and be broken without a hand. Be sure the vision of the evening morning that you were told is true, but shut up that vision, for it is far distant. Then I, Daniel, fainted and was sick for days. I afterwards arose and did the king's business, but I was astonished at the revelation and could not understand it. Chapter 9.
In the 1st year of Darius, son of Cushrush, of the Median race, who became king over the empire of the Kasdim, in the 1st year of his reign, I, Daniel, ascertained from the records the years that the Lord had said to Jeremiah the preacher should pass for the completion of the ruin of Jerusalem, 70 years. So I turned my face to seek Almighty God by prayer and supplication, with fasting and sackcloth and ashes. I also prayed to the Lord my God, and gave thanks, and said, O Lord, the great and terrible God, who keeps the covenant with those who love him and keep his commands, we have offended and sinned and revolted and turned from your instructions and decrees. And we have not listened to your servants the preachers, who spoke in your name to our kings, princes, and fathers, and to all the people of the country. Righteousness is yours, Almighty, but to us shame of face as at this day, to the men of Judah and the population of Jerusalem, and to all Israel, whether near or afar, in every country where they have fled, because of the sin they have sinned against you. Almighty, with us, our kings, our princes, and fathers who sinned against you, is shame of face. But with our Almighty God are pities and mercies, although we have rebelled against him, and have not listened to the voice of the Lord our God, to walk in his paths that he prepared before us by the means of his servants the preachers. And all Israel has transgressed your laws, and gone away so as not to listen to your voice. Consequently, the curse has been poured upon us, and the threat that was written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, because we sinned against him. And he has confirmed his words that he spoke against us and against our rulers who governed us, that he would bring upon us great sufferings such as were never heard of under all the heavens, and which occurred at Jerusalem, as they had been written in the laws of Moses. All those sufferings have come upon us. Yet we appeased not the face of the ever-living God by turning from our sins and by comprehending the truth. Consequently, the ever-living watched for the suffering and brought it upon us.
For the ever-living God is absolutely right in all the acts that he does, but we do not listen to his voice. But now, Almighty God, who brought your people from out of the land of the Mitzrayim with the strong hand, and made yourself renowned as at this day, we have offended, we have done wrong. Almighty, although you are right in what you have done, turn away your anger and wrath, I pray, from your city, Jerusalem, your holy hill, because by our offenses and the sins of our fathers, Jerusalem and your people are a reproach amongst all around them. So now listen, our God, to the prayer of your servant and to his entreaty, and let your face shine upon your desolate sanctuary. For my sake, Lord, incline your ear, my God, and hear. Open your eyes, and see the desolations of the city upon which your name was invoked, because not for our righteousness do we let our entreaties fall before your face, but because of your many mercies. Almighty, listen! Almighty, pardon! Almighty, hear and act! Delay not for your own sake, my God, because your name was invoked over your city and over your people. Then while I was speaking and praying and confessing my faults and the faults of my people Israel, and letting my entreaty fall before the Lord my God on account of the holy hill of my God, then while I was speaking out and praying, the man Gabriel, whom I had seen in the previous vision when exhausted, approached me about the time of the evening offering, and entering, spoke and said to me, Daniel, I have come to teach you to understand. At the beginning of your entreaty the command was issued, and I am come to say you are highly honored. So reflect upon the affair, and reflect upon the revelation. 70 weeks are fixed upon your people, and upon the holy city for all their revolts, and to expiate their offenses, and to expiate their sin, and to bring forward eternal righteousness, and to accomplish the vision and prophecy and the Messiah, the holiest of the holy. So know and comprehend that from the issue of the order to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until the Messiah arrives is 7 weeks and 62 weeks. It will be restored and built with streets and moat in times of distress. And after the 62 weeks, the Messiah will be slain, and none support him. After that, the city and the sanctuary will be desolated by a dominating people who are brought on, but its end will be with a torrent, and its abolition by war. The desolations are fixed, but the covenant will be guarded by many for a week, and in the middle of the week he will make the sacrifice and the offering to cease, and the loathsome brute will desolate to the extreme. But at last a wound will be given to the desolators. Chapter 10. In the 3rd year of Karush, king of Persia, a message was revealed to Daniel, who was appointed by name Prince of Bel, and the purport is true and very certain, so understand the matter that was explained to him by a revelation. During those days, I, Daniel, was in depression for a period of 3 weeks. I ate no pleasant food, and flesh or wine did not enter my mouth, nor did I lubricate myself until the completion of the 3 weeks' period. And on the 24th day of the 1st month, while I was on the banks of the great river Hiddekel, I raised my eyes and looked, and saw a man clothed in trousers, and his waist belted with gold of Uphaz. His body was like a Tarshish gem, and his face like the gleam of lightning, and his eyes like lamps of fire, and his arms and legs like the glitter of bright brass, and the sound of his speech like the sound of a crowd. And I, Daniel, alone saw the appearance, for the persons who were with me did not see the appearance, but a great faintness fell upon them, and they fled to hide themselves, and I was left alone. So I watched this great appearance, although there was no strength left in me, and my energy was destroyed, and I retained no power.
Yet I heard the sound of his words. But when I heard the sound of his words, I was laid on my face in a stupor with my face to the earth. But I perceived a hand approach me, and I staggered on to my knees and the palms of my hands. Then he said to me, Daniel, you fully accepted man, attend to the words which I speak to you, and stand upon your feet, for I have now been sent to you. When he spoke this speech to me, I stood up trembling, and he said to me, Fear not, Daniel, for from the first day that you gave your heart to examine and humble yourself before your God, your words were heard, so I have come to speak with you. But the prince of the kingdom of Persia stood opposing me for 21 days. But Michael, one of the first princes, came and helped me, and I was relieved then from the restraint of the governors of Persia, and I have come to inform you of what will happen to your own people in future times, because the vision is yet at a distance. And as he spoke these words to me, I hung my face to the earth and was silent. But I saw whilst silent a man touch my lips when I opened my mouth and spoke, and said to the stander before me, Sir, by this appearance, my anguish has returned upon me, and my strength has failed. So how can your servant talk with you, sir, when I have now no strength to stand by myself, and I have no breath left in me? Then one with the appearance of a man touched me again, and said, Fear not, you chosen man, peace to you, be bold, be bold. And when he spoke with me, I was encouraged, and replied, Let my Lord speak, for I am reassured. Then he said, I will teach you what will come to you, but now I must return to fight with the prince of Persia, and when I am gone, you will see the prince of Eon come. However, I will inform you of the record in the book of truth, for there is no one who helps me about these things except Michael, your prince.
Chapter 11.
And I stood up in the first year of Darius the Mede to encourage and strengthen him.
But now I will remind you of the fact. There will yet be 3 kings stand up in Persia, and a 4th, rich, far richer than all of them, and he will embolden himself in his wealth. The whole will excite the kingdom of Ion. Then a powerful king will arise and rule with great dominance and do as he desires. But as he stands, his empire will be shattered and divided to the 4 winds of the heavens, but not for his posterity, and not like the dominion that he ruled, for his empire will be uprooted for others than his own. And the king of the south, who was one of his generals, will be strong and bolder than he, and rule with a wide dominion made from his empire. But at the conclusion of the years they will associate, and the daughter of the king of the south will be brought to the king of the north to make rectifications. But she will not retain the strength of her arm, and his arm will not continue, but she will be betrayed with her attendants and her parent and her supporter in those times. But a shoot from her roots will stand in his position and go against the army, and come to the fortress of the king of the north, and assail and seize, and also carry off captive their gods with their princes, and beautiful furniture of silver and gold into the Mitzrayim. And he will endure more years than the king of the north, who will advance to the dominions of the king of the south, but return to his own country, and vigorously exert himself, and collect a numerous army, and advance and flood, and pass onwards, and arouse himself to his full strength. But the king of the south will be furious, and advance and fight with him, with the king of the north, who had arranged the numerous host. But the crowd will be given into his power, and the crowd will be carried away. Then his spirit will be exalted, and he will defeat numbers, but not succeed. For the king of the north will return and array a greater number than the former, and at the end of periods of years will advance with a great army and numerous cavalry. And at the same time many will arise against the king of the south, and the fierce fellows of your people will rise up to accomplish this vision, but will fail.
Then the king of the north will come and pile up an embankment, and capture the fortified cities and the arms of the south, for his choice army will not be able to stand, and none have power to resist. But the assailant will do as he desires to him, for none can stand before him. But he will establish himself with destruction in his hand, in the glorious land, and turn his face to advance with all the power of his empire, and his squadrons with him, and succeed. But a daughter of women will be given to him to destroy him, but she will not attain or come to him. Then he will set his face to the coasts, and capture many. But a prince will stop his incursions. Indeed, he will turn his insolence on himself, when he will return to the capital of his own country, and stumble, and fail, and not be found. There will then succeed to his officer and imposer of taxes upon the honor of the empire, but in a few days he will be destroyed, yet neither in anger nor war, when a mean fellow will succeed to his office, to whom they will not confer the honor of the empire, but he will come in by briberies, and obtain the empire by intrigue, and with force of a flood they will be overwhelmed and broken before him, and also the princely treaty. And he will work for himself by crafty negotiations, and advance and strengthen himself by a few people, and by peace he will bring his government to prosperity, and do what neither his fathers nor his fathers' fathers have done, by that, and distribute wealth and prosperity to it, and his policy will be against physical force for a period. But when he is strong and hearty, he will assail the king of the south with a great army, and the king of the south will contend in the war with a very great force, but will not succeed. For he will contrive plots against him, and those in his own pay will destroy him, and his army will be overwhelmed, and many fall wounded. And the intention of the two kings will be to do mischief, and they will talk lies at one table, but not succeed. For the appointed end is at its period, but he will return towards his own country with great wealth, when his heart will assail the holy covenant, and effect his purpose, and return to his own country. After a period he will come again, and advance to the south, but he will not meet with success as he did formerly, for the ships of the Cathim will come and assail him, so he will retreat and be furious, and work against the holy covenant. Then he will turn and favor those who abandon the holy covenant, and arms will succeed with him, and he will defile the sanctuary of the capital, and they will abolish the perpetual sacrifice, and establish the desolating brute. Then the revolters from the covenant will apostatize to defilements, but the people who acknowledge God will be bold and act. But the seducers of the people who control the many will perish by the sword, by flame, and in captivity, and by slaughter for a period. But in their fall they will be helped with some assistance, and many will be joined to them by policy, and some of the teachers will fall to refine them, and purify and beautify them for the appointed time, for the period is future. Therefore the king will effect his object, and exalt himself, and enlarge himself like a god, and against the God of gods, uttering astonishing things. Yet he will prosper until his insolence is complete, for what is decreed will be done. And he will neither reverence the God of his fathers, nor care for the delight of women, or care for any god, for he will exalt himself above all. But in his place he will honor the God of force, and to that God whom his ancestors did not acknowledge, he will pay honor with gold and silver and precious stones and luxuries, and make strong fortresses to the strange God whom he admires. He will extend his glory, govern many, and allot the land for sale. But at the end of the period, the king of the south will contend with him, and the north will rush against him with chariots and cavalry and many ships, and advance to his territories, and flood and overflow, and arrive at the glorious land where many will fall, but these will escape his hand, Edom and Moab, and the capital of the Beni-Ammon. But he will extend his hand to the territories, and the land of the Mitzrayim will not be a refuge for them, for he will control her treasures of gold and silver, and all the luxuries of the Mitzrayim and Lubim and Cushim will be at his feet, when reports from the east and the north will disturb him, and he will proceed in great fury to destroy and devote many, and pitch his palatial tent between the seas on the glorious holy hill. then go to his reaping, and none can save him. Chapter 12. And at that period, Michael, the great prince who defends the children of your people, will stand up, and a period of distress will come, such as has not come from the existence of the nation to that period, but in that period your people shall escape, all who are written in the book of record, and many sleeping in the dust of the earth will awaken, some to everlasting life, and some to everlasting shame and contempt. But the teachers will shine like lights in space, and those who have led many to righteousness like stars forever and ever. So you, Daniel, conceal the events and seal the record until the fixed period, when many will travel and knowledge will be increased. I, Daniel, looked again and saw 2 sentinels stand, one on this bank of the river and the other on that bank of the river. And the man who was clothed in trousers, who was upon the waters of the river, asked, How long is it to the end of these wonders? Then I listened to the man clothed in trousers, who was on the waters of the river, as he held up his right and left hands to the heavens, and swore by the eternal life, that in a period and a half, and when they have completely broken to pieces the power of the holy people, all these would be accomplished. I heard but did not understand, so I asked, My Lord, what will come after this? But he replied, Go away, Daniel, because that is hidden and sealed until the fixed time. Many will purify and cleanse and refine themselves, but the rebellious will be wicked, and none of the wicked will understand. But the teachers will understand, and from the period when the perpetual sacrifice is taken away, and the desolating brute is set up, there will be 1,290 days. Happy will be the hopeful, who attain to the 1,335 days. But you, go until the period, for you shall rest and stand in your place at the end of the times. The end of the Book of Daniel. Recording by Mark Penfold.
Chapters 1 through 5 of the Book of Ezra, from the Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapter 1. In the first year of Koresh, king of Persia, the promise of the ever-living through the mouth of Jeremiah was fulfilled by the ever-living, exciting the mind of Koresh, king of the Persians. He consequently published a proclamation to all his empire, and also recorded it to say, Koresh, the king of the Persians, commands thus, To all kingdoms of the empire which the ever-living God of the heavens gave to me, who has appointed me to build a temple for him at Jerusalem in Judea. Whoever of all his people is with you, may God be with him. So let him go up to Jerusalem that is in Judea, and build the temple of the ever-living God of Israel. He is the God who is in Jerusalem. And let all the residents in any place where they are lodged assist those persons in that place with silver and gold, and provisions and cattle, and with offerings for the temple of the God who is in Jerusalem. Then the heads of the families of Judah and Benjamin arose, with the priests and Levites, and all whose spirit God had excited to go up to build the temple of the ever-living which is in Jerusalem, and all around encouraged them by giving articles of silver and gold, and provisions, and cattle, and jewels, beside the free will offerings. And King Koresh brought out the vessels of the temple of the Lord, which Nebuchadnezzar had brought from Jerusalem and put into the temple of his God. Those Koresh, king of the Persians, brought out under the care of Mithredath the treasurer, who counted them to Shashbazzar, the governor of Judea. And this was their number: 30 basins of gold, 1,000 basins of silver, 29 knives, 30 cups of gold, next 410 cups of silver, and of other vessels 1,000. All the vessels of gold and silver were 5,400. The whole of them were carried by Shashbazzar with the returning transports from Babel to Jerusalem. Chapter 2. And these are the sons of the royal family who returned from the captives of the transportation, whom Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, transported to Babel, who returned to Jerusalem and Judea, each to his own village, who came with Zerubbabel, Joshua, Nehemiah, Seraiah, Reliah, Mordecai, Bilshan, Mispar, Bigvai, Rehum, Baanah. From the records of the men of Israel. Of the Beni Parosh, 2,172. Of the Beni Shaphatiah, 372. Of the Beni Ara, 775. Of the Beni Pathath, of the Beni Jeshua and Joab, 2,812. Of the Beni Elam, 1,254. Of the Beni Zathai, 945. Of the Beni Zakkai, 760. Of the Beni Bani, 642. Of the Beni Babai, 623. Of the Beni Azgad, 1,222. Of the Beni Adonikam, 666. Of the Beni Bigvai, 2,056. Of the Beni Adin, 254. Of the Beni Attar of Hezekiah, 98. Of the Beni Bezai, 323. Of the Beni Jorah, 112. Of the Beni Hasham, 223. Of the Beni Gibar, 95. Of the Beni Bethlehem, 123. Of the men of Netophah, 56. Of the men of Anathoth, 128. Of the Beni Asmaveth, 42. Of the Beni Kiriath Arim, Kephirah, and Beeroth, 743. Of the Beni Ramah and Geba, 627. Of the men of Mikas, 122. Of the men of Bethel and Ai, 223. Of the Beni Nebo, 53. Of the Beni Magbish, 156. Of the Beni Elam, 1,254. Of the Beni Harim, 320. Of the Beni Lod, Hadad, and Ono, 725. Of the Beni Jericho, 345. Of the Beni Senah, 3,630. The priests. Of the Beni Jedaiah of the house of Joshua, 973. Of the Beni Immer, 1,052. Of the Beni Pashur, 1,247. Of the Beni Harim, 1,017. The Levites. Of the Beni Jeshua and Kadmiel, of the Beni Hodirah, 75. The singers. Of the Beni Asaph, 128. The sons of the porters. Of the Beni Shalom, the Beni Attar, the Beni Talman, the Beni Akub, the Beni Hatita, the Beni Shobal, in all 139. The attendants. Of the Beni Zikah, the Beni Hasupha, the Beni Pebaoth, the Beni Keros, the Beni Saiha, the Beni Padan, the Beni Libana, the Beni Hagabah, the Beni Akub, the Beni Hagab, the Beni Shamlai, the Beni Hanan, the Beni Gidel, the Beni Gahar, the Beni Raiha, the Beni Rezin, the Beni Nekoda, the Beni Gazam, the Beni Azza, the Beni Pask, the Beni Besai, the Beni Asna, the Beni Meonim, the Beni Nephisim, the Beni Bakuk, the Beni Hakufa, the Beni Harkhur, the Beni Bazluth, the Beni Mekida, the Beni Harsha, the Beni Barkos, the Beni Sisera, the Beni Tema, the Beni Nezik, the Beni Hatifa. The sons of Solomon's servants: the Beni Sotia, the Beni Sopherath, the Beni Peruda, the Beni Jala, the Beni Darkon, the Beni Gidel, the Shiphitiah, the Beni Hatil, the Beni Pokereth Nazabaim, the Beni Ammi. All the attendants and the children of Solomon's servants were 392. The following also went up from Tel Milah, Tel Harsha, Kerub, Adon, and Immer, but they could not show their ancestral houses or their race, whether they were of Israel. Of the Beni Delaiah, the Beni Tobiah, the Beni Nakoda, 652. And of the children of the priests, the Beni Habiah, the Beni Barzillai, who took as a wife one of the daughters of Barzillai the Gileadite, and so was called by his name. These sought their register with those enumerated by their genealogy, but were unable to find it. They were therefore degraded from the priesthood, and the governor commanded them not to eat of the most holy offerings until a priest arose with Urim and Thummim. The whole caravan inclusive was 40,360, beside their men and women servants, who were 7,337, with 200 singing men and women, 760 horsemen, 245 mules, 435 camels, 6,720 asses. And some of the heads of ancestries, on their arrival at the house of the ever-living in Jerusalem, offered gifts to the temple of God to erect it upon its foundations. They gave, according to their power, to the treasury of the works 60,000 derricks of gold, and 5,000 pounds weight of silver, and 100 priests' robes. Thus the priests and the Levites, and some of the people, and the singers, and the gatekeepers, and the attendants returned, with many of Israel, to their villages. Chapter 3. And on the arrival of the 7th month, after the children of Israel had reached their towns, the people assembled like one man at Jerusalem. Then Jeshua ben Josadak arose with his brother priests, and Zerubbabel ben Shaltiel and his brothers, and built an altar to the God of Israel, to offer burnt offerings upon, in accordance with the record in the law of Moses, the man of God. And they built the altar on its own foundation, although fear was upon them from the people of the countries, and offered burnt offerings on it to the ever-living at the morning and evening. They also made the Feast of Tabernacles, according to the records, and offerings day by day in number as the decree commands, day by day. After that, for the perpetual offerings, and the new moons, and all the holy festivals of the ever-living, and for everyone who offered a free will to the ever-living, they began from the first day of the 7th month to offer burnt offerings to the ever-living, although the foundation of the temple of the ever-living was not yet laid. They also gave money to the stone-cutters and carpenters, and food and drink to the Zidonians and the Tsurites, to bring cedar wood from Lebanon by sea to Joppa, in accordance with the grant of Koresh, king of the Persians, to them. And in the 2nd year of their arrival at the house of God in Jerusalem, in the 2nd month, Zerubbabel ben Shealtiel, and Jeshua ben Josadak, and the rest of their friends, the priests and Levites, and all who had come from the captivity to Jerusalem, and they appointed the Levites from 20 years of age and upwards to superintend the work at the house of the ever-living. He then appointed Joshua his son, and his friend Kadmiel, and his son, sons of Hodaviah, to superintend together the execution of the works at the house of the ever-living God, with the sons of Henadad, and their sons and relatives, the Levites. When they laid the foundations of the buildings of the temple of the ever-living, the priests stood robed and with trumpets, and the Levites, the sons of Asaph, with cymbals, to praise the ever-living according to the arrangement of David, king of Israel, and responded, "Praise and thank the life, for he is good, for his mercy endures forever to Israel." Then all the people cheered with a great cheer to praise the ever-living at the laying of the foundation of the house of the Lord. But many of the old priests and Levites and heads of houses who had seen the former house and the foundation of this house before their eyes wept with a loud voice, but many cheered for joy at the top of their voice. So none of the people could distinguish the sound of the cheering from the sound of the weeping of the people, for the people cheered with a great cheering, and the sound was heard afar. Chapter 4. When the enemies of Judah and Benjamin heard that the sons of the transports were building a temple to the ever-living God of Israel, they approached Zerubbabel and the heads of houses, and said to them,
"We will build with you, for we follow your God like yourselves. But we have not sacrificed from the days of Esarhaddon, king of Ashur, who brought us up here."
But Zerubbabel and Jeshua and the rest of the heads of the houses of Israel replied, "You shall not, but we will build the house of our God, for we alone can build for the ever-living God of Israel, as King Koresh, king of the Persians, commanded us." The people of the countries therefore impeded the plans of the people of Judah, and interfered with them in building, and hired persons against them, and conspired to break their intention, all the time of Koresh, king of the Persians, and up to the period of Darius, the king of the Persians. Afterwards, in the reign of Achashverosh, they wrote to accuse the inhabitants of Judea and Jerusalem. And again, in the times of Artaxerxes, in a time of peace, Mithridath, Tabal, and the rest of their companions wrote to Artaxerxes, king of Persia, and the wording of their letter was in Aramith, and I copy it from the Aramith. Rehum, master of the rolls, and Shemshai the secretary wrote a letter in conjunction against Jerusalem to the king Artaxerxes in this form. Rehum, the master of the rolls, and Shemshai the secretary, and their associates of the Dania and Aphrastachia, Tarflia, Aphrasia, Erker, Babaliah, Shushankiah, Dahriah, Almia, and the rest of the peoples whom the great and beloved Asnapper brought over to his city of Shemaron, with others over the river. This is copied from the letter they sent to King Artaxerxes. Your servants of the men over the river, and others, inform the king himself of the Jews who ascended from you to us at Jerusalem, and who are building the rebellious and bad city, and have finished the walls, and they are joining them. However, it should be made known to the king that if this city is rebuilt, and its walls are completed, they will not pay tribute, tax, or toll, and then the king will suffer. Consequently, because we eat of the salt of the palace, we have advised the king, for it is not right for us to look at such dishonor, and we have sent to inform the king, so that the books of records of your fathers may be searched, when you will find in the book of records that this city is a rebellious town, and dangerous to kings and governors, and exerted itself to excite disturbance in former times. And for that reason this city was burnt down. We wish therefore to advise the king that if this city should be rebuilt and its walls completed, you will have no province over the river in consequence. The king replied by a letter. To Rehum, the master of the rolls, and Shemshai the secretary, and the rest of their associates, who reside in Shamaron and the district beyond the river, health and the rest. The letter you sent to us has been openly read before us, so I signed an order, and they searched, and have found that this city from former times has risen against the kings, and rebelled, and excited sedition in itself, and that powerful kings have existed in Jerusalem, and governed all beyond the river, and tribute, tax, and toll were paid to them. Consequently, you must make a decree to restrain these men, and that this city must not be rebuilt until I shall sign a decree. And learn not to be slow to execute this. Why should the royal affairs be endangered? When the copy of the letter of King Artaxerxes was read before Rehum, and Shemshai the secretary and their associates, they at once proceeded to Jerusalem against the Jews, and prevented them by force of an army. Thus the work at the house of God in Jerusalem was stopped until the 3rd year of the reign of Darius, king of the Persians. Chapter 5. Then the preachers Haggai and Zechariah ben Adnah preached to the Jews who were in Jerusalem with the power of the God of Israel upon them. Consequently, Zerubbabel bar Shealtiel and Jeshua bar Jozadak began again to rebuild the house of God at Jerusalem, and the preachers of God helped them. Then Tatnai, the governor of the over river, and Shathar-Boznai and their associates sent and inquired of them, "Who gave you permission to rebuild this temple and to close up this wall?" They also continued to ask them, "What are the names of the men who are erecting this building?" However, the eye of God was upon the leaders of the Jews, and they did not prevent them until a despatch could be sent to Darius and a reply received about it. A copy of the letter that Tatnai, the over-river governor, and Shethar-Boznai and their associates, the Apharaskea, who were over the river, sent to the king Darius. They sent a letter to him written in this form. To Darius the king, perfect health. It should be known to the king that on our going to the province of the Jews, to the temple of the great God, we found it rebuilt with great stones, with timber fixed in the walls, and the work is being pushed forward, and the works prosper in their hands. We consequently asked the leaders, "Who gave you a decree for this temple, to build it and close in the walls?" We also demanded the names of their leaders so as to inform you of the names of those men. When they returned us this answer, "We are the servants of the God of heaven and earth, and we are rebuilding the temple that was formerly here many years ago, which a great king of Israel built and furnished. But because our ancestors provoked the God of heaven, he gave them to the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, the Chaldea, and he overthrew that temple and transported the people to Babel. But in the 1st year of Koresh, king of Babel, King Koresh signed a decree for this temple to be rebuilt, and also the gold and silver furniture of the temple of God, which Nebuchadnezzar transferred from the temple of Jerusalem and carried to the temple of Babel. King Koresh transferred from the temple of Babel and delivered to Shashbazzar, who was appointed governor there, and said to him, 'Take this furniture and carry it to the temple of Jerusalem and rebuild the house of God on its own foundations.' Shashbazzar consequently came and laid the foundations of the house of God at Jerusalem, and from that time until now it has been building and is not completed. Consequently, therefore, if it pleases the king, let there be a search at the royal treasury at Babel to ascertain if King Koresh did sign a decree for the rebuilding of this house of God in Jerusalem, and let the king send us information about this affair." The end of chapters 1 through 5 of the book of Ezra. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 6 through 10 of the book of Ezra from the Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapter 6. King Darius consequently signed an order, and they searched in the record office of the treasury where the archives were kept in Babel, and found at Achmetha, the capital of the government of Media, a roll on which was written round the records. In the 1st year of Koresh the king, King Koresh signs a decree concerning the house of God at Jerusalem. Let a house be built for the sacrificing of sacrifices, and let the foundations be constructed in length 60 cubits and 60 cubits broad. Let it be built of 3 courses of great stones, and a course of timber, and let the cost be paid from the royal palace. And also let the gold and silver furniture of the house of God, that Nebuchadnezzar removed from the temple of Jerusalem and carried to Babel, be restored, and taken to the temple in Jerusalem, and put in its proper place in the house of God. Consequently, Tattenai, governor of the Over River, Shathar-Boznai, and your associates, the Apharaskia of the Over River, must refrain from interference. Let the works at the house of God be done. Let the governor of the Jews and the leaders of the Jews construct the house of God upon its site. And I further sign this decree as to what you shall provide for these leaders of the Jews who are building this house of God, that there shall be paid from the royal treasuries, from the taxes of the Over River, the expenses that may be incurred by these men, and without delay, and whatever is needed, whether of young bullocks and rams and lambs, to offer to the God of the heavens, wheat, salt, wine, oil, as demanded by the priests in Jerusalem, you shall give to them day by day, of which fail not, for them to present perfumes to the God of the heavens, and to pray for the life of the king and his children. And I sign a decree that every person who may alter this letter, a beam shall be taken from his house, and he shall be nailed upright upon it, and his house be made a dunghill for it. And may the God who dwells there confound and overthrow every king and people who extends his hand to alter or injure the house of God that is in Jerusalem. I, Darius, have confirmed this decree. Let it be executed at once. Therefore Tattenai, the governor of the Over River, Shethar-Boznai, and their associates, because of what King Darius had sent them in the above, acted at once. And the leaders of the Jews built, and prospered through the preaching of the preachers Haggai and Zechariah bar Adoah. So they built and completed, according to the order of the God of Israel, and the decrees of Koresh and Darius and Artaxerxes, the kings of the Persians. So the temple was finished on the 3rd day of the month Adar, in the 6th year of the reign of King Darius, when the children of Israel, with the priests and Levites and the rest of the sons of the transports, celebrated the dedication of the house of God with delight. At this dedication they offered in the house of God 100 bullocks, 200 rams, 400 lambs, and for a sin offering for all Israel 12 he-goats, for the number of the tribes of Israel. They also appointed the divisions of the priests and the courses of the Levites for the service of God at Jerusalem, as written in the book of Moses. Then the sons of the transports made the Passover on the 14th of the 1st month, for the priests and Levites had purified themselves together. All of them were purified. So they slew the Passover for all the sons of the transports, both for their brothers the priests, and for themselves, and all the children of Israel ate it, those who had returned from the transportation, and all who were purified from the defilement of the heathen land, who had come to seek the ever-living God of Israel. So they made the feast of unfermented bread for 7 days with joy, for the Lord had gladdened them, and softened the heart of the king of Ashur towards them, to strengthen their hands in the works at the house of the God of Israel. Chapter 7. And after these affairs, in the reign of Artaxerxes, king of Persia, Ezra ben Sariah, ben Azariah, ben Hilkiah, ben Shalom, ben Zadok, ben Ahitub, ben Amariah, ben Azariah, ben Merioth, ben Zerekiah, ben Uzai, ben Bukai, ben Abishua, ben Phinehas, ben Eleazar, ben Aaron, the high priest. He, Ezra, went up from Babel. He was well accomplished in the laws of Moses, that the Lord, the God of Israel, gave. The king also endowed him, on account of the power of the ever-living God upon him, with all that he requested from him. There also went up some of the children of Israel, and some priests and Levites, and singers and attendants, to Jerusalem in the 7th year of King Artaxerxes, who arrived at Jerusalem in the 5th month of the 7th year of the king. For on the 1st of the 1st month the ascent from Babel was commanded, and in the 1st of the 5th month he arrived at Jerusalem, by the good help of his God to him. For Ezra had set his heart to study the law of the Lord, and to practice and teach its institutions and decrees of Israel. Now this is a copy of the letter which King Artaxerxes gave to Ezra the priest, the accomplished in the commands of the ever-living and his institutions to Israel. Artaxerxes, the king of kings, to Ezra the priest, the accomplished in the writings of the beneficent and perfect God of the heavens. I have signed a decree that all the people of Israel in my empire, with their priests and Levites, who wish to go with you to Jerusalem, may go. Because you are sent from the presence of the king and his 7 counselors, to inquire about Judea and Jerusalem, with the law of your God in your hand, and to carry the silver and gold given by the king and his counselors to the God of Israel who dwells in Jerusalem. Also all the silver and gold that you have collected in all the provinces of Babel, with the free will offerings of your people, and the priests who present freely to the house of their God in Jerusalem. On this account you shall purchase diligently with that money oxen, rams, lambs, and their food and drink offerings, and offer them upon the altar of your God at Jerusalem. And you may do with the remainder of the silver and gold what seems best in the opinion of yourself and your friends for your God. And also the furniture that is given to you to place in the house, offer them as a present to God in Jerusalem. But whatever besides may be needful for the house of your God, that it occurs to you to present, provide for it from the royal treasury. And I myself, Artaxerxes the king, sign this decree to all the treasurers of the over river, that whatever Ezra the priest, the accomplished in the law of the God of the heavens, demands of you, you shall immediately execute it, to the amount of 100 talents of silver, and to 100 cors of wheat, and to 100 baths of wine, and 100 baths of oil, and of salt without noting. All that is commanded by the God of the heavens, let it be done quickly for the house of the God of the heavens. For why should there be anger against the dominions of the king and his children? And we notify you that regarding all the priests, Levites, singers, doorkeepers, attendants or servants of this house of God, it is not allowed to impose upon them tribute, tax, or toll. And you, Ezra, according to the science of your God that you possess, appoint judges and magistrates who can administer justice to all the people of the over river. All should understand the law of your God, and if they do not know it, teach them. But whoever will not practice the laws of your God and the laws of the king, let swift justice be done on him at once, whatever results, whether death, or uprooting, or fining, or imprisonment. I thanked the Lord God of our fathers, who put such things into the heart of the king, to adorn the house of the Lord at Jerusalem, and who has extended mercy to me before the king and his counselors, and all the great generals of the king. Thus I was bold, because the hand of the Lord God was with me, and I collected some of the heads of my people to ascend with me. Chapter 8. And these are the heads of families and the genealogies of those who went up with me from Babel in the reign of Artaxerxes the king. From the Beni Phinehas, Gershom. Of the Beni Ithamar, Daniel. Of the Beni David, Hattush. Of the Beni Shechaniah with the Beni Tarash, Zechariah, and with them of the lineage of their ancestors, 150. Of the Beni Phakath, Moab, Eliwanai ben Zarchiah, and with him 200 men. Of the Beni Shechaniah ben Joxiel, and with him 300 men. And from the Beni Adinabed ben Jonathan, and with him 500 of the gentry. And from the Beni Elam, Jeshiah ben Athaliah, and with him 70 men. And from the Beni Shephatiah, Zebediah ben Michal, and with him 80 men. From the Beni Joab, Abadiah ben Jachiel, and with him 218 men. And from the Beni Shelomith ben Josephiah, and with him 160 men. And from the Beni Babai, Zechariah ben Babai, and with him 28 men. And from the Beni Azgad, Jochanan ben Habatnan, and with him 110 men. And from the Beni Adonikam, the dawdler, the names are Eliphalet, Javal, and Shemaiah, and with them 60 men. And from the Beni Bigvai, Authai and Zabud, and with them 70 men. I collected them at the river that goes by JEHOVAH, and encamped there 3 days, where I reviewed the people and the priests, and discovered there were none from the Beni Levi there. I consequently sent to Eleazar, and Ariel, and Shemaiah, and Alnathan, and Jarib, and to Alnathan, and to Nathan, and Zechariah, and to Meshullam, their chiefs, and to Joiarib, and to Alnathan, the teachers, and dispatched them to Oddo, the chief in the district of Casaphiah, and put a message in their mouths to transmit to Oddo and the attendants their relatives in the district of Casaphiah to send to us guardians of the house of our God. And they sent to us, by the good hand of our God being with us, intelligent men from the Beni Machli, ben Levi, ben Israel, and Sharbiah and 18 of his sons and brothers, with Hashabiah and Jeshiah from the Beni Merari, with 20 of his brothers and sons. And from the attendants who were appointed by David and his officers to serve the Levites as attendants, 220, all of them properly catalogued. I then proclaimed a fast at the river by JEHOVAH to humble ourselves before our God, to seek from him a safe journey for ourselves, our children, and all our baggage. For I was ashamed to ask the king for an army and cavalry to guard us from enemies on the road, because we had said to the king, the power of our God was with all who seek him to benefit them, but his power and anger upon all who forsake him. We consequently fasted and entreated from our God about this, and he was ready with us. I next selected 12 from the chief priests, that is, Sherbiah and Hashabiah, and 10 of their companions with them, and weighed the silver and gold to them, as well as the vessels presented to the house of God, the presents of the king and his counselors, and his generals, and the subscriptions of all Israel. I there weighed into their custody 600 talents of silver, and 150 talents of silver vessels, and 100 talents of gold, beside 20 bowls of gold of 1,000 derricks, and 2 vessels of best bronze gold, as valuable as gold. I then said to them, You are consecrated to the Lord, and the sacred vessels, and the silver and gold are presented to the ever-living God of your fathers. So guard and preserve them until you weigh them to the chief priests and Levites and the chiefs of the families of Israel at Jerusalem, who will bring them to the house of our God. The priests and Levites then accepted the silver and gold and the vessels to carry to Jerusalem to the house of our God. We afterwards marched from the river by JEHOVAH on the 12th of the first month, and the hand of God was with us, and protected us from the hand of any enemy or robber on the journey. Thus we arrived at Jerusalem, and rested for 3 days, and on the 4th day the silver, gold, and vessels for the house of our God were weighed by the hand of Meremoth ben Adria the priest, and with him were Eleazar ben Phinehas, and with them Jozabad ben Ishua, and Noadiah ben Bigvai the Levite. The whole were by number and weight, and the whole weight was recorded at the time. The sons of the transportation who had come from captivity then offered burnt offerings to the God of Israel, 12 bulls for all Israel, 96 rams, 77 lambs, and 12 he-goats as a sin offering. The whole were a burnt offering to the Lord. They afterwards delivered the decrees of the king to the royal governors and administrators of the over-river, and they assisted the people and the house of God. Chapter 9. When all this was done, the chiefs approached me and said, "The people of Israel have not separated themselves, or the priests and Levites, from the populations of the countries with their abominations, that is, of the Canaanites, the Kittites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Ammonites, the Moabites, the Mizraim, and the Amorites. For they have taken some of their daughters for themselves, and their sons have corrupted their sacred race with the peoples of the countries, and the hand of the nobles and gentry has been the first in this sin." When I heard this report, I tore off my robes and cloak, and pulled the hair off my head and beard, and sat down in consternation, and all who were terrified at the words of the God of Israel collected to me about this great wrong. And I sat in consternation until the evening sacrifice. But when the evening sacrifice was offered, I rose from my depression with my robe and cloak torn, and knelt on my knees, and spread my hands to my ever-living God, and exclaimed, "My God, I blush and am ashamed to raise my face before you. For our passions increase on our head, and our sins are piled up to the skies. From the times of our fathers we have been in great sin to this day, and for our faults we, our kings and priests, have been given to the hands of the kings of the peoples, to ruin, to shame, and to degradation, and a blushing face as we now are. But now, when a little momentary kindness has come from our ever-living God for a portion of us to escape, and to give us a nail in this sacred place, that our God may enlighten our eyes, and grant us a little revival in our bondage. For we are slaves, but our God has not forsaken us in our slavery, but has extended mercy to us before the king of the Persians, to grant us a revival, and to raise the house of our God, and to repair its ashes, and has given us a fence for Judah in Jerusalem. Then now, what can be said to our God after this, when we abandon your commands, which you commanded by the means of your servants the preachers, saying, 'The land which you are going to possess is a defiled country from the defilements of the people of the country, and from their depravities with which they have filled it from place to place in corrupting themselves. Consequently, give not your sons to their daughters, nor your daughters to their sons, and never seek their peace or prosperity forever, so that you may be strong and eat the produce of the country and transmit it to your children forever. And after all that has come upon us for our bad practices and for our great offenses, although you, our God, have punished us less than our sins and given us an escape like this, we again break your commands and marry with these depraved people. Be not angry with us to the extreme, lest no portion should escape, ever-living God of Israel. You are righteous, for we a remnant have escaped as today. Look, we are before you in our guilt, for none can stand up before you about this." Chapter 10. And when Ezra was praying and confessed himself in tears, and had flung himself down before the house of God, a very great crowd of men, women, and children from all Israel collected to him, and they wept with much weeping. And Shechaniah ben Jechiel, one of the sons of Aulam, addressed and said to Ezra, "We have done wrong to our God when we turned to marry women from the peoples of the country, yet there is hope for Israel over this. So now let us make an agreement with our God to expel all the women and the children born of them, according to the advice of my Lord and of those who tremble at the commands of our God. But let it be done according to law. Arise, for the affair is yours, and we will support you in its execution." Ezra consequently arose and swore the chief priests and Levites and all Israel to do according to this proposal, and they swore it. Then Ezra arose from before the house of God, and went to the residence of Jochanan ben Elishib, where he lodged. He ate neither bread nor drank water, for he was grieved at the great wrong. But they made a proclamation in Judah and Jerusalem to all the sons of the transportation to assemble at Jerusalem, and that everyone who did not come at the third day, as advised by the chiefs and judges, all his property should be forfeited, and himself excluded from the great assembly. The whole of the officers of Judah and Benjamin, therefore, collected at Jerusalem on the third day, which was the 20th of the 9th month, and all the people who sat in the square of the house of God were trembling about the business and for the reins. Then Ezra the priest arose and said to them, "You are guilty, and have married foreign women to add to the faults of Israel. But now confess it to the ever-living God of your fathers, and do what will please him, and separate yourselves from the peoples of the country, and from the wives you have married." All the assembly thereupon answered and said with a loud voice,
"Let it be done as you have said to us. The people are very wet, and it is the rainy season, and we are not able to stand outside, and the business cannot be settled in a day or two, for we are many who have erred in this thing. Let our chiefs now be appointed by all the public, and let anyone in our towns who have married strange women go to them at appointed times, and the magistrates of every village, and the judges, until the hot anger of our God about this matter is turned from us."
However, Jonathan ben Ashal and Jesiah ben Tiknah stood up against this, and Meshullam and Shabthai the Levite supported them. The sons of the transportation effected it nevertheless, and they selected, with Ezra the priest, princes, heads of families of their ancestors, and appointed all of them to sit on the first day of the 10th month to examine into the business. And they finished about all the men who had married foreign women by the first day of the first month. They also found some among the sons of the priests who had married foreign women, Jeshua ben Josadak and his brother Maaseiah, and Eleazar, and Jarib, and Gedaliah, but they undertook to divorce their wives, and offer a sin offering of the flock for their sin. And from the Beni Amir Hanani, and Zebediah, and from the Beni Karim, Maaseiah, and Eliah, and Shemaiah, Ichizal, and Uzziah, and from the Beni Fashkur, Alzoani, Maaseiah, Ishmael, Nethanel, Jozabad, and Elisha, and from the Levites, Jozabad, Shimei, and Kaliah, surnamed the dwarf, Pethiah, Judah, and Eleazar, and from the singers, Eliashib, and from the doorkeepers, Shallum, and Telem, and Uri, from the Beni of Parosh, Raniah, and Isaiah, and Malchiah, and Benaiah, and from the Beni Elam, Mattaniah, Zechariah, Eliah, and of the Beni Zattu, Elianai, Eliashib, Mattaniah, and Jeremoth, and Zabad, and Aziza, and of the Beni Babai, Jehohanan, Hananiah, Zabai, Athli, and from the Beni Meshullam, Malach, and Abdiah, Jashub, and Shaul, and Ramoth, from the Beni Pathath Moab, Adnah, and Kalab, Benaiah, Messiah, Mattaniah, Bozalal, and Bini, and Manasseh, and of the Beni Harum, Eleazar, Ishiah, Malchiah, Shemaiah, Shimeon, Benjamin, Maluk, Shemariah, of the Beni Hashum, Matnai, Matata, Zabad, Eliphalet, Jeremiah, Manasseh, Shemai, of the Beni Bani, Madai, Amram, and Awel, Benaiah, Bedaiah, Kaluhai, Vaniah, Meremoth, Eliashib, Matariah, Mattanai, and Jasu, and Bani, and Binai, Shinai, and Shelemiah, and Nathan, and Adiah, Machnadabai, Shashai, Sharai, Azarel, and Shelemiah, Shemariah, Shallum, Amariah, Joseph. Of the Beni Nebo, Jebel, Mattithiah, Zabad, Zebina, Edo, and Joel, Benaiah. All these had married foreign women, and some of these wives had borne children. The end of chapters 6 through 10, and the end of the book of Ezra. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 1 through 6 of the book of Nehemiah from the Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapter 1.
It happened in the month of Nisan, in the 20th year of Artaxerxes, when I was at the palace of Shushan, Hanani, one of my relatives, and another man came from Judah and Jerusalem, from the Jews who had escaped, who were left behind from the captivity and were in Jerusalem, and they told me that the remnant who were left there out of the captivity in that province were in great distress and contempt, and the walls of Jerusalem were broken, and its gates had been burnt with fire. When I heard their account of this, I sat and wept, and was depressed for some time. And then I fasted and prayed before the God of the heavens, and I exclaimed, Ever-living God of the heavens, the great God and terrible, who remembers the covenant and shows kindness to those who love him and obey his commands, let your ears now listen and your eyes open to receive the prayer of your servant which I pray before you from day to day and night to night, an account of the children of Israel your servant, who have sinned against you, and I and my father's family have sinned. We have offended against you, and not obeyed the commands and institutions and decrees which you commanded to your servant Moses. Remember now the promise you communicated to your servant Moses, saying, If you abandon them, I will scatter you amongst the nations. But if you return to me and guard my commands and practice them, although you may be scattered to the extent of the skies, I will collect you from thence and bring you to the place where I have chosen that my name should dwell. And these are your servants and your people whom you redeemed by your great power and strong hand. Almighty, I now entreat you, let your ears attend to the prayer of your servant and to the prayers of your servants who delight in and reverence your name. And I pray you to give your servant success today, and grant him favor before this man. I was then butler to the king. Chapter 2. It was in the month of Nisan, in the 20th year of King Artaxerxes, when he was at wine, that I carried the wine and gave it to the king. But my face was sad before him. So the king asked me, Why is your face sad when you are not ill? That can be nothing except sorrow at heart. Then I was very much afraid, but replied to the king, May the king live forever. Why should not my face be sad when the town of the tombs of my fathers is ashes, and its gates consumed by fire? When the king answered, What do you ask for? So I prayed to the God of the heavens, and said to the king, If it seems good to the king, and if your servant has favor before you, it is to send me to Judea to the burial town of my fathers, and I will rebuild it. The king then asked me, and the queen sat beside him, How long will you be gone, and when will you return? Thus it pleased the king, and he sent me, and I fixed a time with him, and said to the king, If it is pleasing to the king, let them give me letters to the governors of the over river, so that they may allow me to proceed until I arrive at Judea, and letters to Asaph, the keeper of the king's paradises, that he may give me timber to construct the gates of the burial place belonging to the spot, and for the walls of the town, and for the house I am going to, The king consequently gave me them by the good influence of God upon me, and I proceeded to the governors of the over river, and gave them the letters of the king. The king had also sent with me officers of the army and cavalry. But when Sanballat the Horonite and Tobiah his slave the Ammonite heard the affair, it grieved them very greatly that a man should come to try to benefit the children of Israel. I, however, went to Jerusalem, and was there 3 days, but had risen in the night, and a few men with me, and had informed no man what God had put into my heart to do for Jerusalem, and I had no animal with me, except the animal I rode upon, and at night I went out by the valley gate, opposite the snake's well, and on to the dung gate, and I saw the walls of Jerusalem that were shattered and broken, and its gates consumed by fire. From there I passed to the wall gate, and the king's reservoir, but there was not a place for my animal to pass through. I afterwards went and viewed by night along the brook, and surveyed the shattered wall. Thence I turned and entered by the Vale gate, and came back. But the deputy governors did not know that I had gone, what I had done, nor had I informed the Jews or the priests or the deputies or the nobles and the rest what I had done. I said, however, to them, "You see the misery that we are in, how Jerusalem is ashes, and its gates burnt with fire. Let us go and rebuild the walls of Jerusalem, when we shall no longer be an object of contempt." I also explained to them the beneficent hand of the ever-living that was with me, as well as the promises of the king which he had promised me, when they replied, "We will arise and rebuild." And they invigorated their hands for good. But when Sanballat the Horonite, and Tobiah his slave the Ammonite, and Geshem the Arabian heard it, they laughed at and jeered about us, and asked, "What is this business that you are doing? Are you going to rebel against the king?" I, however, replied to them and said, "The God of the heavens has given us prosperity, so we rise up and build. But you have no share in it, nor right, nor traditions in Jerusalem." Chapter 3. Eliashib the high priest and his relatives the priests accordingly arose and built the sheep gate, consecrated, and set up its doors, and consecrated from the tower of Hammah to the tower of Hananel. And the men of Jericho built from the side of it, and next to them Zichri ben Amri built. And the sons of Hassenaah built the fish gate, and set up the doors with its bolts and bars. And Miramoth ben Ariah ben Akakaz repaired their side, and next to them Meshullam ben Berechiah ben Meshebab Zabel repaired, and next to them the Thakoites repaired, but their gentry did not bring their necks to the work of their master. And Jerada ben Pask and Meshullam ben Basadiah repaired the old gate. They built it and set up its doors and bolts and bars. And next to them Melatiah the Gibeonite and Jadon the Meronothite, men of Gibeon and Mizpah, presidents of the over-river court, repaired. And next to them Uziel ben Harakiah and the goldsmiths repaired. And next to them Hananiah, head of the apothecaries, and set Jerusalem free to the breadth of the wall. And beside them Rephaiah ben Hur, the governor of half the district of Jerusalem, repaired. And next to them Jediah ben Harimath repaired, and all before his house. And next to him Hator ben Hazabniah. Next from there Malchiah ben Harim repaired, and Hashub ben Pathach Moab repaired to the foundry tower. And next to them Shalem ben Halakush, governor of half of the district of Jerusalem, repaired, joined with his daughters. Hanan and the people of Zano repaired the valley gate. They built it and set up its doors and bolts and bars, besides building 1,000 cubits of wall as far as the dung gate. And Micaiah ben Rechab, the governor of the district of Ben Nacharim, repaired the dung gate. He built it and set up the doors, bolts, and bars. And Shallum ben Kolhoza, governor of the district of Mizpah, repaired the well gate. He built it, roofed, and set up the doors, bolts and bars, with the wall of the pool of Shiloh to the king's garden, and as far as the stairs going up to the city of David. After him, Nehemiah ben Azbuk, governor of half the district of Beth-zur, repaired to opposite the tomb of David, and as far as the reservoir he made, and to the barracks of the guards. After him, the Levites, Rehum ben Bamai, repaired at that side, and Shebiah the governor of the half-district of Keilah with its district. After him, his relatives, the Beni Bani, and Ben-Hadad, governor of half the district of Keilah. Next to him, Azer ben Jeshua, governor of Mizpah, repaired another opposite the ascent in the arsenal corner. After him, Baruch ben Zabi energetically repaired another length from the corner to the entry of the house of Elisha the high priest. And after him, Meremoth ben Ariah ben Akutz, another length from the entry of the house of Elishib to the extent of the residence of Elishib. And after him, the priests of the circuit repaired. And after them, Benjamin and Hashub opposite their houses. After them, Azariah ben Mashiah ben Ananiah at the side of his house. After them, Beni ben Hadad, another length from the residence of Azariah to the corner and the turning, opposite the corner and the tower that projects from the higher royal palace where the guards' barracks are. After him, Pedaiah ben Parash, with the attendants who were lodged on the hill, opposite the water gate towards the east, where the tower projects. After them, the Takawites repaired another length, from opposite the great projecting tower to the wall of the hill. From the house gate the priests each repaired opposite his house. After them, Zadok ben Amer repaired opposite his house. And after him, Shemaiah ben Shachniah, the keeper of the east gate, repaired. And then Hananiah ben Shalamiah repaired. And Kanun ben Zalaph the Shishite another portion. After him, Meshulam ben Barakiah repaired opposite his lodgings. After him, Malchiah ben Azrophi repaired as far as the house of the attendants and of the merchants opposite the guard's gate, and as far as the ascent of the corner. And between the ascent of the corner and the sheep gate, the goldsmiths and merchants repaired. But when Sanballat heard that we had rebuilt the wall, he was furious. He insulted and laughed at the Jews, and asked of his companions and the garrison at Shamaron, inquiring,
"What would these beggarly Jews do? Would they fortify themselves? Would they sacrifice? Can they in a day revive the stones from the heaps of dust into which they were burnt?"
And Tobiah the Ammonite supported him and said, "Why, if a fox assails what they build, it could break the wall they have built. Hear, our God, how they insult us, and return their contempt on their own heads, and deliver them to be plundered in a land of captivity, and do not cover up their villainy, nor blot out their sins from before you, for they have jeered in the presence of the builders. We, however, rebuilt the walls, and the wall joined to its half, for the heart of the people was in the work." Chapter 4. But when Sanballat and Tobiah and the Arabians and Ammonites and Ashdodites heard that the extent of the walls was erected at Jerusalem, that the breaches began to be closed, they were very furious, and all of them agreed together to go to war with Jerusalem and to cause trouble to it. But we prayed to our God and appointed a guard against them by day and night to oppose them. Then Judah said,
"The strength of the laborers fails at the heaps of burnt ashes, so we are not able to build at the walls."
And our opponents said,
"They shall not know, nor perceive until we are come into the midst of them and kill and stop their work."
And when the Jews who resided amongst them came, they told us repeatedly, "Wherever you turn round, they will assail you." I therefore placed in the bottom of the moat behind the walls, in the dry parts, a guard of troops for the people, with swords, spears, and bows. Thus I revived them, and stood up and said to the captains and subalterns and the rest of the force, "Fear not before them, Remember the Almighty, the great and terrible, and fight for your countrymen, your sons and daughters, your wives and homes." Thus our opponents heard that we knew, and that God had broken their intention, and that we had all returned to our work on the wall. But from that day half of the youths worked at the wall, and half with the guards, with spears and shields and bows and coats of mail, with officers over them. All the house of Judah built at the wall, with the laborers. The men worked on the one side at the work, and on the other went on guard. The builders also had each a sword girt at his waist. Thus they built, and the trumpeter was at my side. I also said to the officers and subalterns and the rest of the people, "The work is great and extensive, and we are scattered upon the wall at a distance one from the other. In whatever place, therefore, you hear the sound of the trumpet, collect there to us. Our God will fight for us." Thus we did at the work, and half kept guard with spears from the rise of dawn until the stars came out. I also at this time said to each man and his assistant, "Lodge in Jerusalem, and be with us at night as a guard, and work by day." And neither I, nor my brothers and attendants, or the men of my guard who followed me, ever regarded our clothing. Each went to the water. Chapter 5. However, the people and their wives complained greatly against their Judean countrymen, and some said,
"We have many sons and daughters. Let us reap the corn and eat and live."
Others said,
"We are mortgaging our farms and vineyards and houses and are buying corn for hunger."
And there were others who said, "We have had to borrow money to pay the king's taxes on our farms and vineyards. And now our bodies are like the bodies of our slaves, and our children like their children's bodies. For see, we are bringing the bodies of our sons and daughters into slavery, and some of our daughters have become slaves. So God is not with us, for foreigners possess our farms and vineyards." But I was very furious when I heard these complaints and these statements. Yet I reflected in my mind, and reproved the officers and subalterns, and said to them, "It seems you all exact usury from your countrymen." I consequently appointed a great meeting about them, when I said, "We have redeemed our Judean brothers who had been sold to the heathen as far as we could, but you even sell your own brothers who should be sold to us." And they were silent and could not find a word. So I continued, "The thing that you do is not right. Should you not walk in the fear of our God because of the contempt of the heathen, our enemies? And even if I, my brothers, and attendants have lent them money and corn on interest, we will now abandon that interest. I beg of you to return to them today their farms and vineyards, their olive yards and their houses, and also the 1% on the money, and of the corn and wine, and of the oil that you lend to them." And they replied, "We will restore, and will no more demand it from them. Thus we shall do as you say." Then I called the priests, and swore them to do according to that declaration. I afterwards shook out my lap, and exclaimed, "May God shake out like that every person from his house and property who does not adhere to this declaration. May he be shaken out like that and dissipated." And all the meeting said, "So be it," and thanked the Lord. And the people acted in accordance with the declaration. And further, from the day I was appointed to be governor of the country of Judea, from the 20th year to the 32nd year of King Artaxerxes, 12 years, neither I nor my relatives have taken the salary of the governor, while the former governors who were before me burdened the people and exacted from them bread and wine, along with 40 shekels of silver. Their attendants also lorded over the people, but I did not do so, because of the fear of God. I also persisted in work upon the wall, and bought no estate, and all my attendants collected there at the work. And of the Judeans and officers there were 150 persons at my table, beside the guests who visited us from the surrounding nations. What was prepared daily was an ox, 6 fat sheep, and fowls for me, and every 10 days a sufficient quantity of various wines. And yet I never demanded the governor's provisions, for that slavery was heavy upon the people. Remember me, my God, for all the good that I have done to this people. Chapter 6. When, however, it was reported to Sanballat and Tobiah and Geshem the Arabian, and to the others of our enemies that I had rebuilt the wall, and no breach was left in it, except that at the time the doors were not fixed in the gates, Sanballat and Geshem with him sent to me and said, "Come and let us see each other in a village on the plain of Ano." But they intended to do me an injury. I consequently sent a messenger to them to reply, "I am doing a great work and cannot come down. Why should the work cease by my absence and going to you?" They, however, sent me a similar message 4 times, and I returned to them the same answer. Then Sanballat sent his servant to me a 5th time, and an open letter in his hand, in which was written, "It is reported amongst the peoples, and Geshem says it, that you and the Judeans are preparing to rebel. Consequently, you are building the wall, and that you hope to be their king, according to these reports, and that you have set preachers to proclaim about you in Jerusalem, to call you king of Judea. But now the king has heard these reports. So now come, and we will consult together." But I sent to him to say, "None of those things that you assert have been done, but you contrive them out of your own heart. For all of them are to terrify us, but you have not succeeded. You only strengthen my hands." I then went to the house of Shemaiah ben Dila ben Mehetabel, who was ill, and he said, "Let us meet at the house of God, at the inner temple, and close the doors of the temple, for they will come by night to murder you." But I replied, "Should a man like me fly? And who in my position has gone to the temple and lived? I will not go." Then I investigated, and saw that God had not sent him, but he preached this message to me because Tobiah and Sanballat had hired him. They hired him for the purpose that I might be terrified, and do so, and commit a blunder which would provide an opportunity for them to accuse me, for they could have accused me upon that act. My God, remember Tobiah and Sanballat on account of these actions, and also Noadiah the preacheress, and the rest of the preachers who tried to terrify me. On the 25th day of Elul the wall was completed, and when all our enemies heard it, and all the heathen who were around us saw, they fell greatly in their own opinions, and perceived that the work was done by our God. However, in those days, many of the nobles of Judea sent letters to Tobiah, and in the same way letters from Tobiah came to them. For many of the gentry in Judea were sworn to him, for he was son-in-law to Shechaniah ben Ara, and Johanan his son had married the daughter of Meshullam ben Berechiah, so his compliments were sent to me, and my words were carried to him, and letters sent from Tobiah to terrify me. The end of chapters 1 through 6. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 7 through 13 of the book of Nehemiah, from the Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapter 7. When the wall was built, and I had fixed the doors and appointed the doorkeepers and the singers and Levites, I then installed my brothers Hanani and Hananiah governors over the castle of Jerusalem, for they were faithful men, and feared God more than many. And I commanded them not to open the gates of Jerusalem until the sun was hot, and until the guards were set to keep the doors shut and fastened, and appointed police for the inhabitants of Jerusalem, each to his district, and every man to his own house. But the city was wide and large, while the people few for the space of it, and there were no houses built. So my God put it into my mind, and I collected the nobles and gentry and the people by the register, for I had discovered the former registry records of genealogy and found written in them, "These are the descendants of the nobles who went up from the captives of the transportation that King Nebuchadnezzar transported to Babel, and returned to Jerusalem and Judea, each to his own village, returning with Zerubbabel, Jeshua, Nehemiah, Azariah, Ramiah, Nahmani, Mordecai, Bilshan, Mizpereth, Bigvai, Nahum, Baanah. From the record of men of the people of Israel, of the Beni Parosh, 2,172. Of the Beni Ara, 652. Of the Beni Pakath Moab, of the Beni Jeshua and Joab, 2,818. Of the Beni Ialam, 1,254. Of the Beni Zattu, 843. Of the Beni Zakkai, 760. Of the Beni Binui, 648. Of the Beni Babai, 628. Of the Beni Azgad, 2,322. Of the Beni Adonikam, 667. Of the Beni Bigvai, 2,067. Of the Beni Adin, 655. Of the Beni Attar of Hezekiah, 98. Of the Beni Hashanai, 328. Of the Beni Bezai, 324. Of the Beni Harif, 112. Of the Beni Gibeon, 95. Of the men of Bethlehem and Netophah, 188. Of the men of Anathoth, 128. Of the men of Beth Armaveth, 42. Of the men Kiriath Yarim, Kephirah, and Beeroth, 743. Of the men of Ramah and Gaba, 621. Of the men of Michmas, 122. Of the men of Bethel and Ai, 123. Of the men of Lower Nebo, 52. Of the Beni Akud Elam, 1,254. Of the Beni Harim, 320. Of the Beni Jericho, 345. Of the Beni Lod Hadid and Ono, 721. Of the Beni Senab, 3,930. Of the Beni Jediah of the house of Jeshua, 973. Of the Beni Amer, 1,052. Of the Beni Pashur, 1,247. Of the Beni Harim, 1,017. Of the Beni Shalom, of the Beni Attai, of the Beni Talmon, of the Beni Akub, of the Beni Hatita, of the Beni Shobai, 138. Of the Beni Zikah, of the Beni Hasufa, of the Beni Tobiath, of the Beni Kairos, of the Beni Saya, of the Beni Padon, of the Beni Labana, of the Beni Hagaba, of the Beni Salmai, of the Beni Hanan, of the Beni Gidel, of the Beni Gahar, of the Beni Raiha, of the Beni Rezin, of the Beni Nekoda, of the Beni Gazam, of the Beni Auza, of the Beni Pasa, of the Beni Besai, of the Beni Maunim, of the Beni Nephishisim, of the Beni Bakbuk, of the Beni Hakufa, of the Beni Harkur, of the Beni Baslith, of the Beni Makida, of the Beni Harsha, of the Beni Barkos, of the Beni Sisera, of the Beni Tema, of the Beni Neziah, of the Beni Hatifa, of the Beni Sotai, of the Beni Shepheteth, of the Beni Perida, of the Beni Jala, of the Beni Darken, of the Beni Gedel, of the Beni Shephatiah, of the Beni Hatil, of the Beni Pokereth Nazambaim, of the Beni Ammon. All the attendants and the descendants of Solomon's servants were 392. And the following were those who went up from Tel Melab and Tel Harsha, Kerub, Adon, and Amer. But they could not show their ancestral houses, nor their race, whether they were of Israel. Of the Beni Delaiah,
Of the Beni Tobiah, of the Beni Nekoda, 642. Of the Beni Hobiah, of the Beni Hakkoz, of the Beni Barzillai, who took a wife from the daughters of Barzillai the Gileadite, so were called by his name. These sought for their register with those who had a genealogy, but could not find it, so were excluded from the priesthood, and the governor ordered them not to eat of the most sacred things until a priest was appointed with Urim and Thummim. The whole collection was altogether 42,360, besides their men and women servants, of whom there were 7,337, and 245 men and women singers. They had 736 horses, 245 mules, 6,720 asses. And the whole of the heads of houses subscribed to the work. The governor gave to the treasury 1,000 derricks in gold, 50 basins, 530 priests' robes. And the heads of houses gave to the treasury of the work 20,000 derricks of gold, and 2,200 pounds weight of silver, and what the rest of the people gave was 20,000 derricks of gold, and 2,000 pounds of silver, and 67 priests' robes. Thus the priests and Levites, and singers, and some of the attendants, and of all the people, settled in their villages by the arrival of the 7th month, along with the children of Israel in those villages. Chapter 8. All the people afterwards collected as one man to the square opposite the water gate, and requested Ezra the scholar to produce the book of the laws of Moses, which the Lord communicated to Israel. Ezra the priest consequently brought the law to the meeting both of the men and the women, for all intelligently to hear it, on the 1st day of the 7th month, and read it in the square which is opposite the water gate, from dawn until midday, before the men and women and the intelligent, and the whole of the people listened to the book of the law. Ezra, however, stood to read the book on a platform of wood that had been made for him and Matthiah for the purpose, and Shema, and Ananiah, and Auriah, and Hilkiah, and Maaseiah stood beside him on his right, and on his left Pedaiah, and Mishael, and Malchiah, and Hasham, and Hashbaddanah, Zechariah, and Meshullam. Then Ezra opened the book in the sight of all the people, for he was above all the people. And when he opened it, all the people stood up. Ezra first blessed the great ever-living God, and all the people responded, Amen! Amen! with a lifting up of their right hands, and bowed and did reverence to the ever-living with their face earthwards. Then Jeshua, and Bani, and Sherebiah, Jamin, Akub, Shabthai, Hodiah, Messiah, Kelita, Azariah, Jozabad, Hanan, Peliah, and the Levites translated the law to the people, while the people stood up. And they read from the book of the law of God with an interpreter, who translated the meaning so that they might understand what was read. Thus Nehemiah, who was the governor, and Ezra the priest, read, and the Levites who translated to the people said to all the people, This day is holy to your ever-living God. Do not be depressed, and do not weep. For all the people were weeping as they heard the words of the law. But, he said to them, Go, eat the best, and drink the sweetest, and send something to those who have nothing ready, for the day is sacred to our Master. So do not grieve, for to rejoice in the ever-living will strengthen you. The Levites also comforted all the people by saying, Go, for today is sacred to the ever-living, so do not be in grief. So all the people went to eat and drink, and to send presents, and to make plenty of pleasure, because they understood what had been said to them. But the day after, the heads of houses of all the people, with the priests and the Levites, collected to Ezra the scholar, to examine the records of the law, and found written in the law which the ever-living communicated by means of Moses, that the children of Israel should reside in tents in the 7th month. They consequently proclaimed, and passed the proclamation to all the villages, and to Jerusalem to order.
Go out to the hills and bring branches of olive and branches of good trees and branches of myrtle and branches of palms and branches of brushwood to make tents as it is written." The people consequently went out and made themselves tents, each for his family, in their courts and in the courts of the house of God, and in the square of the water gate, and in the square of the Ephraim gate. All the company of those who had returned from the captivity also made tents and resided in the tents, although the children of Israel had not done so since the times of Joshua the son of Nun, till that day, and they enjoyed themselves very greatly. They also read in the book of the law of God day by day, from the first day to the last day, for they kept the feast for 7 days, and on the 8th day they closed it, according to the decree.
Chapter 9. Afterwards, on the 24th day of that month, the children of Israel met to fast with sackcloth and earth upon them, when all of the race of Israel separated themselves from all the sons of foreigners, and they stood up and confessed about their sins and the faults of their forefathers. They also stood up at the place and read in the book of the laws of their ever-living God a quarter of the day, and they confessed in sackcloth to their ever-living God for a quarter.
"Thank your ever-living God for ever and ever, and bless his glorious name, and exalt beyond all blessing and praise. You are alone the life, who made the skies and heaven of heavens and all their host, the earth and all upon it, the seas and all they contain, and you gave life to them all, and the host of heavens all bow to you. You are the Lord God who chose Abram and brought him from Ur of the Kasdim, and made his name Father of Nations, and found his heart faithful before you, and made a covenant with him, to give the country of the Canaanite, the Hittite, the Amorite, the Perizzite, and the Girgashite to his race, and you fulfilled your promise, for you are just. You also saw the sufferings of our forefathers amongst the Mizraim, and heard their shrieks at the Red Sea, and produced portents and terrors against Pharaoh and all his ministers and all the people of his country, because they had been cruel against them. So made yourself a name on that day when the sea divided before them, and they passed through the midst of the sea on the dry. And you flung their pursuers into the deeps like a stone in the mighty waters. Then you led them by a pillar of cloud by day and by a pillar of fire by night to light them on the way they had to march, and descended upon Mount Sinai and spoke with them from the skies, and gave them just decrees and true laws, institutions and beneficial commandments. You also made known to them your holy Sabbath, and commandments and institutions and laws, instructing them by means of Moses your servant. Then you gave them bread from the skies when hungry, and brought water from the rock for them when they thirsted, and commanded them to advance to seize the country which you had raised your hand to give to them. But they and our fathers were haughty and stiffened their neck, and would not listen to your instructions, but refused to obey, and would not remember the wonders you had done for them, but stiffened their neck, and in rebellion appointed a leader to restore them to their slavery. But you are a God of forgivenesses, kindness, and pity, slow to anger, and plentiful in mercy, so did not forsake them. Although they made for themselves a cast metal calf, and said, This is your God who brought you up from Mizraim, and offered many insults. Yet you in your many mercies did not abandon them in the desert. You did not take away the pillar of cloud from them by day, but led them in the way they ought to march. You also gave your beneficent spirit to instruct them, and did not withhold your manna from their mouth, and gave them water when thirsty, and provided for them 40 years in the desert. They were not destitute. Their clothing was not in rags, and their feet were not swollen. You afterwards gave them kingdoms and peoples, and distributed portions to them, so they seized the country of Sihon, and the country of the king of Heshbon, and the country of Og, king of Bashan, while you increased their children like the stars of the skies, and they arrived at the land which you had promised to their forefathers to bring them to possess. And their children advanced and seized the country, for you subdued the Canaanite inhabitants of the land before them, and gave them to their power, and they did whatever they desired with the kings and peoples of the country. They also captured the fortified towns and the fertile lands, and seized houses full of furniture, wells dug out, vineyards, olive yards, and fruit trees in plenty, and they ate and were full and fat and luxuriated on your benefactions. Then they revolted from you and flung your laws away, following the heathen, and slew your preachers who instructed them to return to you, and committed great outrages. You consequently gave them to the hand of their oppressors, who oppressed them. But in the period of oppression they cried to you, and you heard them from the heavens, and from your great mercies gave them deliverers, who delivered them from the power of their oppressors. But when they had rest, they did wrong before you, so you abandoned them to the hand of their enemies who persecuted them. And again they returned and cried, and you heard them from the heavens, saved and rescued them frequently in accordance with your many mercies, and instructed them to conduct themselves according to your laws. But they were haughty and would not listen to your commands and decrees, sinning against what a man ought to practice and live in. But they set a perverse shoulder and a stiff neck and would not obey. Yet for many years you held out your hand to them, and taught them your spirit by means of your preachers, but they would not listen. So you delivered them to the power of the people of the countries, yet, owing to your great mercies, you did not entirely destroy them, nor desert them, for you are a kind and merciful God. Therefore now, our God, the great, mighty, and terrible God who keeps his beneficent covenant, let not all the trouble that we and our kings and princes and priests and our preachers and fathers and all your people have met be little before you from the days of the kings of Ashur to this day, although you are right in all you have brought upon us, for you have practiced truth, but we falsehood. And our kings, our princes, our priests, and our fathers have not practiced your laws, and have not attended to your commandments and the instructions which you taught to them. For they did not serve you in their reigns, and the plentiful prosperity you gave them, and in the rich and fertile country that you gave to their faces, nor did they turn from their wickedness. Therefore, we are slaves today, and the land that was given to our forefathers, that they might eat its fruits and its products, we are slaves upon it. Yet it produced much for the kings you have set over us for our sins, and they control our bodies and our cattle at their pleasure, while we are in great distress.
Chapter 10. Consequently, on account of this, we have made an agreement, and our nobles, Levites, and priests have sealed it, and the signatories are Nehemiah, the governor, the son of Hilkiah, and Zedekiah, Seraiah, Azariah, Jeremiah, Pashur, Amariah, Malchiah, Hattush, Shebaniah, Maluk, Harim, Meremoth, Abadiah, Daniel, Ginnathon, Baruch, Meshullam, Abiah, Mayamin, Messiah, Bilgal, Shemaiah. The following were for the priests and for the Levites: Jeshua ben Azaniah, Benai of the Beni-Hadad, Kadmiel and their relatives, Shebaniah, Hodiah, Kelita, Pilia, Hanan, Micah, Rehob, Hashabiah, Sakur, Sherebiah, Shebaniah, Hodiah, Benai, Benin. For the chiefs of the people: Parosh, Pahath-Moab, Alam, Zatu, Bani, Bunai, Asgad, Bebai, Adoniah, Bigvai, Adnai, Ater, Hezekiah, Azur, Hodiah, Hashim,
Bezai, Hariph, Anathoth, Nobai, Magpiash, Meshullam, Hezer, Meshezabel, Zadok, Jaddua, Pelatiah, Hanan, Amaiah, Hoshea, Hananiah, Hashub, Alohesh, Pilha, Shobek, Rehum, Hashabnah, Messiah, and Ahiah, Hanan, Anan, Maluk, Harim, Bana. And for the rest of the people, the priests, the Levites, the temple wardens, the singers, the timbrel players, and all the remainder of the native population under the laws of God, their wives, sons, and daughters, who were come to an age able to understand, declared for themselves by their representatives and gentry to come to God, and swore to walk in the laws of God, which he had given by means of Moses, the servant of God, and to guard and practice all the commands of our Almighty Lord with his decrees and institutions. Also that we would not give our daughters to the people of the country, and not take their daughters for our sons. And that if the population of the country brought merchandise or any wares to sell on the Sabbath day, not to buy of them on the Sabbath or upon a holy day, and to release on the 7th year, and the interest on all loans. We also imposed upon ourselves as a law to give the 1/3 of a shekel a year to the service of the house of our God, for the showbread, and for the perpetual offering, and the perpetual burnt offering of the Sabbaths, of the months, and of the public meetings, and for the sanctifications and the sin offering to expiate about Israel, and all the services of the house of our God. We also cast lots about the gift of wood for the priests and Levites, which the people were to bring to the house of our God from the heads of ancestral families at fixed times, year by year, to be burnt on the altar of our ever-living God, as written in the law. Also to bring the firstfruits of our ground, and the first product of all fruit trees, year by year to the house of our God. Also the firstborn of our children, and cattle as written in the law, and to bring the firstborn of our herds and our flocks to the house of our God, to the priests who serve in the house of our God. And that the first part of our harvest and fruit of all trees, and of wine and oil, should be brought to the priests who reside at the house of our God, with the tithe of our grounds to the Levites, and that those Levites should tithe all the profit of our labors. But that a priest, a descendant of Aaron, should be with the Levites when the Levites tithed, and that the Levites should take up a tithe of their tithe to the house of our ever-living God, to the treasury chamber. But that the children of Israel and the children of Levi should bring the presentations of the corn, the wine, and the oil to where the sacred vessels are, and the priests, the ministers, the singers, and guardians, and that we would not forsake the house of our God.
Chapter 11. The gentry of the people stayed in Jerusalem, and the rest of the people threw lots to send 1 from 10 to reside in Jerusalem, the holy city, and 9 to go out to the villages. And the people thanked all the men who were willing to stay in Jerusalem. Now these are the chiefs of the garrison who stayed in Jerusalem. While in the villages of Judea each man of Israel resided on his own estate in their towns, with the priests and Levites and attendants and the descendants of the servants of Solomon. But some of the children of Judah and the children of Benjamin stayed in Jerusalem. Of the children of Judah, Aphiah ben Haziah ben Zechariah ben Amariah, Shephatiah ben Malaliah ben Pharetz, and Messiah ben Baruch ben Chalcaziah ben Haziah ben Adiah ben Jozarib ben Zechariah ben Hashibarai, all descendants of Pharetz. They stayed in Jerusalem, 460 soldiers. And these were of the Beni Benjamin: Salah ben Shulam ben Joad ben Padiah ben Koliah ben Maaseiah ben Athiel ben Jeshiah, and along with him, as defenders of the towers, 928, over whom Joel ben Zichri was commander, and Judah ben Hassaniah as lieutenant over the city. From the priests, Jedaiah ben Joiarib ben Jachin, Seraiah ben Hilphiah ben Meshullam ben Zadok ben Marioth ben Achitub was governor of the house of God, and the associates who did the work at the house of God were 822. And Odiah ben Jeroham ben Pelaliah ben Anatsai ben Zechariah ben Pashkur ben Malachiah and his brother were chiefs of the fatherhoods, with 242 and 128 of their relatives as soldiers, over whom Zabdiel was commander. And from the Levites, Shemaiah ben Kashub ben Azrikam ben Hashabiah ben Bani, with Shabthai and Jozabad of the Levitical chiefs over the outer business of the house of the Lord. And Mathaniah ben Micah ben Zabdi ben Asaph, who was chief leader of praise and prayer, with Bakpakiah as his assistant, with their company. And Abda ben Shamna ben Galal ben Jadetham. All the Levites in the holy city were 284. And the doorkeepers were Akub, Talmon, and their company in the guards of the gates, 172. And the rest of Israel, with their priests and Levites, were in all the towns of Judea, each on his own estate. And the assistants resided in Aphel, and Zihah, and Gishva were over the attendants. But the commander of the Levites in Jerusalem was Azai ben Bani ben Hashbiah ben Mathaniah ben Micah from the Beni Asaph of the singers for the performances in the house of God. For the king had commanded about them and arranged the daily course for the singers. And Pathakiah ben Mashazabal of the Beni Zarach ben Judah was appointed on the part of the king to superintend affairs for the people. Now about the walled towns in the country. Some of the children of Judah settled in Krith Arba and its villages, and in Dibon and its villages, and Ikbezal and its towns, and in Jeshua and Moliah and Bethflat, and in Katzer Shoal and Beersheba and its villages, and in Ziklag and Makona and its villages, and in Anirimon and Zahara and Jermoth, Zanok, Aulam and their towns, Lachish and its fields, Azekah and its villages. Thus they settled from Beersheba to the valley of Hinnom, and the Beni Benjamin from Gaba, Michmash, Aya, and Bethel and its villages, Anathoth, Nob, Ananiah, Hazar, Ramah, Githim, Hadid, Zeboim, Niblat, Lod, and Alno, Gikrashim, with a portion of the Levites for the districts of Judah and Benjamin.
Chapter 12. The following are the priests and Levites who went up with Zerubbabel ben Shealtiel, and Jeshua, Seraiah, Jeremiah, and Ezra: Amariah, Maluk, Hattush, Shechaniah, Rehum, Mimoth, Adua, Genthoi, Abiah, Maimon, Madiah, Bilua, Shemaiah and Joiarib, Jedaiah, Salu, Amok, Hilkiah, Jedaiah. These were from the chiefs of the priests, and their associates from the days of Joshua. Then the Levites: Jeshua, Beni, Kadmiel, Shebiah, Judah, Mathaniah, who was leader of thanksgiving, and his associates, beside Bakbukiah and Ano, with their associates in command of the guards. Joiada had begot Jonathan, and Jonathan begot Jaddua, and Jaddua begot Joachim. And from the days of Joachim there were priests, chiefs of fatherhoods, up to Sheriah, Meriah, and Jeremiah, Hananiah, and Ezra, Meshullam, and Amariah, Jonathan, and with Malachi, Jonathan, and Shebaniah, Joseph, and Haram, Adnah, and Merioth, Hilkiah, and Adiah, Zechariah, and Ginnathan, Meshullam, and Abiah, Zichri, and Minamin, and Moadiah, Plattai, and Bilgah, Shemna, and Shemaiah, Jonathan, and with Joiarib, Methan, and Jediah, Azai, and Salai, Kelai, and Amach-abed, and Kilkiah, Hashabiah, and Jediah, Nethanel, Levites from the days of Alishab, Joiada, and Jochanan, and Jaddua were inscribed as chiefs of fatherhoods, and priests in the reign of Darius the Persian. The chiefs of the fatherhoods of the Beni Levi, inscribed in the record of the events of the times, up to the days of Johanan ben Eliashib as chiefs of the Levites. Hashabiah, Sherebiah, and Jeshua ben Kadmiel and their connected associates were to lead the choir, as by command of David, the man of God, in response after response. Methaniah and Bakbukiah, Abdiah, Meshullam, Talmon, Akub were doorkeepers who kept guard at the gates of the treasury. The following relates to the times of Joachim ben Jeshua ben Jozadak, and the times of Nehemiah the governor, and Ezra the priest and scholar. When the walls of Jerusalem were dedicated, they sought the Levites from all their homes, and brought them to Jerusalem to make the dedication with rejoicing and thanks and singing, with cymbals, lutes, and harps. They consequently collected the descendants of the singers from the district surrounding Jerusalem, and from the towns in Netophh, and from Beth Gilgal, and from the plains of Geba and Hazmavath, for those towns had been built for the singers around Jerusalem. The priests were also purified with the Levites. They also purified the people, and the gates, and the walls. Then I led the nobles of Judah onto the walls, and arranged them in 2 great divisions, and marched to the right upon the wall to the dung gate. And Hoshea and half the nobles of Judah marched after them, with Azariah, Ezra, and Meshullam, Judah and Benjamin, and Mishiah and Jeremiah. Next, some of the sons of the priests with trumpets, and Zechariah ben Jonathan ben Mishiah ben Mathaniah ben Micaiah ben Zahur ben Asaph, with his companions Shemaiah, and Azrael, Milalai, Galalai, Mai, Nethanel, and Judah, Hanani, with at their head all the musical instruments of David the man of God, and Ezra the scholar. They ascended by the well gate, and afterwards up the stairs of the city of David, by the stairs of the wall, up to the place of David, as far as the water gate on the east. While the second procession marched to meet them, and I after it with half of the people upon the wall, up to the foundry tower, the whole extent of the wall. Thence above the Ephraim gate, and to the old gate, and to the fish gate, and the tower of Hananel, and the tower of Hamah, and on to the sheep gate, and halted at the guard's gate. There both the bands halted at the house of God, and I and half of the representatives with me, and the priests Eliakim, Messiah, Minamam, Micaiah, Eleazar, Zechariah, Hanani with trumpets, and Messiah, and Shemaiah, and Eleazar, and Azai, and Johanan, and Melchiah, and Ialim, and Azer, and the choristers singing loud under their leader Izrakiah. On the second day they sacrificed great sacrifices and rejoiced, for God made them glad with great delight. The women also and the children rejoiced, and the delight of Jerusalem was reported afar. At the same period men were appointed over the treasures, the presentations, the firstfruits, and the tithes, to collect them from the fields and villages, the legal portions for the priests and Levites, for Judea was glad of the appointment of the priests and Levites, who guarded the ordinances of God and the ordinances of purity, with the singers and doorkeepers, as David and Solomon his son ordered. For formerly, from the days of David, there were chief choristers who sang praises to God. Consequently, all Israel in the times of Zerubbabel and in the times of Nehemiah paid the singers and the doorkeepers a daily salary, and consecrated the Levites, and the Levites consecrated the descendants of Aaron. Chapter 13. At the same period, the law of Moses was read in the hearing of the people, and there was found written in it, that an Ammonite or Moabite should not be included in the congregation of God forever, because they did not meet the children of Israel with bread and water, and had hired Balaam to curse them, but God turned the curse into a blessing. Consequently, when they heard that law, they separated all the half-breeds from Israel. But before that, Eliashib the priest, the chamberlain of the house of our God, being related to Tobiah, had made him a great residence, where formerly were stored the meal offerings, and frankincense, and the vessels, and tithes of corn, and wine, and oil, ordered for the Levites, and choristers, and doorkeepers, as well as the presents for the priests. But during all this I was not in Jerusalem. For in the 32nd year of Artaxerxes, king of Babel, I went to the king. But at the expiration of a period, I requested from the king, and proceeded to Jerusalem, and understood the wrong that Eliashib had done for the sake of Tobiah, by making him a residence in the course of the house of God, which provoked me greatly. I consequently removed all the furniture from the residence of Tobiah, from his lodging to the street. Then I commanded, and they purified the chambers, and I placed there the vessels of the house of God, with the meal and incense. I also ascertained that the allowance of the Levites had not been given to them, so that the Levites and the choristers who should have done the work had fled each to his village. I therefore summoned my deputies and demanded, "Why have you neglected the house of God?" Then I collected them and fixed them in their places, when all Judea brought the tithe of corn and wine and oil to the stores. I also appointed storekeepers over the stores, Shelmiah the priest, and Zadok the secretary, and Pedaiah for the Levites, and as assistants, Hanan ben Zakkur ben Mathaniah, for they were trustworthy, and their duty was to pay out to their associates. Remember me, my God, about this, and blot not out the affection I have shown to the house of God and its ordinances. At this time I saw in Judea treading of wine presses on the Sabbath, and some who carried sheaves and loads upon asses, as well as wine, grapes, and figs, and various loads which they brought to Jerusalem. The Tsurites also who resided there brought fish and various merchandise, and sold it on the Sabbath to the children of Judah and in Jerusalem. I consequently reproved the gentry of Judea, and demanded of them, "What vile thing is this that you are doing, and defiling the day of rest? Was not this what your fathers did, in consequence of which God brought all this suffering upon us and upon this city? And would you renew the anger upon Israel by profaning the Sabbath?" So when the gates of Jerusalem were closed before the approach of the Sabbath, I commanded that they should fasten the doors, and ordered them not to be opened until after the Sabbath. And I placed my soldiers at the gate, so that no loads might be brought in upon the Sabbath. Consequently, the hawkers and merchandise had to stay outside Jerusalem a few times. I also spoke to and asked them, "Why are you staying near the walls? If you do so again, I shall arrest you after this time. You must not come on the Sabbath." I also commanded the Levites, who were of the ordained, and they became keepers of the gates, so as to sanctify the Sabbath. Remember me, my God, and have mercy on me in your great kindness. In this period also I observed the Jews who lived with Ashdodite, Ammonite, and Moabite women, the speech of whose children was half Ashdodish, and they were not able to speak Judith, but like a dialect of the two people. I therefore found fault with them, and blamed and flogged those men, and pulled out their hair, and swore to them by God, You should not give your daughters to their sons, nor take any of their daughters for your own sons, or for yourselves. Was it not in this way that Solomon king of Israel sinned? Yet in many nations there has not been a king like him who loved his God, so that God made him king over all Israel, but these foreign women made him sin. So should we listen to you to commit this great wrong against our God, of living with foreign wives? And although one of the sons of Joiada, Eliashib the high priest, was son-in-law to Sanballat the Horonite, yet I drove him from me. Remember them, my God, for their pollutions of the priesthood and the priestly and Levitical covenants. Thus I purified them from all strangers, and I established rules for the priests and Levites, each in his own work, and for the supply of wood at stated times, and the first fruits. Remember me, my God, with beneficence. The end of the Book of Nehemiah. Recording by Mark Penfold.
Chapters 1 through 7 of the first book of the Chronicles, from the Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapter 1. Adam, Sheth, Enosh, Kenan, Malalal, Jared, Hanok, Methuselah, Lamech, Noah, Shem, Ham, Japheth. Sons of Japheth: Gomer, Magog, and Madai, and Yoan, and Tubal, and Meshach, and Tiras. And the sons of Gomer: Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Tograma. And the sons of Eon: Elisha, and Tarshisha, Kittim, and Rodanim. And the sons of Ham: Cush, and Mitzrayim, Put, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush: Seba, Kinla, and Sabta, and Rama, and Sabtaka. And the sons of Rama: Sheba, and Dedan. And Cush begot Nimrod. He became a great hero on the earth. And the Mitzrayim begot the Ludim, and the Anamim, and the Labim, and the Naphtuchim, Pathrusim, and the Kaslukim, from whom proceeded the Philistine, and the Caphtorim. And Canaan begat Zidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and the Jebusai, and the Amorai, and the Girgashai, and the Hivai, and the Archai, and the Sinai, and the Harvadai, and the Zamarai, and the Hamathai. And the sons of Shem: Elam, and Ashur, and Arphaxad, and Lud, and Aram, and Auts, and Kul, and Gether, and Meshech. And Arphaxad begot Shelah, and Shelah begot Eber. And to Eber were born 2 sons. The name of the first Peleg, for in his days the earth was split in 2, and the name of the other was Jacton. And Jacton begot Almodad, and Shalaph, and Hatzarmuth, and Jarak, and Hadoram, and Amzal, and Dikla, Ibal, and Abimal, and Sheba, and Alphir, and Havilah, and Jobab. All these are the Beni Jacton: Shun, Arphaxad, Shelah, Eber, Peleg, Reu, Shrug, Nahor, Tara, Abram, who is Abraham. The sons of Abraham: Isaac and Ishmael. These are the descendants of the firstborn: Ishmael, Nebaioth, and Kedar, and Adbal, and Mibsam, Mishma, and Dana, Massa, Hadad, and Tema, Jetur, Naphish, and Kadmah. These were the sons of Ishmael. And the sons of Keturah, the secondary wife of Abraham. She bore Zimran, and Jokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Ishbak, and Shua. And the sons of Jokshan, Aipha, and Aphar, and Hanok, and Eldah. All these were sons of Keturah. Abraham also begot Isaac. The sons of Isaac, Esau and Israel. The sons of Esau, Eliphaz, Rawal, Jeush, and Jalam, and Korah. The sons of Eliphaz, Teman, and Almar, Ziphi, and Nathan, Kenez, and Timnah, and Amalek. The sons of Rawal, Nahath, Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. And the sons of Seir, Lotan, Shubal, Sabion, and Anna, and Rishan, and Atzer, and Dishan. And the sons of Lotan, Horai, and Homam, and Akuth, Lotan, Timnah. The sons of Shubal, Elion, and Manhath, and Ibal, Shephi, and Anam. And the sons of Sabion, Aiah, and Anna. The sons of Anna, Dishon, and the sons of Dishon, Hamram, and Ashban, and Ithran, and Karan. The sons of Atzer, Bilhan, and Zakan, and Jakan. The sons of Dishon, Auts, and Aran. And these are the kings who reigned in the country of Edom, before kings reigned in the land of Israel. Bela ben Beor, and the name of his city was Dinabah. When Bela died, Jobab reigned after him. Jobab was the son of Zarach of Basra. When Jobab died, then Horham, who came from the country of the Temanites, reigned after him. When Hosham died, Hadad ben Bedad, who defeated Midian on the plain of Moab, reigned after him, and the name of his city was Ivith. When Hadad died, Shamla from Maskera reigned after him. When Shamla died, Shaul from Rechoboth on the river reigned after him. When Shaul died, Baalhanan ben Akbor reigned after him. When Baal-Hanan died, Hadad reigned after him, and the name of his city was Phai, and the name of his wife Hitabal, daughter of Matred, daughter of Me-Zahab. When Hadad died, they made chiefs in Edom: Chief Timnah, Chief Elial, Chief Ithath, Chief Aholibama, Chief Allah, Chief Phinan, Chief Kenan, Chief Timon, Chief Mibzar, Chief Magdial, Chief Iram. These were the chiefs of Edom. Chapter 2. These were the sons of Israel: Reuben, Shimeon, Levi, and Judah, Issachar and Zebulun, Dan, Joseph, and Benjamin, Naphtali, Gad, and Ashur. The sons of Judah: Aunan and Shelah, the three born to him by Bathshua the Canaanitess. But the firstborn of Judah was bad in the sight of the Lord, and he caused him to die. Then Tamar his daughter-in-law bore Paraz and Zara to him. All the sons of Judah were 5. Of the Beni Pharez were Hatzron and Hamal, Zimri, and Itham, and Hamion, and Calcol, Dara, all of them 5. And of the sons of Carmi was Achar, the troubler of Israel, when he carried off the devoted property. And of the Beni Athon, Azariah. And of the Beni Hatzron, who were born to him, were Irachmal, and Ram, and Kelubai. And Ram begat Aminadab, and Aminadab Nachshon, a prince of the Beni Judah. And Nachshon begot Salma, and Salma begot Boaz, and Boaz begot Aubed, and Aubed begot Jeshai, and Jeshai begot his firstborn, Eliab, and Abinadab the second, and Shemiah the third, Nathanal the fourth, Radai the fifth, Atsam the sixth, David the seventh. And their sisters were Zeruiah and Abigail. And the sons of Zeruiah were three, Abishai, and Joab, and Ashabel. And Abigail bore Amasa, and the father of Amasa was Jether the Ishmaelite. And Caleb ben Zeruiah begot Azubah of his wife, Isha, and Jerioth. And Jasher, and Shobab, and Arden were also her sons. When Azubah died, Caleb married Ophrah, and she bore him Hur. And Hur begot Arai, and Arai begot Betzalel. And after Hazron came to the daughter of Machir, the father of Gilad, and married her, when he was 60 years old, and she bore him Segub. And Segub begot Jair, who had 23 villages in the land of Gilad. But Geshur and Aram took the villages of Jair from them, with Kenath and its hamlets, 60 villages. All these were sons of Machir, father of Gilad. And after the death of Hosran in Caleb Ephrathah, the wife of Hezron bore Ashkur, the father of Tekoa, to him. The sons of Jeramhal were, the firstborn, Hazron, Ram, Bunah, and Arad, and Azam, and Achiah. There also was another wife of Jaramal, whose name was Atara. She was the mother of Anam. And the son of Ram, the firstborn of Jaramhal, Matz, and Jamin, and Acher. And these were the sons of Anam, Shammai, Jada. And the sons of Shammai, Nadab, and Abishur. And the name of the wife of Abishur was Abichil, and she bore to him Achlaban and Molid. And the sons of Nadab were Salad and Aphinai. But Salad died without children. And the sons of Aphinai were Ishai, and the son of Ishai was Sheshan, and the son of Sheshan, Achli. And the sons of Jada, the brother of Shammai, were Jether and Jonathan, but Jether died childless. And the sons of Jonathan were Pheleth and Zoza. These were the sons of Jeramhal. But to Sheshan there were no children except daughters. But Sheshan had a Mitzrayite slave whose name was Jarkah, and Sheshan gave his daughter to Jarkah his slave for a wife, and she bore Aphi to him. And Aphi begot Nathan, and Nathan begot Zabar, and Zabar begot Ophlal, and Ophlal begot Aubed, and Aubed begot JEHOVAH, and JEHOVAH begot Azariah, and Azariah begot Kaletz, and Kaletz begot Elasha, and Elasha begot Sisani, and Sisani begot Shallum, and Shallum begot Jochimah, and Jochimah begot Elishama. And the sons of Caleb, brother of Jerkamal, were Misha, his firstborn. He was the father of Ziph, and the son of Marsha, the father of Hebron. And the sons of Hebron, Korah, and Takfuk, and Rechem, and Ishama. And Ishama begot Rakam, the father of Jarkam. And Jarkam begat Shammai, and the son of Shammai was Maon, and Maon was the father of Beth Zur. And Aipha, the secondary wife of Caleb, bore Shaber, and Motza, and Gazaz, and Charan begot another Gazaz. And the sons of Jadai were Regem, and Jotham, Gishan, and Phelet, and Aita, and Shaph. Maacah, a secondary wife of Caleb, bore Shaber and Merkama. She also bore Shaph, the father of Madbanak, Shava, the father of Gibeah, and the daughter of Caleb, Aksa. These were the sons of Caleb bin Hur. The firstborn Ephrathah, and Shobal, the father of Krith-Jarim, Shalim, the father of Bethlehem, Kareth, the father of Geth-Gadez. And Shobal, the founder of Krith-Jarim, made other colonies, the Ra-Katsai, the Menukoth, and the clans in Krith-Jarim of the Jetheri, and Puthai, and Shumathai, and Mishari, from whom went out the Tsarathai, and the Ashtalai. Shalma founded also Bethlehem, and the Netophathi, Atroth, Beth-Joab, and the parts of the Manachthai, the Tsarathai, and the families of the writers who resided in Jabetz, the doorkeepers, the tutors, and the weavers, who were Kenites, who came from Hamath, a colony of the house of Rechab. Chapter 3. These, however, are the sons of David who were born to him in Hebron. The firstborn, Amon, by Ahinoam the Israelite. The second, Daniel, by Abigail the Carmelith. The third, Absalom, the son of Maacah, the daughter of Talmon, king of Geshur. The fourth, Adoniah, the son of Haggith. The fifth, Shephatiah, by Abital. The sixth, Ithram, by Aglah his wife. 6 were born to him at Hebron, where he reigned 7 years and 6 months, but in Jerusalem he reigned 33 years. And these were born to him in Jerusalem: Shamna, and Shobad, and Nathan, and Solomon, 4 by Bathshua the daughter of Bethaniel, and Ibkar, and Elishama, and Eliphalet, and Noga, and Nepheg, Japhiah, and Elishama, and Elida, and Eliphalet, 9. All these sons of David were born in Jerusalem, sons of secondary wives, as well as Tamar their sister. But the son of Solomon was Rehoboam, his son Abiah, his son Asa, his son Jehoshaphat, his son Joram, his son Ahaziah, his son Joash, his son Amariah, his son Azariah, his son Jotham, his son Ahaz, his son Hezekiah, his son Manasseh, his son Amon, his son Josiah, and the sons of Josiah, the eldest Jokhanam, the second Jehoiakim, the third Zedekiah, the fourth Shalom. And the sons Jehoiakim, Jeconiah, his son Zedekiah, and the son of Jeconiah, Aser, and his son Shalathiel, and Malchirem, and Pedaiah, and Shenazer, Jeconiah, Hoshama, and Nedabiah. And the sons of Pedaiah were Zerubbabel and Shemar, and the sons of Zerubbabel, Meshullam and Hananiah. Shelemith was their sister, with Kashubah and Ahel, Berechiah, Kasadiah, Joshab, Kasad, 5. And the sons of Hananiah, Flatiah and Ishiah. The sons of Rephaiah were Arkan, Abadiah, Shechaniah. And the sons of Shechaniah, Shemaiah. And the sons of Shemaiah, Katosh, and Egal, and Berechiah, and Neriah, and Shaphat, 6. And the sons of Shaphat, Neriah, Alzwaim, and Hezekiah, and Azrikam, 3. And the sons of Alzwaim, Hodaiah, and Elishab, and Phaliah, and Akub, and Jonathan, and Deliah, and Ani, 7. Chapter 4. The sons of Judah: Pharez, Hazran, and Carmi, and Shobal, and Reiah ben Shobal begot Jakoth, and Jakoth begot Akhami, and Lakad. These are the clans of the Zarites. And these are the sons of Aitam: Israel, and Ishma, and Idbash. And the name of their sister was Zalel-Phalom, with Penal the founder of Gedor, and Azer the founder of Hosha. These were the colonies of Hur's firstborn. Ephrathah was the founder of Bethlehem. And Ashkur the founder of Tekoa had 2 wives, Hala and Nara. And Nara bore to him Akurzon and Hefer, and Timni, and Akshurethal. These were the sons of Nara. But the sons of Halab, Zereth, Itzkar, and Athnon, and Cuts begot Anub, and Zababa, and the clan of Acharel ben Harum. But Jabez was more energetic than his brothers, and his mother called his name Jabez, for she said, I have borne him to my sorrow. The ruffian, however, relied on the God of Israel, and said, If you bless me and extend my border, and your hand goes with me, and you keep me from harm, I shall not be ruffled. And God granted what he asked. And Kelub, the brother of Shuka, begot Machlur. He was the father of Ashton. And Ashton founded the house of Rapha, and Phasa, and Techniah, the founder of the city of Nakash. Those are the men of Rekha. And the Beni Kenan were Othniel and Shariah, and of the lower Othniel. And from Aunothai were begotten Apherah, and Sariah begot Joab, the founder of the lower Karoshim, for they are the Karoshim. And the sons of Caleb ben Jephunneh were Airu, Allah, and Nam. And the sons of Allah were Allah and Kenez. And the sons of Jalaliel, Ziph and Ziphah, Teriah and Ashral. And the sons of Azra were Jether and Merad, and Afer, and Jalon, and Thar, and Ishak, the founder of Ashtemoa. Judea his wife bore Jared, the founder of Geder, and Keber, the founder of Shoko. Jekuthal, the founder of Zanok. These were the sons of Bethiah, the daughter of Pharaoh, who married Merad. And the sons of the wife of Hodiah, the sister of Naham, the founder of Keilah, of the Geronites, and Ashlemoah of the Maacathites. And the sons of Shimon were Amnon, and Rina, and Ben-Kanan, and Tolan. And the sons of Ishai were Zokath and Ben-Zokath. The sons of Shilah were Ben-Jehodad, the founder of Leka, and Lada, the founder of Marshab, and the clans of the houses of Besh-Abelath, the splendid house of Ashba, and the Joachim, and the princes of Kosna, and Joask, and Zaraph, who were masters in Moab, and resided in Lachem, according to old records. They were mechanists, and settled in colonies and municipalities. They settled there to work for the king. The sons of Shimeon, Nemuel, and Jamin, Jarib, Zarak, Shual, his son Shalim, his son Mibsham, his son Mishma. And the sons of Mishma were Kamwal, his son of Zacher, his son Shammai. And Shammai had 16 sons and 6 daughters, but his brother had not many sons, nor did the whole family increase like the sons of Judah. But they occupied Beersheba, and Moladah, and Katzar-Shual, and Bilahah, and Atsam, and Tolad, and Bathnal, and Karma, and Ziklag, and Beth-Markaboth, and Katzer, and Susanai, and Beth-Barai, and Sharam. These were their cities until the reign of David. And their towns were Aitam, and Ain-Rimmon, and Tokom, and Ashan, 5 towns, and all the villages around the cities whom they controlled, with their title deeds from the family registers, and records of restored estates, and successions and property of eldest sons, who were Joal, and Jehoah ben Joshabiah, ben Sariah ben Ashiel, and Aliwanai, and Jokbah, and Ishakiah, and Asaiah, and Adial, and Isamal, and Benaiah, and Ziza ben Shephi, ben Alon, ben Jediah, ben Shimri, ben Shemaiah. These became princes by name in their clans, and extended the houses of their ancestors, when they emigrated to Geder in the eastern plain to seek pasture for their flocks, and found rich and good pasture, and a wide country ready for them, and quiet and peaceable, for the previous inhabitants there were blacks. So those mentioned by name above advanced in the days of Hezekiah king of Judah, and attacked their tents, and the wells that they found there, and succeeded them until this day, and settled in their place, for there was pasture for their flocks. Some of the descendants of Simeon, 500 men, went from them to Mount Seir with Flatiah, and Neariah, and Rephaiah, and Aziel ben Ishai was at their head, and attacked the remnant of the refugees of the Amalekites, and they reside there to this day. Chapter 5. Now for the Beni Reuben, the firstborn of Israel. For he was the firstborn, but because he defiled the bed of his father, his birthright was given to the Beni Joseph ben Israel. And he was not recorded as the eldest, but Judah dominated his brothers and became our leader, although the birthright belonged to Joseph. The Beni Reuben, the firstborn of Israel. Hanok, and Phaluah, Hezron, and Carmi. The Beni Joel, his son Shemaiah, his son Gog, his son Shammai, his son Micah, his son Reiah, his son Baal, his son Bariah, whom Tilgath-Pilneser, king of Ashur, transported when he was prince of the Reubenites. Now for his brothers, by their clans, genealogies, and birth, chiefs, Jeiel, and Zechariah, and Bela ben Azaz, ben Shema, ben Joel. He occupied Aroer, and Nebo, and Bel-Ammon, and eastward he occupied as far as the pass of the desert from the river Phrath, for they had many herds in the land of Gilead, and in the days of Saul they made war with the Hagarites, who fell beneath their power. So they resided in their tents over all the extent of the east from Gilead. Now for the Beni Gad, next to them. They occupied the country of Bashan as far as Salcah. Joel was the chief, and Shapham his lieutenant, who managed and governed in Bashan. And their relatives by their ancestral houses were Michal, and Mesholam, and Sheba, and Jorai, and Jachan, and Ziah, and Aber, 7. These are the Beni Abichil, Ben Horai, Ben Jarok, Ben Gilad, Ben Michal, Ben Jeshishai, Ben Jokto, Ben Zaz, Ben Akai, Ben Abdiel, Ben Gunai, chiefs of their ancestral houses. And they resided in Gilad, in Bashan, and its villages, and in all the pastures of Sharon, as far as they extended. All of them had birth registers in the days of Jotham, king of Judah, and in the days of Jeroboam, king of Israel. The Beni Reuben and Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, of brave men who bore shield and sword, and drew the bow, and were disciplined for war, there were 44,760 who could go out to fight, and they made war with the Hagarites, and Etur, and Naphish, and Nodab, and overpowered them. And the Hagarites were delivered to their hand, with all their forces, for they cried to God in the battle, and he was helpful to them because they trusted on him. So they captured from their herds 50,000 camels, and 250,000 sheep, and of human beings 100,000, for many fell wounded, for the battle was from God, and they resided in their place until the transportation. The sons of the half-tribe of Manasseh also settled in Bashan at Baal-Hermon, and Senir, and Mount Hermon. They were numerous, and these are the chiefs of their ancestral houses, that is, Apher, and Ishai, and Alial, and Azriel, and Irmiah, and Hodaviah, and Joktiel, great princes, powerful men, named chiefs of ancestral houses. But they revolted from the God of their fathers, and wandered after the gods of the people of the country, whom God had destroyed before them. The God of Israel consequently stirred up the temper of Pul, king of Ashur, and of Tilgath-Pilneser, king of Ashur, who transported the Reubenites, and Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, and carried them to Kalach, and Kabor, and Hara, and to the river of Gozan to this day. The Beni Levi, Gershon, Kath, and Merari, and the Beni Kath, Amram, Itzar, and Cabron, and Aziel, and the Beni Amram, Aaron, and Moses, and Miriam. And the Beni Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Athamar. Eleazar begot Phinehas, and Phinehas begot Abishua, and Abishua begot Bukai, and Bukai begot Azai, and Azai begot Zerekiah, and Zerekiah begot Meraioth. Meraioth begot Amariah, and Amariah begot Achitub. And Achitub begot Zadok, and Zadok begot Achimaaz. And Azariah begot Jochanan, and Jochanan begot Azariah, who was priest in the house that Solomon built at Jerusalem. And Azariah begot Amariah, and Amariah begot Achitub, and Achitub begot Zadok, and Zadok begot Shallum, and Shallum begot Kilkiah, and Kilkiah begot Azariah, and Azariah begot Sariah, and Sariah begot Jehozadak, and Jehozadak was taken with the transports of the Lord from Judah and Jerusalem by the hand of Nebuchadnezzar. Chapter 6. The sons of Levi: Gershom, Kohath, and Merari. And these are the names of the sons of Gershom: Libni and Shemiah. And the sons of Kohath: Amram, and Itzar, and Cabron, and Aziel. The sons of Merari: Machil and Mushi. And these are the clans of Levi by their ancestry. From Gershom, his son Libni, his son Jakoth, his son Zima, his son Joach, his son Addo, his son Zarach, his son Jothri. The Beni Kohath: Aminadab, his son Korach, his son Asir, his son Elkanah, his son Abisaph, and his son Asir, his son Thakath, his son Ariel, his son Uzziah, his son Shaul. And the Beni Alkamah: Amasi, Achimath, his son Elkanah, his son Elkanah, his son Yesopht, his son Yusophi, and his son Nakath, his son Eliab, his son Erokam, his son Elkanah. Now the Beni Shemuel: Habkor, and Shenai, and Abiah. The sons of Merari: Machli, Libni, his son Shammai, his son Azza, his son Shammah, his son Kagiah, his son Asaiah. These were appointed by David over the choir of the house of the Lord when he fixed the ark, and they were with the singers before the tabernacle in the hall of assembly with the choir, until Solomon built the house of the Lord in Jerusalem, and they attended to their duties in succession. These also attended with their descendants. From the Beni Kathi: Heman, the musician, Ben Joel, Ben Shamwal, Ben Elkanah, Ben Irkam, Ben Eliel, Ben Thok, Ben Ziph, Elkanah, Ben Makath, Ben Amasi, Ben Elkanah, Ben Joel, Ben Azariah, Ben Zephaniah, Ben Thakath, Ben Asir, Ben Abisaph, Ben Korach, Ben Itzar, Ben Kohath, Ben Levi, Ben Israel. And after him, Asaph was appointed at his right hand. Asaph ben Berechiah, ben Shemaiah, ben Michal, ben Basiah, ben Malchiah, ben Athai, ben Zerach, ben Adiah, ben Aithan, ben Zima, ben Shemai, ben Jakoth, ben Gershom, ben Levi. Then the Beni Merari, their brother on the left hand: Athan, ben Kishai, ben Aldai, ben Maluk, ben Kashabiah, ben Amaziah, ben Kilkiah, ben Amzi, ben Beni, ben Shamar, ben Machli, ben Mushi, ben Merari, ben Levi, with their relatives the Levites, attendants, and all the ministers of the tabernacle of the house of God. But Aaron and his descendants offered incense on the altar with the burnt offerings, and upon the altar of incense, with all the ministrations of the sanctuary, and to expiate for Israel, according to all that Moses the servant of God commanded. Now these were the Beni Aaron, his son Eleazar, his son Phinehas, his son Abishua, his son Buki, his son Azi, his son Zerekiah, his son Merioth, his son Amariah, his son Achitub, his son Zadok, his son Achimatz. And these were their residences and castles in their borders. To the Beni Aaron, for the clan of the Kathites, for whom the lot came out, they gave Hebron in the land of Judah, with the pastures around it, with the town fields, but they gave the villages to Caleb ben Jephunneh. They also gave to the Beni Aaron the cities of refuge, Hebron and Libnah with their pastures, and Jatir and Ashtemoa with the pastures, and Helen with its pastures, and Debir with its pastures, and Ashan with its pastures, and Beth-Shemesh with its pastures. And from the tribe of Benjamin, Geba with its pastures, and Alameth with its pastures, and Anathoth with its pastures. All the cities were 13 cities, each city with its pastures. And to the others of the Beni Kath, from the clans of the tribes, from the villages of the half-tribe of Manasseh, 10 cities by lot. And to the Beni Gershom, from the clans of the tribe of Issachar and the tribe of Ashur, and from the tribe of Naphtali, and from the tribe of Manasseh in Bashan, 13 cities. To the Beni Merari, from the clans of the tribe of Reuben, and the tribe of Gad, and the tribe of Zebulun, 12 cities by lot. Thus the children of Israel gave the cities and their pastures. They also gave by lot from the tribe of the children of Judah, and from the tribe of the children of Simeon, and from the tribe of the children of Benjamin, those cities mentioned by name. But some of the clans of the Beni Kath had cities in the bounds of the tribe of Ephraim. They also gave to them these cities of refuge: Shechem with its pastures in Mount Ephraim, and Gebir with its pastures, Jokman with its pastures, and Beth-horon with its pastures, and Ailon with its pastures, and Beth-rimmon with its pastures. And from the villages of the tribe of Manasseh, Aner and its pastures, and Bilam and its suburbs, to the other clans of the Beni Kath. To the Beni Gershom, from the clans of the half-tribe of Manasseh, Golan in Bashan with its pastures, and Asheroth with its pastures. And from the tribe of Issachar, Kadesh and its pastures, and Dabroth and its pastures, and Remoth with its pastures, and Anam and its pastures. And from the tribe of Ashur, Mashal and its pastures, and Abdon and its pastures, and Kagok with its pastures, and Rechab with its pastures. And from the tribe of Naphtali, Kadesh in Gilgal with its pastures, and Kamon and its pastures, Krithaim with its pastures. To the rest of the Beni Merari, from the tribe of Zebulun, Rimono and its pastures, Tabor and its pastures, and over the Jordan, Jericho on the east of Jordan. From the tribe of Reuben, Bezar in the desert and its pastures, and Jotzah with its pastures, and Ketmoth and its pastures, and Miphath with its pastures. And from the tribe of Gad, Ramoth in Gilgal with its pastures, and Machaim with its pastures, and Heshbon with its pastures, and Jazer with its pastures. Chapter 7. But about the Beni Issachar, Tola and Phua, Jashub and Shimron, 4. And the Beni Tola, Azai, Raphiah, and Uriel, and Jokmi, and Ibsam, and Shamuel, chiefs of ancestral houses of Tola. They were great men in their generations. They numbered in the days of David 22,600. And the Beni Azai, Izrakiah, and the Beni Izrakiah, Michal, and Abadiah, and Joel, Ishiah, Chemisha, all of them chiefs, who could go up by their genealogies to ancestral houses. Their disciplined army for war was 36,000, for they had many wives and children. Their relatives of all the clans of Issachar, the disciplined men, were 87,000, all enrolled. Benjamin, Bela and Becher, Jediael, 3. And the Beni Bela, Asbon, and Azai, and Aziel, and Iramoth, and Eri, 5, chiefs of ancestral houses, powerful men, and their registered forces were 22,034. And the Beni Becher, Zemira, and Joash, and Eleazar, and Aliwanai, and Amri, and Iramoth, and Abiah, Anathoth, and Alameth. All these were Beni Becher, and registered by their generations, chiefs of ancestral houses, with disciplined men, 20,200. And the Beni Jediael, Bilhan, and Bani, Bilhan, Jaish, and Benjamin, and Aliad, and Kananah, and Zitham, and Tharshish, Akihishakar. All these of the Beni Jediael were ancestral chiefs, with disciplined men, 17,200, able to march with the army to battle, beside the Shupites and Cupites, the followers of Ayer, and the knights who followed Acher. The Beni Naphtali, Jekaziel, and Gunai, and Jotzer, and Shallum, sons of Bilah. The Beni Manasseh, Azriel, whom his secondary wife bore. The Aramith bore Machir, the founder of Gilad. And Machir married women from the Cupites and the Shupites. And the name of his wife was Makkah. And the name of his second son was Zelophehad. And Zelophehad had beautiful daughters. But Makkah, the wife of Machir, bore a son, and called his name Pharesh, and his brother's name was Sheresh, and his sons Aulam and Rachem. And the sons of Aulam were Bedan. These were the sons of Gilad ben Machir ben Manasseh, and his sister Hamoleketh bore Aishur and Abiazar and Maklah. And the sons of Shemida were Achion and Shechem and Likhi and Abiam. Now the Beni Ephraim, Shothelach and his son Bered, and his son Thakath, and his son Alada, and his son Thakath, and his son Zabad, and his sons Shothelach, and Azar, and Alad. But the men of Gath, natives of the country, killed them when they went down to steal their cattle. And Ephraim, their father, mourned for them many days, but his friends came to him to comfort him. Then he went to his wife, and she bore a son, and he called his name Beriah, because suffering had come to his house. And he had a daughter, Shara, who founded Beth-horon the lower, and the higher, and Azan-Shara. Rephach was his son, and Resheph, and his son Thelach, and his son Thachan, with his son Adon, and his son Amihud, his son Elishama, his son Khan, his son Jehoshua. And they possessed and settled Bethel and its hamlets, and to the east Naran and Marab, Gezer and its hamlets, and Shechem and its hamlets, to Azah and its hamlets. And at the side of the Beni Manasseh, Bethshan and its hamlets, and Anak and its hamlets, Megiddo and its hamlets, Dod and its hamlets. The Beni Joseph ben Israel resided in these. The Beni Ashur, Imnah, and Ishva, and Ishvi, and Beriah, and Sarah their sister. And the Beni Beriah, Heber, and Malchiah. He was the founder of Birsavith. And Heber begot Japhlet, and Shamer, and Kotham, and Shua their sister. And the sons of Japhlet, Phasach, and Bimalal, and Ashua. These were the children of Japhlet. And the sons of Shamar, Akai, Ruga, Ikuba, and Aram. And of the Beni Helem, his brother Zophach, and Imnah, and Shelish, and Amal. The sons of Zophach, Suk, Carnepher, and Shual, and Beri, and Imrah, Betzer, and Hud, and Shammah, and Shilshak, and Ithran, and Bara. And the sons of Ithar, Jephimah, and Phisva, and Ara. And the sons of Allah, Arak, and Kaniel, and Bitsea. All these were of the Beni Ashur, chiefs of ancestral houses, illustrious great men, princely chiefs with pedigrees, with a number of 26,000 men for war and battle. The end of chapters 1 through 7. Recording by Mark Penfold.